Welcome to another exciting edition of Voice of the Collar Nation Radio Show. I'm the Collar Genesis. I'd like to welcome you, welcome myself, and everything like that. So we, yes, thank you. Love you too, my adoring public. Yes, thank you. All right, be seated. So tonight we have an interesting show tonight. I love that round of applause. All my fans out there in Collar Land give me an applause like that. I love it. Oh man, I got something caught in my. I don't got a cold. I got something caught in my throat. Now, folks, we had a really explosive show last night. Tonight, the reason why I did the topic of tonight's show like that, I'm learning something. I'm learning something. Something was just revealed to me last night. And listen to Mike Olawale and Jonathan's exchange last night, and then the 1776 character. I realized that America this culture always brings people to their lowest level real quick. And that doesn't even devolve. It just basically people are on their lowest level. They're on their base level of animal instinct. That's why people say, well, how Africa's tribal? How do you come to a country like America be tribal? Because America basically cultivates people at their lowest level. That's why America brings out the worst in people. If you were sort of a criminal in Italy, you had the La Cosa Nostra in New York, in America. If you were basically a Chinese person, peddling in crime and everything like that, as soon as you come to America, you see the bigger picture, you become 10 times more violent and 10 times more dangerous. So it is what it is. People don't even realize that MS-13 is that MS-13, right? It was started in Los Angeles. The gang culture started in Los Angeles and it spread to El Salvador. El Salvador is a peaceful country, and the corrupt culture of America is what went south. And everything you see in this problem you see in South Central America has everything to do with American culture. The crime you see in Belize, the crime you see in the Caribbean, all has to do with the proximity to the United States of America. The question we're going to ask tonight is how does America always seem to bring people to their lowest level? And are countries like Iran justified by calling America, because Iran had rejected America. Remember that, It called America the Great Satan. They was basically talking about America's pornography. It's the way it works. Everything was evil and everything. Some things were fair. Some things weren't fair, what they were saying. But the gist of it was, they said America is not the good country that it portrays itself to be. I remember even apartheid South Africa made that claim. It said, America's always reading us the right, Eric, but the bottom line is the South Africans always asserted that the United States was more racist than South Africa was. They argued because they act the way they do because they're a minority group and a majority black situation. But their argument was the whites had no reason to oppress black people in America, and they still did. So South Africa, even during apartheid, called America evil. But the question is, I want to ask tonight, if we know America's like this, we know America's evil, and it does all stuff. What does that say when somebody who's black decides to come here and embrace the same evil that still oppresses black people in this country? Now you see the tensions between black America and immigrants. Immigrants are coming from, and always America always gets people from real desperate situations. They always get people at their lowest level, their weakest level, and it keeps them at their lowest level. So people come over here, They're basically on the level of animals. They're not thinking about coming here to be civilized, to do what's good for man. They're just thinking about how they're going to eat and how they're going to basically join a hierarchy and oppress and look down on somebody else. What's going on, Dark Migo? So the question I ask is, when people come over here, and I got this from just listening to Mike Olawale last night. He was just read us a riot act how some white guy told him that he was better than Black Americans, that we're just bad. Where's the white guy? Where does he live in? And you forget the fact that Black Americans produce all the black. If it was not for the Black Americans, the Black race would have no scientists, no anything. You know, we basically built the modern world. So how can some ignorant white man convince Michael Olawale that he's better, coming from the jungles of freaking Nigeria, he's better than Black American? And why is that even a question? Why do you feel like you're better than somebody? You know, that's the question. It's because America brings people to their lowest level. That's it. That's the reason why you have Afrodamus. He wants people to believe that he's somehow better than Black American. You know, that's all it is. These people have this problem. I'm better. I'm a better choice. That's what America does to people. It basically makes people feel in their smallness, in their mediocrity. It uplifts people in their mediocrity and their foolishness. So we're going to talk about that tonight. Why do people at their lowest level? I mean, really, Black America too. Why is it normal for the behavior I see in Black America? Some of the behavior I see in Black America. Why are you at your lowest level? White people. Why are you being racist? Why are you at your lowest level? Why aren't you at your base instinct level? When are we going to rise above being? And how are we going to build a society and build a world where people are basically on one step up from being an animal? Drill says, as long as they're better, yeah, as long as they're better, as long as they're convinced they're better than somebody else, everything's all right. Y'all know why they call me the College Genesis. Y'all know why I basically are on. Look, let me tell you something, folks. Tonight makes 14 straight shows. Not one break. I came back on exactly 2 weeks ago tonight. 14 straight shows. Do you know anybody on YouTube can do that? And give you 6-hour shows. Not no hour show here, a half hour here, and log off here. 6 straight hours of me. And I look at my content, right? A lot of the content, I let people on and everything, but I do a lot of the talking. That's not easy to do. In order for you to have a YouTube channel, you have to have something to say, something profound to say that you could build on. This is not easy. So 14 straight days, 6-hour show, average 6-hour shows a night. That right there, folks, is telling you that this is a serious platform and you ought to pay attention. Because I don't do this for my health. I do this because I smell victory around the corner. I know I'm on to something. So I'm going to keep pressing. And all the people that doubt me and hate me and whatnot, just keep doubting me and hating me. People I got off the YouTube in July, people, oh man, we could breathe a sigh of relief. Now, Colin's not here no more. But no, I'm here. I'm back. And we come to my show. You're going to hear this Black nationalist life. You ain't gonna be comfortable in your race trader life, You're gonna hear this Black nationalist talking. You're gonna hear somebody that's a warrior for his people talking. I didn't come here with a little tiny paring knife or whatnot. I carry 2 big axes on my back to cut down the tree of iniquity and deceit. I'm not here playing games. If you want somebody to tell you what you want to hear, you got to go someplace else. I tell it like it is, not what you want to hear. There's things I'm going to say, you just have to deal with it. Like, tell it like it is. Look, one thing I know about doing this right here, if I had to sit back and say, well, okay, I'm not going to say this because somebody might be offended at this. I can't say this because my good brother Dollar Bill might be offended by this. Or my good brother Hustle Smart. I have to say it how I feel it. I have all my brothers here, but if I say something that you can take it as offense, I am sorry. But I got to keep saying what I'm saying, what I know is the truth. So I got a lot of young people who listen to my show when Carl, or look, the bottom line, I have to tell it like it is. Speaking of which, let me deal with this Elvis right now, right in here and now. Elvis calls in last night, right? And you know, I'm tired of playing with this guy. And I went back and listened to some of his show. Just a negative, sour apple. Now imagine if you had a country that your Pacific Ethnic group destroyed. I mean, really destroyed. I mean, they literally destroyed a civilization. They tried to take over a civilization that they didn't know anything about, and they destroyed it. Now we're trying to make amends. Liberia has reached out to Black America, and all of us Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists are getting involved, getting on board, getting involved, and he does not like that. His whole thing in Liberia is just helping. He'd rather destroy the country and see it do nothing than ever see the so-called Congo people and the American Liberians shine again. That's a sick man. So he was trying to tell me last night, you know, Carla, the Newark mayor can't do, you know, something. This guy Mahani is trying to get the New York City to divest from Israel. Israel, the state of Israel in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, probably got sister city projects from all over the United States. After they establish these sister city projects and the networks they build, next thing to do is convince them that their country is a safe bet to invest their pension funds, you know, into. Every city has a pension fund loan that they lend out, pension fund loans. Israel was built off of not just loans from the reparations from Germany, but also pension fund loans from unions and city employees and all stuff like that, and cities like New York, Chicago, and everything. Does people even know? Elvis says, you can't enter no negotiation. No, that's diplomatic treaties and stuff like that. You can't enter negotiation. But you could do business, you know, with a foreign state. The city of Atlanta, during apartheid, right? The city of Atlanta, all the black mayors in New York, in America, well, Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Atlanta, we had in the 80s called what they call a divestment movement. See, we were smart back then. We basically said South Africa's apartheid. We wanted that. And then the cities where we weren't the majority, like New York City, whatever like that, we use our political capital to say we want to divest from the South African rand and stop propping us out there because they're using the money and the wealth to oppress our people over there. That was powerful. That's what brought down apartheid. So this idea that Newark can't do nothing to help Liberia. Newark has a pension fund thing. If Liberia shows that it has the ability to service that loan, yeah, it can get billions of dollars worth of pension funds. Same way Israel, same way there's other countries in the world do tap into American pension fund. This is where it's at. A country like Iran had billions of dollars invested in American currency, you know, because this is where you have to put your money in America, the US dollar. So therefore, they had a lot of money invested in America. So the bottom line is, when America put sanctions on Iran, it lost hundreds of billions of dollars. So, and also, I had a situation here in Virginia Beach, where I live at. A former state delegate, Ron Villanueva, look him up. He was the first Filipino to run statewide office, right? And we all knew Ron, we're not a cool guy, you know, popular in the Filipino American community, you know, popular in the Filipino American community, right? So anyway, he was part of the Sister City projects from Virginia Beach to his home village town in the Philippines. Well, he had an NGO that he was head of, that he would get money from the city to some sort of development program for youth, whatever like that. But he got a total of like $20 million from the city of Virginia Beach. But the money disappeared, and he got tried for embezzling and money laundering. And he pled all the way down till he only got 2 years. Now everybody's like, "Where's the money?" The money was never recovered. But I'm trying to tell Elvis that the city, no, because the city's not doing directly with a city thing, but they use third party intermediaries. That's how it's done. So the same thing. Say the city of Newark says, you know something, Liberia has no libraries. We're going to take our library system. We're going to send experts over there to see what we can do. Maybe even donate books and, and help Liberia build its Monrovia. The whole idea is to make Monrovia on the level of Newark. Wouldn't that be great? Why would anybody be against that, right? But when you have friggin' a native boy in Liberia, right? These are the people that are a problem in Liberia and Africa. These tribalists, they're the fucking problem, right? And Elvis like, oh yeah, I'm gonna focus on Liberia. I talked to Cal Fambler and I got the receipts. She says she doesn't know Elvis. She said that. I got it written down. I got it the notes in the messenger. I can screenshot them and say, anybody wants to see him, I'll send it to him by email. She said she knows nothing about Elvis. She said, I think he's a caller on my show once in a while, but he's not on our Focus on Liberia tag. But every time Elvis is up there, he says he's on Focus on Liberia. They said nobody knows who this guy is. So he gets up here like he's some expert on Liberia, like he's well respected in the community. Get the fuck out of here. And last night, to me, was like the last straw. Clearly showed him something positive about his so-called country that he comes from, right? And all he kept saying all night is, well, collar, whatnot. That is sick. That is fucking sick. But yeah, so, and then later on that night, you had Michael Owali call in, and he just going off on black. What the hell? Why? I just don't get it, Yeah, I don't. I simply just don't get it. I simply don't get it. Michael Owali calls up. And he starts calling Black Americans monkeys, and the white man told him he was better. And the white man told him he was better. The same white man, I argue, is the lowest thing on the damn planet. The king of the lowlifes is the white American, the white Anglo-Saxon, the king of the fucking lowlife. He made the white Anglo-Saxon made the lowlife culture of being a lowlife chic and cool throughout the world. Make the mistake. Every time you see degenerate culture, it all stems from this Anglo-Saxon. He who walks around, who is now trying to alter what God put there as far as gender. It's always been a male and a female. That's how it is. But the only Anglo-Saxon come up with this idea that there's multiple genders. So I'm like, look at this Anglo-Saxon civilization saying, what the hell are we doing? I would love for somebody to come up here and defend Anglo-Saxon culture and civilization. Like the FBA is a foundational Black Anglo-Saxons. Really, the FBA are foundational Black Anglo-Saxons or foundational Black Anglos. They're white men, white people with black skin. They got that same low-life culture, low-life mentality. Now, this is Friday night, the Collar Rumble. Tonight, I'm the supreme hate monger. Get prepared to have your feelings hurt. Get prepared to cry. Because I'm going to say things and do things tonight that's off the chain. Now, when you got topics like America's low-life culture as America's apple pie, things are going to go right. Things are going to go down. You know how you didn't hear. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Go get yourself a snack. You know what I got tonight? I got the rest of my sister's banana pudding, right? Oh my God. She makes instead of using vanilla wafer, she got this other type of s'mores chocolate cookies that she uses for the wafer part. Oh my God, it's good. And I got some Turkey Hill ice cream, vanilla ice cream to go with it. You talking about delicious. So I probably, a couple hours in the show, I'm going to make my way downstairs and have myself a snack, But you guys just started on me without it. If you're going to get yourself some ice cream, go right ahead, We're eating ice cream tonight, I'm eating ice cream later, but you guys can go get your ice cream tonight, If you don't got no ice cream in the house, shame on you. You should always have ice cream in your house, especially when you know the College Nation's on, I say, okay, if you don't have banana pudding, I would suggest ice cream and apple pie. You know what you can do, right? With the nachos. What you can do is go to the corner store. If you don't have an apple pie, get one of Hostess apple pies. I swear to God. Heat that thing up for like 30 seconds in the microwave, right? Put the vanilla ice cream on top of that, and you got the best pie a la mode you ever tasted. You don't have to wait to get a diner apple pie, Donato's Pizza. I don't have one of those over here. You don't have to wait until you get like a whole apple pie at Sunday dinner. You can go get yourself. It works the same. A Hostess apple pie. Hostess apple pies, whatever like that. Put that bad boy in a bowl. Heat that thing up for like 25, 30 seconds, right? And put your ice cream, vanilla ice cream on top of it. It melts it right quick. It's delicious. That's the best pie a la mode you'll ever have in your life. I guarantee you, so I was like, I wanted pie. One night I just wanted pie a la mode really bad, right? I was like, man, should I go to the diner? Should I go to the diner, have dinner, and sit down? I said, that's just too much. So I said, you know something? I went to the store, got me like Ben and Jerry's ice cream, vanilla, my favorite, and I got me a couple of those pies and whatnot. I said, I'll have one tonight, one tomorrow. All you need is one pie. Made that thing. Oh my God, that was so good. I said, I got a new experiment. I had 2 scoops of ice cream that was melting right there because of the heat from the microwave thing. So it was just freaking delicious, That's what you probably should have tonight in the College Nation show Friday night. Some pie a la mode. I would have a pie a la mode, but like I said, I got banana pudding downstairs. I got the last bit of banana pudding. I'm a hit with some vanilla ice cream, I'll make my way down there in a few hours. So I love the show because I can step away from the show, go downstairs for like 40 minutes, right? And go downstairs. I could go downstairs, have a beer, whatever, like that, and come back. And these motherfuckers still going at it, man. I don't even have to be here. After a certain amount of time, I don't even have to be here, man. It's freaking hilarious, man. I come back last night, man. Mike Olawale and Jonathan were just, and Nelson, when I ended the broadcast, I said, "Now you guys try not to kill yourself, kill each other, right?" Man, when that broadcast went out, you people ought to be glad you weren't there when the broadcast went to hear what was said when 1776 and Mike Olawale crossed. Oh my God, that was freaking. You know something, folks? I normally don't like 1776. Yeah, popsicle ice. I like Italian icy, but you got to have Italian icy with a lot of syrup in it, And the reason why I don't like popsicles is because when I was a kid, right? Let me tell you some traumatizing shit, right? My parents used to always buy those nasty ass twin pops, right? When the ice cream cup man came on the block, right? The kids with all the money and whatnot, the little fly ass Latoya, light skinned Latoya that had good parents, she always had her little pocketbook with money in there. And the other dude, the cool dude with the afro and whatnot, got all the girls when his parents got money and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. They walk up to the ice cream truck. I'm talking about the age of like 12 and 13. You don't have any money because you're not working yet, right? So everybody judge you by people that do a social experiment on this. Because Eddie Murphy talked about this in his one comedy said Delirious when he talked about the ice cream man. So when the ice cream man came on the block, it was clear who was broke and who had money. That's when Mr. Softy came around, right? People knew who had money or not, right? So people are walking up there, give me that banana split and whatnot. My father would go inside and get those nasty ass twin pops. My brother, I don't want no nasty ass twin pop. I want some Mr. Softy. I want some Mr. Softy. We were like, my father, man, you ain't getting no damn Mr. Softy. You got Mr. Softy money? My pops was a scream, man. You ain't getting no Mr. Softy my foot. You know, here's a. Then on that, we had the twin pops. He would break them in half. So we got one little thing while everybody's freaking walking down the block with that licking the ice cream cone. I was just like, I was like licking. I was like, oh, that looks so good with the vanilla and chocolate mix with the sprinkles on it and whatnot, the banana floats and whatnot. I was like, man, why does my parents always gotta act like we're so fucking broke? We're not, And so my father used to always say, well, there's 5 of you. I said, sometimes I reach to present my brothers and sisters. I used to say, if I was the only kid, I would be at that ice cream truck getting a friggin' a banana split. But no, I love my brothers and sisters, But it did cross my mind sometimes, So I'm the eldest. I said, what if my parents stopped at me? I would be on there, but that's selfish, right? You're thinking you wouldn't have your brothers and sisters, but you would have the money to get a friggin' split. Well, I was like, at the time, I was like, I can live with that. Man, I want to make some Softy, man. But gradually graduated to Carvel. Carvel had these ice creams called flying saucers. They're really thick, the ice cream in the middle and like a cookie crust on the outside. They're flying saucers, right? That's what we graduated to, We stepped up to Carvel. That was, it wasn't the experience of Mr. Softy on the block, but my parents used to start taking us to Carvel. They used to get like a whole box of the flying saucers and whatnot. We were happy with that. They were really good. But I would rather have flying saucer from Mr. Softy. The whole thing of going up Mr. Softy, right, on a summer night, getting the ice, that really means something to kids, Because I saw the kids that had nothing. They didn't even have a twin pop. At least I had a twin pop. That Paula gave me. Some kids didn't even have that. And some kids had all the money, right in the black neighborhood. Some people had a lot of money. Some people had all right money. Some people were goddamn no money. Some people were straight up broke. But that's a community, That's what a community ought to be. There ought to be people with money and no money living together in harmony. So it is what it is. Cardor said Nigeria is not a real place. Yeah, man, you got to talk Mike Olawale that, man. Nigerians are basically going around saying, people are saying that pretty soon Ibrahim, why are they picking a fight with Ibrahim Traore? They're saying that he's going to figure out whether we're a giant of giant of what? A giant pile of shit, I got a theory of how Nigeria was created. I believe God, when he carved up this Liberian territory with his own hands and dug out Liberia, right? After 7 days, right, he rested. And before he rested, he wanted to take a shit, right? So he copped the squat over the side of West Africa, right? Pulled his pants down, and there came Nigeria, he just took a huge dump over the side of Liberia, and there came Nigeria. That's all I can think of, A lot of call me ice cream adjacent. I don't know, man, because I lived in an area, true quote, that was civilized, and if you knew the nice neighborhoods I grew up in, all black, that one of the hallmark thing was Mr. Softy. Anybody who grew up in New York, right? If you didn't know who Mr. Softy was, you didn't come from New York. So it was what it was, man. That was a hallmark. But when the time I got like 15, I was working summer jobs one night. It was no big deal. I go up there at 15 when I said I'd rather been that 12-year-old, 11-year-old getting a ice cream banana split or something like that, because when you got your own money like 15, 16, it's no big deal because everybody knows everybody got money. The thrill is gone, but you still like Mr. Softy though. Yeah, unfortunately, the giant of Africa. I don't know. But yeah, so folks, the question about America tonight. Why is America's local? I remember Malcolm X said in his autobiography, Malcolm X, he said he went overseas, right? And he met a white man that was a U.S. military attaché in Africa, right? And he said this guy was like a conservative military type background. He said, but they hit it off. They had a good conversation. They went out to eat. And he said, Malcolm X said, this guy and I, if this was America, we wouldn't be speaking to each other. And him and the guy both said, what is it about American civilization that brings men to their lowest point? Why can't men talk to each other and reason? Why is somebody got to be a white man and somebody got to be a black man? He said he was just talking to this other white guy that was a U.S. military, something like that, right? Were in U.S. military. He said U.S. military, somehow he had some position in U.S. military or whatever, and he was in Africa, on some official duty, whatever. And him and Malcolm X had a good conversation. They hit it off. They became friends. He said, "What is it about?" Big Cat says, "America's a promised land for the world." Now, Big Cat's a clown. He's a clown. You know, America is a promised land to the third world. America only attracts third world people here. I mean, everybody that come here from America to America are from the third world. You never see first world people coming here. It's always from people like places like Nigeria, Somalia, America's overrun with third world people. So anyway, Malcolm X said, this guy and I got along and we had a good conversation and we talked about some issues and had mutual ground. He said, he goes, I would love to have this conversation in America. He says, but as soon as we ever land back in America, we get polarized into different things. We're at our lowest level. He said, well, we reached a high level of discussion by two men seeing each other as men, not as a race. Why is that every time I'm making sense? Principe says I sound like I'm drunk. No, Principe, I'm not drunk, bro. Nigerians, Indians coming here. They're coming from desperate. Look, India has one of the Nigeria both have the highest rates of poverty in the world. India is like the filthiest country in the world. It has open defecation. So is Nigeria. Has a problem with open defecation. You know, so it's please both countries have open defecation and sanitary issues, right? When they're coming here. So yeah, so America's importing third world people. I third world. Let me in, Mr. College Genesis. I'm from the third world. I come here to sponge off y'all, use y'all or not, and brag about my shithole country back thing or not while never going back. I third world. Yeah, man. So it's hilarious. You know, was Principsipsy our sworn Nigerians a majority of immigrants, bro? If you hear Kyle speak, no, I'm not saying Nigerians, man. Some of Nigerians actually good. Some of them got they shit going on, but there was a Nigerian man that scammed the government in California. He tried to flee to Nigeria, and he like one of these Nigerians, like he bleached his skin, whatever, like that. You ever some Nigerians got that unnatural look? You're like, what the hell happened to your color, nigga? You don't even look fucking natural. It's like they're still dark skin, but it's like bleached. It's like, dude, man, don't do it. Your skin, there's too much melanin in your skin to try to bleach. So he basically tried to defraud the state of California, the U.S. government, state of California. He tried to bounce, and they caught him. Some Nigerian. Right around the same time that Somali thing was unfolded. I forgot what it was about. I think it was Medicaid. He was trying to defraud. So you got a lot of people doing these scams and whatnot, you know. And another Nigerian guy I found on TikTok, he basically fraud the government and basically lied about his credentials in Nigeria, his accreditations and whatnot, and got $49,000 worth of scholarship or not by lying about his credential or not, you know. And I put in the comment section, I said, I thought these guys were so educated. And everybody said, Colin, they are educated, blah, blah, blah. And I said, man, I'm keep seeing this too. Phony degrees and phony this, phony that. It happened too much with these people. Sit down, Chukwu. Yeah, so, but yeah, that's what America's opened the floodgates from the third to the third world. You know, it's like, come on in. You know, doesn't make sense. First world countries, third world countries makes no sense to me. Well, I know, but no, I don't look. Despite everything I say about America, the one thing I would say is, thank God we're not in the third world. I cannot, look, man. I just not don't want. This is how the third world works, right? You go to freaking the Bronx, right? People are selling food absent a health permit, anything like that, dumping food on the side of the road and whatnot, no sanitation rules and whatnot, and it is making money, no permit, no anything like that, you know. No, anything we build, Chukwu, will be first world. It will be first world. It's all about the mentality. If you really don't think, I don't see Black America cannot live in a third world. It's just like a shark trying to live in fresh water. It would die. Black Americans trying to live in Africa they would die. They would die. We're different. We come from the industrialized world. And anything we build, if we can't, that means we're trapped here in America forever. Yeah, so you go to the Bronx, I'm like, dude, man, why are people gonna walk around with goats and shit, you know? It's like, goddamn, why are people carving up meat on the street and whatnot with flies and everything like that? What happened to sanitation laws, health inspector laws, and all shit like that? That's what he means by third world. Third world, they don't enforce basic stuff like zoning and shit like that, you know? Ordinances, permits, and whatnot, you know? They just do it anything whatnot. That's third worldism. No, I'm not saying Africa too good for Africa. I'm just saying, dude, man, you know, in order, I'm just saying, I'm just telling you, there's a reason why there's more Black people in Thailand right now from America than Africa. There's a reason why there's more Black people from America that live in Europe, you know, that live in Costa Rica than Africa. You know, Africa is not developed, you know, simple as that. When Africa gets developed, you'll attract more people. As simple as that, you know. It is what it is. Well, the problem is Black people have never been turned on to Southern Africa. Southern Africa is like the first world. But the topic tonight is America's low life culture. Why is it that when you look at America seems to glorify? Now, people always say, Colin, you're exaggerating. Okay, let me ask you a question. Why do we celebrate a man like Hugh Hefner? Really? The guy was a pimp. He got 80 years old, and I guess those was his wives. He could show up to award shows, everything like that. What is it about America that basically gives a pass to degeneracy? That's why we're going through the Jeffrey Epstein thing. You know, this guy had high level people going to his island and whatnot. You know, degeneracy. You know, no, Chukwu. There's Black people, Black women, and whole Black communities in Thailand. Married couples there, buying homes and everything. There's a growing African American community in Thailand. They got jazz clubs, restaurants. They got some of everything. They built the whole community over there. Matter of fact, the Black African American community in Thailand has been there since like the 60s, but now it's growing, you know, and Black Americans discovering Thailand, you know. Yeah, there's a lot of people over there in Thailand. They're living their best life, man. They're like, what the hell what the hell are we doing with America? You know? I don't know, just America basically is like I said, it's you know, when you look at the situation here, man, it's like, look, I don't want to be on my lowest level. Even when I'm dealing with what I want to be on a higher level. If we're gonna talk about anything, it has to be on a high level. I don't like being at my lowest level, you know, at my lowest level of human civilization. People ask me, well, Kala, would you let white people in Africa look? Why wouldn't I let somebody come there? And like, I'm not look. Only a white American can fathom. Basically, they walk around like this Goyim group, right? That their whole life is centered around just massively killing people of color to make America white. There's something wrong with that. These are low lives. No, you got Japan. They say, yeah, foreigners bother us, whatnot. But you're not sitting around with guns talking about we got to execute Chinese, blacks, anybody in Japan and whatnot. Only in America does this stuff exist. Even in Germany, where you got skinheads and everything, it doesn't happen. Only in America that you see violence. Only in America will a white boy, 19 years old, go to a friggin' grocery store and gun down like 10 black people and do it on live stream. Only in America. Only in America they have mass shootings and stuff like that. Only in America. So, like I said, we gotta say, why is that? Why is that? Why is people at their level of beast? It's like I think it all goes back to slavery in this country, where black and white became predator and prey. Black people were prey to a predator. It's a predatory thing, you know? And so the white man was not even a human being anymore. He was a beast. The black man was his prey. And he was a predator. You know, we're on a level of animals. The way they hunted black people down and tried to run away. It was on a level of animals. You stored yourself as a white man, not a human being, not a person. You know, you didn't see the person you were enslaving as a person or a human being. He just food, a food source, a labor source, a food source, a labor source. So it is what it is, you know. Now, I'm going to put the link in the chat room. Now, if you want to rumble with the Kala Rumble tonight, you know, step right up, and get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, step right up. No, low life culture mainly exists in America, bro. Principally, I'm sorry. Other people are poor, and you may be poor and destitute, right? But America has a addiction to low life culture. You know, after just looking at this my whole entire life, I would say America has a low life addiction to low life culture. And what gets me is black people are caught up in that because in many ways, Black America is like the lowlifes of the Black race. First said that, man, but a lot of Pan Africanists, man, I don't, look, I tell you, African brothers, man, y'all got to do something because people used to be pro African, pro Black, man. I'm just look around. You say Pharaoh said that's going in on West Africans. Damn, man, it's like African brothers, man. What the hell did y'all do to piss so many people off? So a thing where these people, these Somalians, were asking Tariq for a truce. They're like, yeah, now when you got white people joining the fight and it's tipping the balance in the hands of Black people, they're like, what the hell are you doing? What the hell are we doing? We're fighting Black people online with Tariq online. Now you got white people we got to deal with. And so I think these people feel like the Somalis feel like they're overwhelmed. So they're trying to make a deal with Tariq to stay off of them. But the thing is, they started this shit, They started this, And also, I want to ask was, I've been saying something I was building and teaching for the last few nights, right? Talking about the social contract, how Black America is 400 years into this country without a social contract, a collective for the community, right? That really made us a part of this country and secured our being. We never had that. We never had any safety. We never had no protection. We were never encompassed in the framing of the country, and we basically damn sure wasn't included, in this, right? So we got 400 years without a social contract, right? And the whole thing is, if America invites people over here who've come from the same answer, and they would like to believe that there is a social contract or whatever, right? Isn't that sort of spitting on the face of the Black people that's already here? Because we're fighting for a social contract to be recognized, whatever like that. America's never recognized us and respected us and everything. So there's no social contract. Social contract is just an agreement, we agree to be Americans. You agree to protect us and include us in all the blessings of America. America refused to do that. Now, specifically to Black Americans, specifically to us. Other people they did it to. Other groups, minority groups, they did that to. Black Americans, they said no. We have no hope for redemption because we are from a wretched class of ex-slaves. Yeah, Farrell said that. Yeah, he's like one of Chicago roasted niggas, man. He's hilarious. A lot of these people, these old ass Black people, right? They're freaking turning FBA overnight. I don't get it, A lot of these people are just basically. Let me tell you something. A lot of these people were always like black necks, They're like black necks. They're like black rednecks, And so they get this FBA stuff because how dare an African come over here and freaking, these Pan niggas been posting a lot recently. What do you mean by that, Kofi 3000? Kofa 3000? What Pan African niggas, What are you talking about, brother? What are you saying? We got Principe and whatnot, Step right up, step right up. Principe is up. What's going on?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's on your mind?
I don't know. I'm tuning in. I'm hearing you talk about low lives, and you're saying about that FBAs used to be Pan Africanists, and you're saying something about America. So I'm trying
Yeah,
to get.
eventually, I knew the FBA movement would come because America, somehow this place breeds low life culture. So FBA to me is low life culture. That's what I believe.
Some level of it, because still, even when they talk, they don't have like a real agenda. Like, okay, this is what
Look,
we want from
Crispy,
America. This is what we want from
look,
Africa. They don't
they
really
don't
have an
have a damn
agenda.
agenda. They don't have an agenda. The whole thing is getting online, and they're everywhere trying to make noise, and they want us to abandon the term African American. They want us to basically just so that I believe, what I believe. Tariq probably heard about Ras Baraka going to Liberia, right? And that's gonna be big if it grows, right? That means Liberia could pop into pension funds and stuff like that, like New York City has with Israel. So Tariq and I'm thinking, damn, man, if this happens, man, we're finished. See, the whole thing is these people, FBA knows that if you have black people that's actually can make money and vacation Africa, their whole idea of delineate. So when they say delineation, they mean black people don't go to Africa at all.
But doesn't Tariq still goes and he still have friends
No, he
that's
doesn't go to
African?
Africa. He hasn't been there in years
Oh,
because
I don't know. I don't follow him.
he went there before when he found that the Pan African hustle wasn't as profitable. He found his niche with the ADOS FBA. It's all about the money with him,
Yeah, but he always leaves the door open. He never not claim he's
What
not
do you
African.
mean? Leave the door open for what?
He can attach himself to that Liberia if the
I
thing really
don't care.
pops off.
I don't give a fuck what you attach yourself to. Once you're FBA, ADOS, and whatnot, to me, you're poison. Once you've been spouting that stuff that some of us already hear and whatnot, I don't want to hear what the fuck you gotta say.
But certain Africans even say that though. Certain Africans
what?
say that there's Africans already here.
There were no Africans here in America.
No, but certain Pan Africans believe
I
that they
don't know
were early
if
travelers.
no real Pan Africanist believes that. We would not friggin' be disrespectful to our ancestors and our history of our ancestors. We came over here from the Maafa, the Holocaust.
That's the majority. They believe that's a small.
Look, principally, most of these people talking are uneducated people. Most of these people probably never went no higher than 7th grade. That's what you're dealing with people online. They're not intelligent people. They
people like Dr. Ben.
What?
Dr. Ben.
Who's Dr. Ben? Dr. Ben said that?
It's the guy from back in the days, the older guy.
I don't know. If he said that, then he's a fool.
Dr. Ben Yakina.
So they believe that there were early African travelers who traveled throughout the world.
The truth is the damn truth. A lot of the people say what they think people want to hear, and we never had no real scholarship in Black America. We never did. That's why somebody like Dane Calloway would come along, because most of the so-called scholars and leaders were full of shit. They lie.
No, but he projects that there's no any type of connection to Africa.
Who?
Dane Calloway. Tariq doesn't do that. So I'm saying he always can piggyback and go around.
It doesn't matter. Tariq, he's always saying things like, technically, he has a problem with being called African. He said, technically, Elon Musk is an African. Technically, so what the fuck has that got to do with anything? When we say African, we're talking about your blood, your genetic makeup. Your makeup as a black man can only come from Africa. That's it. Whether you want to say you're culturally or something else, that's fine. But when we talk about in America, the context, it's about race. That's the only thing that matters here. Not your ethnicity, not what you think you are, your religion. The only thing that matters here is your fucking race. You got the white race, the Indian race, and the African race here. Those are 3 people, and the hierarchy. The white man was on top, the Indian was in the middle, and the black African was on the bottom. A lot of black people really don't like that is because they don't like their position in America. White man made it like that. The closer you are to him in color and phenotype, the better off you are. That's why when people try to claim Native American, they really want to have a proximity to white people. That's all that is. I know my people, I know them. And like I said, this is low life culture, where people are going out there friggin' denying their heritage, only in America, where people change their whole friggin' thing and actually believe that's nonsense, They get on TikTok when oh yeah, some history says I know. What genealogy you know that? Well, we were here 10,000. No, you weren't. Lady looked like she's from fucking Benin and shit. Talking about we were here. No, the fuck you wasn't. You know,
But
so
I've seen him argue against people who claim that they don't have no ties to Africa. But either way, low life
yeah, but what's the
culture.
point? What's the point of his FBA movement then? You know,
I
that's
think it's just
all
to
the
create
FBA. The
it's
FBA
a
movement is
toxic
all about.
way.
Hold on, FBA movement is all about black people basically distance themselves from their African identity. That's all it is. Don't say like it is. The FBA movement, trust me, I know these guys. The FBA movement is only about saying that you're not African and basically trying to have a hierarchy when it comes to America. You know, see, before the Africans started talking up a few years ago, these people were, oh man, Tariq when's the last time Tariq used the term racial white supremacy and race soldiers? He used to say it every day, right? But he don't talk about that now because it seems like he's a closet Trump supporter, you know, and he's a closet MAGA. Suddenly, white people are cool, right? And he's going after Somalis, and he's going after other Africans, you know. And so the bottom line, he's full of shit. Principally, he's
But those type of people always existed though in the Black American community.
What?
I think he attaches himself to them because he probably got hurt because he didn't get land in Zimbabwe, which
No,
was
he
a
ain't hurt,
dumbass.
man. He just knows where the next grift is. You know, the grift is. He don't know. Like me, I cannot lead people that believe something like that. Like, look, I don't want that. You're not my type of black people. You know, Tariq don't care who it is. You know, he don't care. He don't care who it is, as long as he's getting paid. All Tariq cares about is money and his lifestyle. That's it. This is all just a grift to him. Let me get Elvis on. Go ahead, Elvis.
I'm here, Carl. I'm just listening to the conversation. I mean, you're talking about low life. You know, you said something that I thought was unfair when you said that African Americans are the low lives of black people. I don't think that's true.
Well, I'm not saying we have a lot of high culture and achievements and everything like that. But I'll be honest with you, right? Right? And this is where I get this from. This is my observation, right? Just even going to Liberia, right? I watch how people interact with the police, right? I watch, and when I'm in Liberia, I watch how people react to authority. I watch how kids react to adults. Put those things together. Now come to America, right? I see kids fighting with teachers, fist fighting. That's normal. I see people. This one incident happened in Georgia. These two teenagers kicked in a lady's door, old lady's door. She fired in fear, right? Killed both of them, right? The mother is in the courtroom talking about they trying to sue her for $1 million. Said they were just trying to rob you. You didn't have to kill them. You would never hear something like that come from an African, you know?
Yeah, but every group have a underbody of like
No. This is
degenerates
something.
in Haiti and Jamaica and
I
Nigeria.
know. It has everything to do with our proximity to fucking white people. Like 1776 gets up here and says last night, the closer we are to Europe, the better we are. Or whatever. Like I said, why does America produce lowlifes like this? You know?
Well, it's because of. Do you don't think because there's a lack of agenda in the Black American community
No, it's not
that
that. It's just the fact of the
like
matter is
a person like Sammy.
we choose to fucking swim in the mud. Go ahead, Mari Shai.
Yes, hello. Hello everyone. I just wanted to call in
Hello,
and
hello.
hey, yeah, so I just wanted to call in because you're talking about like low life people. Um yeah, I think in Black America there is low life. I mean, like I do think it is low life in all type of like races and
America
stuff
is a
like
place
that.
that's for low life. You think Black America will be doing this, acting this way if let's say they were living in Russia?
These places have agendas though, and they have like a
And
strict code.
they're not genders. America somehow look when you look at America, right? When you have a culture that basically was so wicked and so decadent, and it was normalized, right? The founders of this country, who people revere, owned human beings. Thomas Jefferson was a murderer. He took people's lives, made them, enslaved them, made them, and mortgaged them off, made money. But this America swears by this man as a founding father. That means there's something really degenerate in the very fight. America is built on a lie, and America lives that lie. That's why
What is the lie, Carla? What's the
the
lie?
lie that this country, when it says in this founding that all men are created equal, that was a lie. The men who wrote that did not believe that. It's a lie.
That's true, but you have to remember in
There's
context
no
that
but.
it was
There's no
originally
but.
founded for the whites.
There's no but. You cannot build anything on a lie.
No, but you got to put it in context. You're right, but it's in context. They're talking about
context?
only themselves as
What
white.
other context is there? Is there a truth or a lie? It's only the truth and a lie.
In the sense that they're talking about all men are created equal, they're not upholding that.
But they clearly not. It's not even that. They clearly didn't believe that. They were lying.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah. But I'm saying they're talking about themselves, though. They viewed.
They did not believe what they were writing, but they knew that's what sounds good. That's why I said when America loves surface glossing, America loves a facade.
No, but you gotta remember they didn't view us as a race as humans.
It's not even
viewed us as less than.
The fact of the matter is,
especially your ancestors.
Hold on. These people principally knew what they were doing. It wasn't like some accident history. These men were very learned. They knew all about history. They knew the idea that black people were as inferior was a lie.
That may be true, but
hold on, principally. And even they went to the thing of basically right then, they said, George Washington, all these other people said, how we get away with this is we never teach the Negro his history. Make him think he was a slave all the time. These men were evil, and we're basically made to worship evil men. That's why we act the way we do.
Yeah, but that's
hold up. First, if you basically have a child, right? And a man has a child, right? His daughter. And by the time she's 12, he starts sexualizing her, talking to her and everything. Then he wants to be sent to school. And then when she starts acting up, right? Because she's been emotionally damaged. That's what happens with people when they're emotionally damaged. Black people are emotionally damaged by living a lie. The reason why she's emotionally damaged because, and I know this for a lot of black women, right? In America, right? This is another thing. I know a lot of black women who are sharing the pain of being raped, being molested and whatnot, and they can't say nothing. But yet they got to keep up the facade that their uncle is such a good man, their dad's such a good man. It's the same thing with America. We got
never mind. Because I don't want to tell my business on here. But
go ahead. Tell us something,
God, it's so bad. Because I don't want to do it because it's gonna make me cry.
Don't get
it's
too
gonna make me
personal,
cry. So no, I don't want to do that. So
I think you told some of the story before. We got you, America.
Yeah, but that's why I think at one time I told Brandon that, and I'm gonna tell you the same thing. Sometimes you're too hard on your people, man.
I'm not hard enough.
No, you're too hard on your people, man. Like you gotta put in context.
Look, we know all the evil that we do. Black America does a lot of evil, bad shit.
But you know what, Kala? I don't think. Well, oh God, what I was going to say? I think it's about free will because, like, people know what they're doing. People know good from bad. So, like, I always, like I said, I try to live a good life and things like that. I try not to go out there and do things like that. I think it's about free will, and people just do bad things because they just think, it's just what it is, and I just think people just need to really think about what they're going to do. People just like people go back and forth in and out of jail. It's like they know what they're doing, so I think it's about free will.
That's true. But I feel like Kala like to look down on sometimes on the Nation of Islam. With the Nation of Islam,
Nation of Islam did a lot of good things. When I would not be here if it wasn't for Farrakhan.
In the Black Church, you like to look down on these institutions created.
I'm a product of the Black Church, right? But
Yeah.
what
So
you're
so
trying to do is talk about politics. I don't believe politics and all the stuff you talk about belongs in the black church. I believe church. You go to church to get right with God. That's it.
yeah, but the black church always had a hand in politics
Yeah,
and
but
changing
I don't think
laws
I
and
never thought that
policies.
was right. They also people argued about that throughout the black church history. Should we get involved in it? That was always a point of contention in Black America.
But again, the Black America had a level of governance through the church and
Not
through the
necessarily.
Nation
We
of
had
Islam and all
strong
this type of
families
institution.
and stuff like that. When we went to church, to praise God, we were God centered. You know,
Yeah, but that's
it never
also where
it
people used to
never
meet their
translated to
mates in
political
church.
power and everything. The church is not for politics, brother. You know, it's not. You know, we have a
You don't think that?
separation of church and state. We don't have politics. Anytime, let me tell you something. Anytime somebody came to a black church talking politics, whatnot, black people always looked at them side eyes. You know, the majority of black people, black churches, didn't join the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Didn't. Martin Luther King couldn't get a majority of black churches. He only had 1,300 churches, right? There was like thousands of churches in
That's
America,
good. That's
right?
a good number though. That
Yeah, but hold on, but it's not, it
1,300.
wasn't the majority though, you know.
You don't need a majority. You need a good coalition. That's a good
Well,
coalition
so
size.
yeah, but the bottom line, they didn't speak to a broad section of Black America. You know, I mean, they can do whatever they want to do, but don't sit there and pretend like, oh, Martin Luther King, Southern Christian land. Most black people didn't care about integration and shit like that. You know, they
I
didn't.
understand that, but I'm talking about in terms of the family structure, the communal structure, the agenda, the shame. The church served
Well,
as a
yeah,
governance
the church,
of
that
the
was
black
your religion.
community.
That was what we practiced and
Yeah, but
everything like
you don't
that.
think
Well,
that's missing
hold on.
today?
Like I said, you know what the problem was? We became more American. When we
Yeah,
was in
but
our own
that's missing
communities
today
one
though.
night, did our own thing, whatever like that, we didn't have this level. When we stepped out and our women started wearing tight skirts and stuff like that, you know, they started doing all this nonsense, wearing the makeup and stuff like that, you know, and basically being a liberated, so-called liberated woman and all stuff like that. That's when the community fell apart, you know.
Yeah, 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 but that's
The
one.
more
So,
we embraced
hold on.
America.
So, are you saying it's all black women's fault?
No, I'm
No,
not
it's
saying
not all
all
black
black
women's
women's
fault.
fault. I'm
No,
saying, hold on, first of all, let
go
me
ahead,
say
go
this.
ahead, Carla.
I don't want Mari mad at me, so let me clear this up. You know, what I'm saying is, the woman, right, is how the society, any culture, evolved. Because it used to be a time where black women were very, very demure, reclusive, virtuous, and just, everybody loved the black woman in America at one time. White men, everybody, because she was just, white people for different reasons. She was somebody's maid or nanny. Black men loved her because she was always a strong a pillar of the community and whatnot. You know, she kept her virtues and everything, you know. But when you tell women that, you know, hey girl, you need a career. Hey girl, like I seen it happen in my family, right? My cousin Debbie, my big cousin Debbie, right? I remember one time because I mean my uncle Al was really strict. He was like the patriarch of the family. My cousin Debbie, their family, they were like we always call them the Cosbys. So they were like the richest family in our family, you know. They were like the richest. You know, my Uncle Al, he was just really strict with his kids. You know, when he he would never let his kids eat at anybody's house. He would never let them eat at anybody's house. You know, he was that strict and whatnot, where they went and everything like that. He treated his kids like gold. But anyway, my cousin Debbie, I never forget, like 2 years into college, she come back and started saying all this stuff whatnot. My Uncle Al was like, well, she was like, well, you know, just saying all this psychologist shit, like, that's why women are oppressed, just all that shit, And now she learned to forgive him, whatnot, He was a hard man. My Uncle Albert was a hard man, but she learned to forgive him over the years. Now he's passed away. He died of COVID, a few years ago. He died of COVID. And she learned to forgive him and everything like that. But the point I'm trying to make is she was on this thing where, I was indoctrinated by the church, I was a victim of the patriarchy and all stuff like that. You get what I'm saying, Mari? I'm a victim of the patriarchy. Now she sees, she realized she just went off to college. And a lot of people are like that. They get freedom for the first time. She went to LIU, and she was like, basically, she went to school with Letitia James. I think that was her sorority sister, Her and Letitia
In
James
New York,
were friends.
you
What?
talking about in New York?
She went to LIU, Long Island University,
No, you talking about Letitia James from New York,
Yeah, the Attorney General.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They're
Okay, I know
still
you talking
friends.
about.
They're still friends. They all hang out in the same circle. These
So
elite.
what is her what is her view today then of
Well, my uncle died, and whatnot. She know now that, okay, it is what it is. It is. So, we got a bigger problem. Cousin Debbie's very smart. She's like, cousin Debbie's like a millionaire. She's like,
that's good. That's good. But I'm saying what is her perception on the role of the church, the role of
let me tell you something.
uncle,
My family in New York, when
feminism?
the topics of blackness and race never come up. I'm the only one that's conscious of my family.
No, but I'm saying what is the you said they're like the copy. So what is the rudiment or balance in their family that keeps them together and that keeps them morally
We
driven?
have a strong family.
Are they still church like
All my
church
cousins in
centered?
New York have businesses. They're wealthy. We have a church. They have a church. My cousin Kenny's a pastor. They're
Okay,
all in
okay,
church. They're all Christian.
okay. But that's one of my things. I'm saying like what, like a lot of people. I think I was talking to Elvis when he was trying to do the not Elvis. It wasn't Elvis who brought that up, but it was what's that guy name? Kwame. He was trying to make it a Islam versus a Christian thing versus a
I don't know
traditional
how
thing.
Kwame comes up here talking about we need to get rid of Ava. Dude, man.
And I was trying to explain to him that the church in many ways helped protect traditional culture in the
And
black cultures
also, you
in
can't just tell
Jamaica,
somebody.
African Americans, and Haiti.
You can't just
So
tell
so it's
somebody that the problem is that Abraham. Look, the church is what married my family, married my mother and
that's what
father.
I'm saying.
The church is basically what kept the community together, told us right and wrong, and stuff like
Hmm.
that. So how you guys gonna be like, you gotta get rid of that? What place or what the Amos that Amos thing he follows, or some Sinetta or Polite? That's what we will
Hmm.
replace it with. People
No,
have
but
this
even
idea that they're gonna basically uproot Black America right now. And the bottom line is this, as I said, I'm not worried about this FBA because I know the Pan African movement is going to win because, as I said about yesterday, this thing with Amos is fruity. Yeah, he is fruity. I don't know what Kwame sees this guy. He's a fruitcake.
what the hell?
And so what I'm gonna say, yeah. So it is what it is,
But
man.
Carla, every people have a nationalist group and a more like general Pan Africanist type group, and every black group, and even every white group, they have their own little more nationalist people, and then they got the more globalists, etc. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. So it's this FBA happened to be a little bit more toxic than usual because it's more bashful towards other people. But
I know. Look.
every nation has
It's like
a
this.
national.
I don't mind anybody doing anything as long as I think you're serious. FBA to me is not a serious movement. The FBA is very. I don't know. The FBA is rooted in their dislike of Africa for some reason. And what gets me is that FBA when I look at them, they're the ones that look like they have the most African features on them.
Well, most
And
African Americans look African, man. It's just like a good 20% that looks like kind of mixish, but most of them look
They'll say no,
light
no,
skin,
no.
brown skin, dark
African
skin African.
Americans got different phenotypes on it, but I'm saying the usually FBA types, man. We talk FBA. I swear they be like a Nigerian talking smack, trying to pretend like he's Black American.
Yeah, but Africa has different phenotypes as well, so it's not
Yeah,
like
no,
if you
but I'm
go
saying the
like
typical.
Tariq Nasheed. There's a guy named
Hold on, what you think is African? Like I said, when I saw that TikTok video going around and people grinding, is right away I looked at those Africans. They're really dark skinned and whatnot.
no,
I said,
there's different tones, different features. There's a guy that named Talib in Gambia, right? Talib. He's a politician. He's in the media right now. He left his party or something like that. He looked just like Tariq Nasheed, bro.
Yeah, I
His name
mean,
is
I'm sure
Talib.
there's always exceptions, but I'm saying when you think of Africans, you're thinking of Michael Blackson, you're thinking of
Bro,
Akon.
most people don't look like no goddamn Michael Blackson, man.
Yeah, most people do, bro.
Bro, there's different. What tribe does he even come from? There's people.
Well,
There's
I don't
tribes
know,
way
but
bigger
I
than
would
his
say
tribe. So what?
I would say that's 90% of all West Africans.
What? Where you get this number from, bro?
Because look, online, Africans like to lighten their skin and do all shit like that. But in real life, man, you go to Africa and whatnot, most people look like Michael Blackson and Akon. That's the truth.
Bro, Akon is from a particular tribe, man.
No, yeah, but
It's like
most
you
tribes look
generalize.
like that. That's how most tribes real tribes, unless they're bleaching their skin, most Africans look like that. You know,
Most black people are dark skinned and brown skinned.
no.
Yeah.
Africans are black. You know, very black. You know, come on.
No, which so
No.
in Liberia, most people are
Liberian
dark,
people got
dark,
different
triple darkness.
phenotypes because they're mixed with Black Americans and whatnot. You know,
Bro,
you know,
No.
so it's a little different.
bro, you go to Benin, there's people that's brown and dark skinned.
If
Yeah.
they do have brown,
There's light skinned people as well,
that's
but they're like,
basically because they have French admixture. Because the French used to colonize that place and made it with some.
bro, you're
No,
probably
no.
as dark as me, and you have
I'm not
probably
dark
some
as you. I'm
additional
light brown.
admixture.
I'm brown skin. I'm light brown skin.
Yeah, but you have admixture, right?
Well,
There's
yeah.
Africans the same complexion as
So
you
I'm saying
in
Yeah.
Liberia.
most Africans look a certain phenotype, bro. You know, let's be honest.
There's a
So,
typical
Well,
phenotype, and then there's phenotypes. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go.
oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go
No,
ahead.
it's fine. You can go. You got a point to make. Make your point. It's no problem.
but I'm saying my
I
point.
was
The point I'll try to make about that principle is that I think, like I said, especially this one chick that be annoying on fucking TikTok. She was, you Africans, this. I'm like, I'm feeling saying, bitch, you look like you're Nigerian damn self. I feel like saying to her, yo, look, I could put you on a market somewhere in Ghana and you would fit right in, you know? Like you actually we look like no. See, a lot of Black Americans imagine they're racially ambiguous, so they look like an African American. But there's something but most African Americans who don't have who the majority of African Americans don't care about that, right? Because they're like, okay, whatever it is. It's only the ones that basically you could tell they were called African or booty scratcher or dark in their youth, right? Those are the ones that tend to be FBA because their minds back of when they were growing up and they were teased for being dark skinned or whatever like that, you know. And now they come out now, they want something to separate themselves from Africans and Haitians, you know. I'm telling you, I know my people, you know.
Yeah, but you can't. You know how many people stop me and say I look like their cousin, and I'm Haitian and they're African
Well, I
American.
don't know about that.
yeah, yeah, Kala.
You know
Yeah.
how many. Go ahead, Mary Shaw.
Oh no, go ahead. That's okay. Go ahead.
No. Go, make your point. You got no, Colin. Let her speak, man. Let her speak. Let her make her point.
She want to talk. Look, my point, principally, my point I'm trying to make is that the people who are FBA and stuff like that talk that stuff like that. The only thing they have to identify with being Black America is the fact that they're slave descendant. You know, some of these people look because remember something. There's a lot of Black people who came here in the 1800s, right? The people who ancestors came here in the 1600s tend to have admixture, like my family, you know, like I am, right? My family came here in the 1600s, right? And I have Irish, Scottish, and Welsh ancestry, right? The Black people who came here in the from the 1790s, 1800s tend to be pure Black. They come from the Senegambia region and places like that, right? And although they became culturally African American, right? You could tell. You know, I remember I was watching this one program. This one guy who was African American from South Carolina, right? Gullah Geechee, right? And he did his DNA test, right? And get this, it came back 100%. And he actually was someplace in Ghana. 100% this tribe in Ghana. I forgot what it was, you know? 100%. Not 1% European, 2% Native American, something like that. He gave back 100%. There's people in Black America that are 100 that survive, very small percentage that are 100% African, right?
But Kala, it's not about the skin color because you have
I know
you,
that, Maury.
you have but you have like the San people and the Igbo people. Some of them are 100% African, but they're just light skinned. So we can't.
I know that. I know that. What I'm saying is when this guy did his DNA, right? Because he was like, you know, he wanted to find out his. He thought what he thought was that some of the white plantation. He went to his plantation as family. He had the same name as the white plantation. Him and the white guy who was a descendant of his slave masters, right? Were basically met to talk about reparations or something like that. And the guy was like, well, how much you think you're owed? You know, he owed a tobacco plantation, right? The guy said, well, this, and the guy was, first he was saying, I know that he was told that he has slave masters' blood in him, his family's blood in him, right? And then when he did his DNA, he did not have 1 ounce of white blood in him. You know, he was 100%. That's the point I'm trying to make. I know about the Igbos and everything, but
Well,
he had
I
100.
think that's wonderful to be 100%
Yeah, but he
African.
thought that he was gonna have white DNA, so he would have a case for like, your ancestors raped my ancestors, some shit like he was saying, and came back. His shit came back 100% from some tribe in West Africa. Particularly. Not only that, he usually have people come from different regions, right, in Africa. His tribe, 100% of the DNA traced back to this one region of Ghana. That's unusual. That's
Wow.
100% of your DNA traced to one place. Usually, it's broken up because your father, mother may come from different parts and whatnot. His ancestors came 100%, both sides, from this one particular tribe and whatnot. That means that his ancestors must have came to that plantation intact.
That's
Carla,
good.
according to the DNA percentages, most people, quote unquote, still in the South still have higher DNA of African blood than the people in the West and the people in the East. You know what you guys
Let
did
me
when y'all
let me
went up
let me
north.
get
Y'all was looking for them red bones,
let me
and y'all
let me
mixed your blood.
let me
So you
nobody
guys,
nobody gives a shit about that. Yo,
no,
let
no,
me
no.
get
But that's what y'all did. Y'all was looking for red bones and,
who
and,
was looking for
and
red bones.
mulattoes. You go look at the old pictures of the slaves. They were regular light skinned, dark skinned, brown skinned black people.
Whatever. Let me go ahead, Musa.
Yeah, Carla, greeting to you and your panelists, man. The reason why I joined your panel is because I see that you spewing some nonsense, and
What am
I
I
have to quick
what
in,
am I spewing
and I
now?
have to quick on. You're talking about some tribe in Africa, listen, man, Africa is very diverse. Okay, you're gonna get some people that are very dark skinned. You're gonna get some people that are like dark brown, light brown. It's a diverse continent. Like people came in different shade. That does not mean that they have a European admixture or Arab admixture.
I never said that.
You know,
You know.
I mean
When I
You
that's
said
what
said
you
I'm
most
were
saying,
people.
talking
You
to
said most
Pratik
people like
about, man,
Akon, man.
and that's why I had to chime in. People in Benin, they came from different shade. It does not mean they have European admixture. Like,
I said, yeah. Look, bottom line,
you
yeah,
know what
because
I'm saying? But that's what you were saying earlier on, man. So I had to call
no,
in
I
to
said
check you on that,
if I
man.
said sometimes, that's what's the case, but other times I don't know what the case is.
But
Like
but but you make it seem as if like if someone is like brown skin, that means that they have European admixture, or the people in Liberia, they have Black American admixture. What does that even
well, they
mean,
do,
man?
they do, they
I
do.
mean, I mean,
They do.
are you saying you guys are different from the native Liberian? Are you guys not
Well,
African?
I look. We're not the ones who basically said we were different. They did. They said we were different. They said we weren't real Africans.
Well,
And
I'll
in
tell
what
you
sense?
this. When I went to Nigeria, okay, so I seen varieties of different shades of color and hair types. And even there's a girl that when I went on Dinah's tour, there was a Yoruba girl. Me and her have the same hair type, but would you say she has admixture? I mean, she's Yoruba.
No,
She's her
there's Africans basically from Chad, right? The 100% Africans got real long hair that's silky, just like there's a tribe in Angola, right? The women have hair down to their friggin' ankles in Angola, African,
yeah.
But some African women are from West Africa, Central Africa, do not have hair like that, have, short hair. But there's some African women that have very long hair, but it's still 100% African, don't mean they're mixed.
It's genetic, man. It's called genetic.
Yeah.
In South Sudan, like people are known to be like very tall and gigantic. And some tribe in Chad,
And
like
some
they are
people,
known to have
like
that
I
long
said,
hair.
look, there's nothing wrong with basically, like I said, that's why when we talk about Pan Africanism, there's a lot of internal racism in the black race. I think Black America basically created
The
until this,
concept of
hold on,
race
until
does
FBA
not
came
work
along,
in Africa, bro.
until this FBA came along, fueled by backlash from African and Caribbeans, right? It was a backlash to that. But until they came along, people much got FBA movement, AF movement came on. Black was black. You know, the FBA came in and basically said, no, we're different. And the bottom line is this, look, they're trying to racially delineate by saying that they're different. And like I said, my point I'm trying to make was the people who talk like that, right? I noticed, right? They're the people who, and people like when I say this, probably have more African DNA, 100% African DNA than most people, right? And those
look, color. It's a farce, man. It's a farce. These people cannot delineate. How can they properly delineate when they see Ethiopian woman? They go after the Ethiopian woman. When they see a Somali woman, they try to talk to a Somali woman. When they see like a lighter skinned African woman from the continent, they try to talk to that woman. How can they truly delineate when they talk about each other? When they talk about the gender war, that's not delineation.
That's true, Musa. That is really true.
Yeah.
Because I always see online, they always be talking about Ethiopian and Eritrean and Somali women. They always be saying Ethiopian women got the best looking women.
Right. You can't take these people serious.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As I said, man, the bottom line is it's all about convenience, right? Ethiopian women look good. Guess what? It's okay, right? And a woman from, let's say, Senegal, nah, man, she's too dark, whatever, like that, you know. And which but let's delineate. Haitian women, let's delineate. What? She from Ethiopia? She from Ethiopia or Eritrea? Oh, we got to find out how we get along. We got a lot in common.
But Carla, they gotta take notes. They gotta take notes from the East African, like the Somali, especially the Somali. Oh, they know how to delineate. Like these people, like they practice on endogamy. You know, so they know how to delineate Somali very well.
Somalia is a country that has no infrastructure. They got better things. That's why I said when you got a country with no infrastructure, no nothing, you know, and one of the main occupations is robbing ships at sea and whatnot, you know. I mean, delineation and stuff like that.
That's Carla. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Carla, you gotta apologize for what you said earlier about Nigeria, man.
Like what?
You gotta apologize. You said something about God took a break on the 6th day and he shit it on.
Oh yeah. I just said, look, that's a little myth, man. I mean,
ain't no myth, man. You gotta line, man.
Okay, if anybody was offended by that, I'm sorry, man, but you know, but I thought it was a little humor. God forbid if I have a sense of humor, you know.
Man, I get it if you're going back and forth with Mike and you say that, okay, that's a joke back. There was no reason to say the joke, man.
Yeah, I thought it was funny, you know. I say that joke all the time, though, you know.
So if you're saying that joke all the time, how can you say that there was no like like I said, the FBA basis is people that make slick comments about Africans and then Africans who make slick comments about African Americans.
Well, I'm not talking about all. Look,
that always existed.
Let me tell you something. I know for a fact of the matter is the majority of Nigerians do not think like Michael Olawale. I know.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the slick comments sometimes get under certain people's skin, and they try to project it as the vast majority of people believe what Mike believes, which is false. In the same way, certain Africans might hear you speak and say, "Here's a crazy joke like that," and they'll think, "Okay, vast majority of you guys think like that," which is fake, you know.
But you know what, though? I feel like Mike needs to stop because I'm trying to tell you, every time I see a Nigerian at my job or anywhere, I always feel like we're definitely. I said this is definitely our people because there's this nurse at my job. I swear. I thought she was African American, but she's Nigerian. I said, see, we look just alike. Cause I just keep looking at her and I'll be like, she look like she can be my sister or cousin or something like that.
Marsha, here's another thing, right? When you see some Caribbeans talk, this is why black people are a fucking joke, right? Excuse my language, right? You see some Caribbeans get on TikTok with that. Before they even talk, you look like just a regular black person you come across every day. I'm like, lady, you're a Nigerian. Halfway through the conversation, she's see, we Nigerians, we're taught this, the Black Americans are taught this, and I was taught not to talk to Black people. But I said, lady, I thought you were gonna tell me that you was working at Wendy's last night. You're the woman I saw. Look, there's absolutely no difference phenotypically when you look the same, you are the same. That's why I see it, right? People get caught up in this. We're different because we're like, look, in America, if you're Black, you're Black. That's it. Somebody Black does something, guess what? You did it too. Now look at that lady that was doing that that eat and run, Marsha, right? She looked like she could pass for a Nigerian chick, So when a Nigerian sees that, I'm like, damn, that can't be us. That's what it goes both ways. I'm trying no. When somebody looks at you, they're gonna see that woman. Because although she's Black American, I guess, phenotypically, you're the same. So Africans do the same thing too. When they see Black people doing some deviant stuff, they're like, man, I want to delineate. You can't delineate. You're
No, but I think the problem is they're just acknowledging distinction, and
yeah.
there's
But
nothing wrong with that.
hold up. Look, let me tell you something, right? We're all distinct, right? But in the real world, do you really think that distinction really matters, brother?
It doesn't matter, but I'm saying when you're amongst yourself, that's where the distinction really happens. Like the same goes for the European when they're amongst themselves.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
white
you
white
but
becomes
I'm
not
trying to
just
say,
white; it becomes. Go
but
ahead.
let's be honest about ourselves, Principe. It ain't about among ourselves. These people want to look a certain way to white people because that's what I said. America brings people to their lowest level, right? When you come to this country, when you come to this country, who is fool talk about? Why this motherfucker can't say I love South Sudan? Look how dumb this motherfucker sounds, How the fuck I look like South Sudan? So that's somebody that basically wants to include me in their race. I'm sorry, bro. Man, I mean, I like the invitation, man, but nah, what's two different races, bro? No, what I'm saying is this though. When you're in this country, your phenotype and what you are is what you are. And I think, but to be honest with you, right? I think people are trying to delineate, not to distinguish yourself among ourselves. It's to distinguish yourself for white people. That's all. This guy, the homie's always saying it. He's been saying it for a year. Kyle looks South Sudanese. Yeah. I look like a dinker, Yeah, I know. I look like a dinker.
You said distinguish with themselves for white people for what? What
Because
exactly?
they want cool points. When I know I'm not stupid, You know why, Principe? I know this? Because when I was growing up, I used to do it. I used to always be in front of white people and my white friend talking about I'm not like the rest of them. And I knew white people were racist and whatnot, but I'm not like them, I come from a nice house. I come from a good family, My family got money. We do this. I do the same things you do. I'm not like those kids you've seen on the 6 o'clock news, That's what delineation is. You want to delineate so you can protect yourself in the face of the hatred from the majority white population, the power structure. That's what it is. When people talk about delineation, principally, it's all about your proximity to white people, your likeness to white people, to get favors and to be picked by white people. That's all it is.
What I
Nothing.
think, what I think it is too, is blacks trying to be better than other blacks.
That's all it is in front
It's
of white
just
people. That's all.
crazy. Yes. And I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to be racist, but no other race is that important to try to put down other blacks. Um, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is no other race is that important to be trying to put down other black people.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like, I mean, I don't feel like there's no greatest race. You know what I mean? Like white people are not better than us. I'm not gonna sit here and think another race is better than me. I'm sorry. No.
No, they're not better, So if you go around them and basically constantly throwing other black people under the bus, you are saying they're better because white people never throw another white person under the bus for you. You know,
Oh, that's not true. They do that too. When you
how do they do it? I never seen a white
I've
person
seen it a hundred
ever hold.
times over,
Ain't no
man, in
white
New
person
York,
ever
man.
says, "Oh, those are bad white people." White people
I've
are
seen white folks talk down on the small hats. I've seen that in person in
I
real
mean,
life.
they talk down on Jews, but the thing is, though, they can't talk down Jews because Jews usually have more money than the average white person. It's like you talk down on somebody who has a higher social status than you.
I've seen like Russian type people talk down on like the different type of like Italians in South Brooklyn
I mean,
and
that's like,
vice versa.
people may say stuff like that, but let me tell you something, right? They have nothing to gain by saying that to you. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't get it, you know.
I get it. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying
Black
I've
people
seen it
have
before. You
black
make it
people
seem like it's
have
non-existent.
something tangible to gain by distancing themselves from other black people. You know, the white person
What?
has nothing to gain by distancing
No,
other white people.
it's actually the opposite, man. You have less to gain from distancing yourself from other black people.
No, you have look. If you try to get a job or a contract with white people, and you know they're racist and whatnot, you're gonna make sure that you know if you're gonna do this work site, they ain't gonna be your homies showing up because you're not that type of black man. You know, you stay to yourself and you're responsible. You're not gonna be knocking over a 7-Eleven on the weekends with your homeboys. I'm
I
just
get
saying.
that from that perspective. I'm saying when you say you're building up a image of, let's say, FBA or
You
African
know,
American,
if
you're
you're
trying to
building
build
up
up
an
an image.
image of yourself or not, the best thing you can do, like a lot of so-called FBAs do, is what not FBAs, but just people in general do, is make sure that they're not associated with bad images. You know,
Absolutely, that's number one.
so it is what it is. People, and to me, Black America has become toxic, and a lot of Black immigrants want to distance themselves from that toxicity. You know, and a lot of middle class Black people want to distance themselves from that toxicity. You know,
Exactly.
and nobody wants to be associated with these Marsha, what has a female? How do you feel, man? I mean, Black women have been taking L's last few days.
Well, Kyla, I would just say this. I don't have any friends. The only friend that I have that I recently saw her mom um in Walmart. It was my friend from middle school. She was like one of my best friends. And we're gonna be meeting up on Tuesday to go out to eat. But that's the only friend I really have. I don't have any friends because it's always drama. And I'm not saying all black women are drama, but it's always drama. And I'm sorry, I'm not the type that will hang out with hood rat ratchet women. And I'm not because I'm more introverted. I'm more closed
Yeah,
off and
you're one
things
of the
like
good ones.
that.
You're one of the good.
I
You're one of the good girls.
Yeah, and I'm not out here trying to be fighting and getting in trouble and stuff like that. Just doing all kind of grimy stuff. I'm not that type of
Marisha,
person.
hold on, Marisha. There's positive woman in churches and cultural centers, stuff like that. Why you don't have to be around no hood rats. I don't like hood
But
rats neither. I don't be around hood rats.
There's hood rats in
but
churches,
see,
man. What are you talking about?
What you said,
but
Colin?
There's hood rats twerking in church. They down took over the
They
church, man.
twerking it. Colin, man, please, man.
Oh,
Twerking in
you don't
churches.
believe me?
Come on, man.
All right,
we'll
Prince
we'll
B.
see we'll see. Principal,
You
I'll
could have found
always
some
see.
random ratchet church, but I'm saying that's not the
No,
average church,
it's
man.
growing.
Oh man,
Churches are
all
now
right.
allowing that so they can get members in. The church has become a joke.
We'll see Prince to be and even though I went to church last Sunday because my grandma wanted me to go, but I'm really, I mean, I'm not saying I don't want to hang around Christian black women. I'm not saying I don't want to, but like I'm spiritual and I want to have friends that's more on alignment with me, like growing in our spiritual journey. um I'm sorry, I can't worship white Jesus. I'm sorry, I just cannot do that. And I'd rather not have friends that worship white Jesus either. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there's African centered churches. There's also cultural centers that's Pan African or African centered cultural centers that's African American. You could find one in your community, especially when there's like festivals or stuff like that. And you go to the cultural events and you get linked in through there. Why would you automatically assume that the only branch or people that you can hang with is hoodlums and hood rats and goons and
but
sellouts? I mean,
but Principally, I'm not saying that all black women are. I'm just saying that I don't know. I pretty much like to be by myself, principally, to be honest. Like I'm more of an introverted person. I like solitude. I like to be by
Okay.
myself. And it's not that I don't want friends. It's like, I mean, like
No,
I
you
had
I
friends back
understand.
in the day, and I just, what some of the things that they said, like, okay, I had a friend named Kim. She was saying, I just didn't like this. What she said, she said the reason why she is dating a white man because she don't want any dark babies. I had to cut her off. So I did have friends, but the way that some of them thought, I said no, I can't do this. So over the years, I just grew apart from some of my friends and I just been alone ever since. So, I mean, now this friend that I'll be meeting up on Tuesday, she's cool. She ain't never said anything like that. Nothing disgusting. We always been cool, best friends, and I'm just so happy to meet her on Tuesday, meet her back in Tuesday because I haven't seen her in a long time. So,
Okay, okay. That's positive.
I was
That's
watching.
like
You guys,
Africans to me, man.
mute is. Well, watch. As they say, that's how church used to be. Now you're gonna show in churches now. Freaking there's people twerking. They're doing all kinds of crazy shit nowadays, man. It's like, look, the hood rats have taken over the church and whatnot. It's like I go in church, I see that, man. I'm walking right the fuck out. You know who they don't like is Geno Jenkins. Geno Jenkins don't put. He basically, you women come in church, you better not have no revealing shit on, whatever like that. He's that old time
Yeah,
preacher.
but
I
this
saw.
is this is like well, you don't even know what type of church that is. You don't know what you don't know what type of dance they're doing. They could be
Look,
African American, they could
look. Let me
be
tell you something.
African, they
Your
could be
dance in church, supposed to
spiritualists.
be there. Principally, church is not some gathering like you think it is. You have to have a church sermon has and what's prayed before God has to have anointment. And when something's the anointment because it's going to God and something of the flesh. You cannot bring the flesh in the church. You know. So the bottom line is these people basically. I tell people all the time, you can do whatever you want to do, but keep the freaking religion out of it. Keep the church out of it. Look at this one right here. Look at stuff like that. People just acting the fool when they're in church when I like. It's like you dancing when I try to show off when I. This is
Colin,
Tyler, when
Colin,
I
what type of Christian
when
were
my
you,
wife
man? What
took
type
me
of?
to church recently, they were doing the exact same shit in
Yeah, yeah,
Africa,
well,
and it's
yeah.
been
That's what I'm
that way
saying.
in every church I've been to. In
yo,
fact, I
John,
was
I
so
grew up in
confused.
church. I don't remember this
I
shit. I don't
there was
remember
some
this shit.
little kids dancing. I thought they were going to do some praise
Like I
dances.
said, man,
They started doing some
if
weird
I
little
ever go to
twerking
any
type
church,
shit.
if I ever go to any church to see that, I'm getting up and walking right the fuck out. Simple as that. I grew up in church. I grew up in church.
Yeah, but what denomination type church?
I grew up in church, a black church.
No, what denomination? What kind of?
No matter
What
what
kind of?
denomination. I grew up in all
So some are
denominations.
more conservative than the next. You
It
know.
No, it's
matters.
who gets preach the word of God and who's about foolishness. That's all it
No, no,
is.
no. So like certain churches have the
Oh,
Pentecostal, they
look,
believe in the
look at this. This girl,
Pentecostal and Holy
she's like in the
Spirit.
club.
oh yeah, I know what Princip he's talking about. There's like the sanctified churches where they do all the dancing and stuff and catching the Holy Ghost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
And
Sometimes.
that's the
Okay,
ones that they
okay.
pretend
yeah.
like they're Catholic
I
and don't
guess.
do
Look,
anything. They just stand there.
look at this. Like, look, this is like okay. Yeah, it's like I
Well,
said.
well, Kyla, they used to do that at my church. The guy that
I
just
don't know.
doing that
I don't know.
dance,
Like I said,
yeah,
your
it's
church,
a
whoever
Collar,
church
collar,
do that, I
no, it's
guarantee
collar.
a
They're gonna
you,
put
it's a
you out, man. I
Christian
don't think you're doing the
Baptist
moves,
church.
man.
look, you might as well look. You might as well not even go to church. If you're gonna do that, just go to
Collar
the
can't
club.
keep up with the moves,
Look,
man.
just
It
go
sounds
to
like you can't keep up
just
with the
go.
moves.
All you have to do is go to the fucking club. You want to go to
They're
the
gonna
club,
put
go
you
to the
out,
club.
Collar.
Kyla,
Let's go to
that's
the
not
club.
what. That's
I'm
Collar
sorry,
got
I
two left
cannot
feet, man.
compromise. That's the way I freaking believe. I believe certain things. There's boundaries. When you go to church, you're going before the Lord. You know, there's a certain respect you gotta have. If you can't help yourself with twerking, dancing, and acting sexualized and whatnot, save it for the damn club. That's just my opinion. You know, somebody you may disagree with me. That's fine, right? But that's the way I see it.
I'm
Some
not
people
disagreeing
disagree with
with
me
you,
on that, but
Kyla.
I have a different set of morals. Go ahead, honey flower.
Hello. The
Yeah.
thing about the church thing is like you can say that the women are twerking, but where are the men? Like, why have the men abandoned their God? Like, why have they
No,
abandoned?
because the church, they know black
Why?
men know the church is full of shit. That's why black men don't attend church like we used to.
It's not
That's
our
their
real
fault.
God.
Why did they?
Well,
Why did they
if the
abandon the
church
church?
is full of shit and black men were the ones leading the church and still currently lead the
Well,
church
I
to
know
this
black
day,
men aren't leading the
that would
church
mean black
anymore.
men ain't shit
Yo, check this out,
Thank you.
by
Jonathan.
default.
Hold on, Jonathan. Right,
Jonathan.
black
Thank
men haven't been leading the
you.
church in the generations. Hold on, let me say
You
it, honey
can't
flower.
blame women for
What's
everything.
going on right now is you got like Jamal Bryant. He has all females in there,
Black men.
single, broken women and whatnot. And the black women fund these guys. Like, think of Umar Johnson.
I ask you a question. Hold on. How can the same black men that say that Jesus was black are the same black men that refuse to walk into a church? Make
No,
it make
I'm saying,
sense.
I'm
Make
saying this.
make
Right?
sense.
You don't have to look. You don't have to. People think your faith. You're right. I mean, I haven't been to church in a while, right? But I still practice a Christian faith. The church is not. The church is just where you fellowship. That's all. The church has nothing to
That's
do with the
important for
religion.
the
It's just where you
unity.
fellowship. So what I'm saying is, go ahead.
So here's the thing. This is what I've observed. As far as church attendance amongst Africans, that is still high. Like whenever you drive around on Sunday or you look outside the window, I see Africans going to church. I don't see as many African Americans going to church.
No, we haven't gone to church in a long time. I know
But
that.
you can't just
Because-
blame women. I feel like when the crack epidemic came, it's like a spiritual darkness just took over the black I think it started then when the drugs came into the community and then the
Yeah,
music
there
on
were
top of it.
people in the church.
Well,
There were people in the church doing drugs.
And then
will
Black
Kala
people
will
Collar,
started going to
collar,
Kala
church
collar,
when they
man.
will
tried to
Kala
reject when they tried to
will
reject aka white religion.
yeah, will
Once you
Kala,
become
there's
Pan
a
African and you hold on to African roots, then you try African spirituality practice. You jump around from Ife, voodoo, and all kinds of other crazy shit, and then you end up with nothing because at the end of the day, the foundation of Black America was the Black church. So you left the foundation to go join a bunch of
I never
bullshit
left.
that don't mean anything.
I
Now
never
you
left the
have
black.
nothing,
I
and then
never left
complain
the
that
black
there's
church.
nothing.
Can I say
It is
something?
religion.
Jonathan Miller. Can I say that? That's not the full case. Some of it is a mixture of both roots, Christianity as well as Islam. The different foundation is the foundation of the Black American culture. There was people that came from the Senegabian that was practicing some variation of Islam. There's people that adapted to Christianity. Some people that from the Congo that was already converted over from in the Congo to Christianity that came over here with Christianity, and a lot of them kept elements of their tradition. So I feel like the problem is when they demonize the different elements as preaching morals, and then they point to something
I would
else.
say, what I would say it
So
is,
all the
bro.
morals are gone, and now
Check this
everybody
out.
is doing whatever.
Principally, like I said, the topic of tonight's show, America's addicted to low life culture, right? And I believe that low life culture has even now affected the church, white church and black church, right? America has whatever is in America, right? Whatever it is, whatever you bring here to this country, somehow there's like a meltdown. People get to their lowest level, right? The black church
Hold
is
on.
at its lowest level right now.
How's it affecting the white church? Can you explain that?
Don't you remember Jimmy Swaggart? Where were you? Jim Baker, those scandals back then. You forgot about that?
These are a minority groups of churches. I'm
No,
talking
these
about
were
the vast
major
majority.
people. The Assembly, Jimmy Swaggart with the Assembly of Gods. Pat
And they
Baker had the
put
largest televangelist thing in the world.
To be fair, if you see a pastor on TV, they run more than that little ass church that they're showing on TV by default.
Yeah, so the bottom line, church has become a money making thing. It's corrupted,
and then
America
not only
corrupted the church.
that, yeah, and not only that, there was an article that I was reading years ago. They said more black women are leaving the church, and they're leaving it. They said they're leaving it for witchcraft and African spirituality and stuff like that. I don't call it witchcraft. I call it African spirituality because they're going back to
What
their
that stuff
roots.
Mystic Dime does. Mystic Dime
So
does.
they leave in the black church to go back to something that didn't work before.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked because they're still here today.
In a few years, they'll all be back in the church and giving their testimony.
I mean, everyone dabbles in
When
African
those
spirituality shit, but at the end of the day, African spirituality got your ass sold in America.
Yeah,
So
African
you're gonna run back
spirituality
to
is like
some
It
shit that
also
I
it
didn't
also
work.
look.
it also
I
protected you
have
in
yet to
America.
find somebody that could really clearly
That
define
shit
what
didn't protect
African
nobody. It didn't
spirituality is.
protect Africa.
Can anybody for $100 explain to me what African spirituality is? I've been
yes,
asking for 10 years.
A
explain
whole bunch
It
of
protected
mystical,
us in America,
explain
man.
it.
You gotta be
a
honest.
whole bunch of
A lot
mystical
of
shit.
Let me
Kyla, me and my wife,
Carla.
Let
we went out the other
Honey
day,
Flower go ahead. John, let the
and
Honey
oh, go
Flower
ahead.
talk. Go ahead.
So African spirituality, and this is just based upon what I have seen, experienced, and witnessed. Basically, it's similar to it's pretty much shamanism, where basically you have a medicine man, and sometimes the woman would be like a channeler or like an intuitive. So what the medicine man does is he consults spirits. The spirits tell him how to heal people from possessions or what
Oh, really?
hold on, Carla, don't interrupt me. What medications to take. And a part of African spirituality is to deify or so called honor your ancestors. Whether they're your ancestors or demons, I don't know. But it's you have to do rituals and you have to do sacrifices to feed your ancestors as well as get information from spirits. That's pretty much what
Yeah, Honey
it,
Flower, I love you, but you didn't explain the thing to me, so I say,
no, but I'm telling you what I was just telling you. It's
I'll give you an example of African spirituality when it comes down to health shit. In the Isan tribe, the females when they get sick, they do like some tattoo shit on their stomach, and it's supposed to protect them from being sick.
yeah,
not
It
only
don't work,
that, man. There's
but
also
that's what they
herbs.
believe.
channel
No,
spirit.
there's herbs, there's water, there's spiritual washings and baths.
Yeah, and that shit
It,
don't
it,
work.
it works, man. It works. You know,
No, it don't
it's
work.
a
yo, this
level
is
of
what I
you're
said, man.
connected.
This is
The living
hilarious.
and the dead is
And
connected, and
and
it's a
it's about
continuum.
ancestral veneration too.
Yeah, you're
So
a
what
continuum of your
exactly is
ancestors.
ancestral relation? Can your ancestors come?
Colin.
Hold on. Can my ancestors give me $1 million right now?
It's not about just money. They can help
No,
guide you
seriously.
spiritually.
What can my ancestors give me right now to help my life? I want an Afghanistan. Can my ancestors give me an Afghanistan? Why am I going
Bro,
through
you
all
can
this?
go speak with the AU, man.
Sell your soul and
You're
sacrifice.
not, no. You don't have to
Nope.
sell your soul. That's not true. You don't have
So,
to
like
sell
I
your
said,
soul.
what I'm saying is maybe the ancestors are useless. Maybe we just move
No,
on
wait
to
a
something
minute.
else.
You
Now,
can't say stuff like
Princess,
that, Carla.
Princess,
That's
You got
I
to,
don't
disrespectful.
want to
No,
be rude when I
no.
say this,
See, that's the
Princess.
problem. That's the problem
But
with the
if
community.
the ancestors can lead us and guide us, why are we at the bottom?
That's what I'm
We're
saying.
not
Why are
at
we
the
going through
bottom.
all
We're
this
just
shit?
not organized, and we don't care to have an agenda. We're
If
not
the
at the bottom.
ancestors is leading us and guiding us, why are we not organized?
Jonathan Miller. Jonathan Miller. You can attest. You do know that. Hold on. You do know that there's grants given to these other people to service the black community. Imagine if the Black Caucus was to organize black people and have them get those grants to open
What do
up
you
those
love about
same
this
businesses
black
in the black
caucus so
community.
much, man?
Because
And
They
it's one
got
of
a
the
hex on you
institutions
or
that can
something
be
like that.
used.
I was told that until Africa rises, the rest of the black world
I
will
was
never
told the
be
same thing. I
respected.
was told the
So
same
now we
thing.
want to focus on the source.
So if that's
What,
the case, then why is
why
people
is the
like Paul
ancestors
Wilding?
not leading, not
Why is every
guiding,
African
not
trying to get over here?
organizing, not protecting, not advancing, not helping us develop in the motherland? Don't
Yeah,
tell
that's
us
what I'm
about
saying.
no
But
well,
why are they
diaspora
all trying
shit.
to come over here?
well, Jonathan, but that's because
Bruh,
we focus on stupid stuff when we should be focusing on more important stuff.
Like
the
what,
problem is the
Murray?
Why the
organization, man.
ancestors
That's
guiding?
all.
Hold up. Why the ancestors not guiding us though, Mary?
They all got. You are here
Huh?
today. You're still black today. Why you're not white
No, we're
today?
Yeah,
Because
alive
the
but you
today
ancestors
so
because
sent
we're
this
you
way.
here.
alive today.
Our
That
ancestors are
has
The
not
nothing to do
ancestors
with
guiding
that.
us
sent
right
the
there.
Honorable Marcus Garvey. The ancestors sent the Elijah Muhammad to help guide people. Every time black people was losing the sight and self esteem, God always sent a mighty man and a woman to help guide us back to grace. So you can't say your ancestors abandoned you when you're still black today. You still have a sense of self. You
No,
still
I'm
have.
not
Come
talking
on,
about
Oh,
my
gee,
American
thanks, man.
ancestors. I know they got us, but I'm talking about the
your American
motherland where we
ancestors
come
connected
from.
to the African ancestors, man. It's a
I don't
continuum,
know
bro.
about that. They were
It's a
betrayed.
continuum. What the hell is this nigga talking about?
They were
Well,
betrayed.
Jonathan,
Betrayed by whom?
not all of the African ancestors wanted us enslaved. Do you know there were some African ancestors that cried when their sister or brother or their child was taken from them?
That's nice.
Exactly. The tribe.
Try taking a cell phone from an African today. You'll be set on
Oh, this
fire.
guy.
They should have been
Oh my
setting people on
gosh.
fire during them days.
Jonathan, you gotta say
Yeah.
it goes by tribe and bloodline. That's what it goes by. So the tribe you come from attempted to protect you from the other tribe that tried to attack you. You're trying to make it seem like there's one big African which doesn't exist. That's why quote unquote FBA somewhat makes sense because it's talking about a group. It's specifying a particular group. A lot of African Americans don't understand that Africa is made of over 3,000 tribes, man.
That's
The
So
the
when you're trying to
problem.
say, "Oh,
ancestors,
Africa did this and Africa,"
Prince,
Africa
Africa,
didn't do
that
that.
means that no, look,
I want
Jonathan,
you to tell me
that means
something.
1,500 years of no educational development. If you
No,
got that many
nothing.
tribes,
Bro, hold on, Carla, please look up. See, that's the degenerate mentality that you have, man. Look up
no,
how
hold on. Let me,
black
hey,
folks
yo,
were
look,
treated
yo,
Prince,
under
if you're not going to
whites
tell people
during
who has walked the
colonization,
African continent about
brother,
the degenerate mindset we have, we know what the hell we see.
brother. Every group have degeneracy in every group. Nobody's gonna tell you, "Oh, Haitians don't got degenerates." There's fucking Haitian degenerates, man. There's white degenerates. There's Chinese
Yeah,
degenerates.
and that's the point. But why is our degeneracy the only one that holds us back from
Y'all
developing
make
and
songs about the
organizing all of that
degenerates,
stuff?
man. Nobody's singing about barbecue in Haiti. Y'all singing songs about Big Meech. Y'all make sure that the negative person looks cool.
I
That's
don't
the
do
only
that.
difference.
White people are doing that. Not me.
No. Bro, that's the only difference. That's the only. Everybody have degenerates. You guys make the degenerates look cool. Y'all make little anthems
I don't
for
make
them.
the degenerates
Y'all
look
make it
cool.
seem like, oh,
Hold on,
this
hold up. You know who I think is cool? Jonathan Miller. He goes to
John
Nigeria
Mills is cool
here.
as
He's a
hell. He's very
businessman,
cool.
young man. He's cool to me, and whatnot, but he ain't on fucking on television. He ain't blowing up, whatnot like that.
That's what
So
we
who's that?
missed.
If I was up to me, Jonathan Miller would be where, let's say, somebody famous is, because he does all the stuff I say people should do. That's what's cool to me. I don't give a
That's
fuck
what I'm
about no
saying.
Big Meech. I don't give no Big Meech ain't cool to me because he ain't building
Carla,
over.
when I was younger, there was a show called Like It Is on TV. When I was younger, there
I
was a
know, I
show
know, I know.
called
Gil
Black
Noble. I know
Black
all about
Enterprise
it.
on
Bottom
Channel
line is
7 every
that
morning
that
on Sunday.
generation is gone. Like It
Yeah.
Is, Tony Brown Journal. I used to watch all that shit, man.
Oh, okay. So you already know what I'm talking about. But again, that I'm saying those guys were projected in positive. When you look at hip hop is talking about drilling and that's going
Yeah,
throughout the
because
world.
before back
Respect.
then we had control over our medium. Before you got speak to the world, only a few voices would filter out through the media, through radio, television. Now with the internet, you got everybody's uncle sitting in his basement putting out content, and you don't even know what is good and what's bad because it's all.
Yeah.
Hey, white people don't know whatnot that friggin' half these idiots are stupid, whatever. We used to have people like Tony Brown, Gil Noble, and a few others speaking for us. Julian Bond speaking for us. American Black Forum and say, okay, this is what's going on in Black America. Now you look at you got the Tariq Nasheeds, the Dane Callaways, you got all these Dumar Johnsons, and all these people like that getting all these views and whatnot. They don't know what to look at because people don't make a distinction between internet and something that's a broadcast. Broadcast is authority. If you're going to be on a broadcast, right, that means somebody vetted you, you credentialed you, and made sure before they put you on that thing to beam out before the world or next thing that you're legit. Now you can fake it till you make it. All your you can have 100,000 subscribers and people think you're a legitimate journalist. That's a problem.
Now,
So,
Prince, why didn't the ancestors lead us from falling into this degeneracy?
The ancestors
You
did
said they
protect
lead
Black
us and they
America, man.
guide us. If it's
So
in
so
America,
so hold
they
on, right around
the black
right
people have been selling their media publications to white people or non-black people in general. Why
yeah,
are
we
they
gave
doing
it
that?
all
Why
up.
the
We gave up
ancestors
all
ain't
our
leading
media,
us?
all the stuff
If
they
they're
used
in
to.
Africa, fine, they're selling off their resources and not teaching their people and educating their people, wherever the case may be. It's the same thing over there, over here, to be
And over
honest.
here, we sold off all our
So
media.
so why are the ancestors not leading us? Either we're
but
stupid
that's not the case
or
though.
what's the problem?
You don't see that there's people preaching against that. Even during the crack era, that's one of the times of the rise of the re-resurrections of the Nation of Islam when Farrakhan came back, right? So God sent his messenger to basically wake up the people. out of the confusion and illusion. So I can't. We can point 100 times. Oh, even like Torre, people like to say that he ain't doing nothing. Everything is propaganda. You could go on
Oh, you
what you
have
say? What you say?
He ain't doing nothing. It is all
No. You
propaganda.
could go to the what's it called? Burkina. There's Burkina Faso channels directly from the countries where they're showing you in French what he's doing, right? Because he
Give me the
basically
name.
removed the French publications and have national publications. I think it's BF1, Burkina Venkat. There's a bunch of them that they're basically talking about the different developments that's going on in Burkina
Is this on
Faso.
YouTube? What is it? Is this a .com situation? What
No,
is
no.
it?
Let me find it and
BF1.
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna show you that there's different uh
Mhm.
local outlets in that nation that are like the news channels that are showing you the volunteer work that's going on, the different projects, the road projects, the different materials that they're buying to do roads, the different housing in buildings that they're building up. You can see it, and they're talking French. And I know you probably have a lot of connections, and they'll explain it to you very easy. So you can't say that there's no messenger, there's no voice that's echoing, that's challenging Black people to think deeper and work more cohesively every time when the European tries to silence, or not just a European, any group. It's not just a European that's looking to have a divided Black group. You see what I'm saying? But there's always a messenger telling us to do better. You see what I'm saying? So that is not only the voice of God, that's the voice of the ancestors. That's how I see it. I mean, even yourself, if you look at your life, you went from doing being almost steered to the wrong path, but God led you back to the right path. You're making great money. You have a beautiful family. You're impactful both in the African American community and in Nigeria. You don't see that as the ancestors' work, God's work in your life.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
exactly.
those are the American ancestors of God's work in my life.
Oh
You
my
you
I'm
you,
talking
gosh.
about the
you
Stop
don't
it.
believe
Stop it,
in
Jonathan.
continuum. You don't believe in continuum.
Hell no.
That's
What?
crazy.
Something
Wow.
I personally believe something happened when they put all of these different tribes in America, and then there was a great mixture. It's like you just threw everything inside of a pot, and then out of nowhere, we became super Africans to a degree. So
Yes,
we're a
Yeah,
new breed of Africans. We're not the same as the people who to a degree left Africa. Those people were Igbo, they were BBO, they were Efik, they were Yoruba.
Yeah, that's why I
They
said.
had a
That's why I tell
specific language,
Musa.
a
Oh,
specific tribe. But we
okay, Chuck,
today, their
that's how
children,
I try to tell
we don't
Musa
have
that,
that.
right?
Oh,
Jonathan, I try to tell Musa that because we got all these mixtures and stuff like that. That's what makes us unique and strong.
well,
We got.
we'll see, but some Africans they have mixtures of different tribes. Like, okay, like my ex, he is Limba, he's Timni, and he's Mende. So are you saying that he's just one ethnic group? No,
No,
he has three
what I'm
ethnic
saying is,
groups.
we come from. I have ancestry from West Africa right there, and most of my ancestry come from the Congo. How the hell's that happen? That's 10,000 miles away. Ancestors from
Yeah.
deep in the Congo, Angola, and I got ancestors from Mali. Holy jeez, that got to mean something, like jeez, man, you got that spread to
again,
the
that's one of the main points with Tariq. That's why I agree with him. African Americans is their own unique group of Africans, but outside of that, you
yeah,
still
but
have a
he
continuum.
flirts with too many people who deny their African roots. It's very simple. Look, we have not been in America that long. I could see if this was like 10,000 years later, we could be saying, "Oh, but that's not that far away." Even when you go to Africa, right? And I'm in Africa, where I don't really feel that my ancestors is that far removed in America. I don't. It's like, geez, okay, we're all back here. We're not. It's almost like we were never friggin' left in many ways. It's not that long ago. So these people act like, oh yeah, we came from Africa 10,000 years ago. Yeah, okay. It's like we came from the Bering Straits or something like that, like the Indians or whatnot. Of course, they don't have no ties to the Asians and Mongolia anymore. Because they morphed into something new. But we have not been in America that long to be talking like that. That's why I disagree with Tariq. He makes it like, oh, we're here now, but you only been here. Some of the Africans, like Black people, I say, in South Carolina area, probably only been here for less than 200 years. In parts of South Carolina, I bet you any amount of money, some of those people ancestors have only been here less than 200 years. You know, my ancestors came here in the 1600s. You know, I'm one of the old first Africans who came to this continent. You know, but you got people that been here, like they act like they've been here, and that's why I said those are the type of people are mostly FBA. I'm a foundational Black America nigga. You, when you look at it, you ain't that far removed from Africa. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kala, my grandma had told me that the first enslaved African was sold in Culpeper, Virginia.
Culpeper, I don't know. Like, no, the first Africans came to Jamestown.
No, Kala, I'm saying my grandma told me that her ancestors, they the first ancestors that came over here, they were sold in Culpeper, Virginia. Her ancestors.
Oh, her ancestors. But I'd say the first Africans that came here came to Jamestown. I can tell you, I could visit Fort Monroe. That's where it all started. Right there in Fort Monroe. I drive across there. I can look over at Fort Monroe and say that's where it all started. Right there, you know. Fort Monroe, Jamestown. And the first African community was right here in Virginia Beach called SeaTac. That was the first African community. It was a maroon community, you know. It's like 400 years old, you know. SeaTac in Virginia Beach, you know. First real African community, you know. And so yeah, it started here in Virginia, you know, is where it all started, you know. And so people, well, that was my ancestors. My ancestors came here in the early 1600s, right? But you got people here, the Black Americans call themselves FBA, and they're more closer to Africa than they think they are, you know. That's why I don't understand that.
Well, all of them people were at some point pushing Pan-Africanism or African unity in some kind of way.
Well, do you think they
last
were
one
ever
of them.
sincere about? I think they was going along together because it sounded cool, right? And
No,
then
I
when
think they were sincere.
yeah, I think they was
I
sincere,
mean, but the thing is, we have this issue with like people like Dinus and other people, Afrodominants, whatever the case may be, whether they talked about it or not. But there's always been this idea that Black America, no identity, no culture, lost lane,
yeah,
just
I
lost
tell
this,
Jonathan, I
lost
tell you
that,
what it
have
was, right?
nothing.
It
And then other
was
people
a
reiterate that
Pan-African
shit. At some
movement
point,
trying to
someone's going
say,
to respond and be like, fuck y'all.
check this out. What it was is this: the Pan-African movement became a humiliation ritual for Black America. It was like a humiliation ritual. You don't know your name. You don't know us. We're gonna tell you who you are. You're gonna listen to us. You're gonna kiss our feet.
But
You know, give you new names and titles. It became a humiliation ritual. And Black people, I know my people. I sooner or later, I didn't want to say, yo, we gotta kiss the feet of these dusty Africans. Get the fuck out of here. I knew that was gonna happen. You know,
all they
I
have
knew that was coming.
all they have to do is just look in the mirror. It's very simple. All they said that we were here first, reading all these books to connect impossibilities. Like all you gotta do is look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Like it just takes
Also, what you don't need an African to tell you what you are. You know, like I said, my ancestors came here in the 1600s. I'm like 85% Black African, right? That's what I am, right? I don't need somebody from fucking the Ashanti giving me a title and some reef on my head to tell me who I am. That's stupid. That's why I talk about humiliation ritual, you know? You know, I got to rename you, you know, you're the son of blah, 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 boom shakalaka, you know? No, I don't need all that, you know? What I need is some land. What I need is some access to the gold fields you got, you know? What I need is access to the diamond mines. All the fucking deals you cut with the Chinese, whatnot, we need to be included on that. Don't tell me about no fucking my spiritual awakening, nigga. I want my economic awakening, you know? If that's my ancestral continent, how can we not be included on the exploration of lithium and stuff like that? That Africans are gonna let people rob anyway. You know, they're gonna let
Because the ancestors ain't guiding them to give us the Afghanistan land or give us the
they're not
resources.
trying to
That's
give us
why.
anything. So I want to see the ancestors guide these motherfuckers into doing what's right. 25,000 square miles is justice for the descendants of the African American slaves and whatnot to do what we want to do it, and we
But
never
didn't
developed it.
already
You know, we
give
should have that.
didn't Ghana give land?
That ain't no land.
They
That
ain't
ain't,
giving no land.
ain't no
Yes, they
land.
did.
gave
Yeah,
land.
that's not that's like lease land. It's not, you can't do nothing with it. We're talking about a land.
So Carla, I keep
If
saying
you
the
lease
same
the
thing.
land, you ain't giving land.
Why don't you guys go as a block and sit down with the AU or the ECOWAS block
Hey, yo, those people,
or the
those people.
CAF, which Central African,
Well, you know,
whatever,
I tell you what's going to
and you
happen, Prince B. I tell you what's
discuss.
going. You look, I tell you what's going to happen, Prince B. Right? More and more black people they're finding out now is we're getting tired of the runaround, this, that, and the other thing. If people want to do this Pan African thing, they want it to work. They're gonna start. We're not reaching out to Africa anymore. They're gonna have to come to us, right? And what they're finding out is,
Hold on. When have you, as a collective, as a
yo,
block?
Jonathan, tell him how many years Black America,
People have
South
collectively
Africa,
reached out to Africa
Ethiopia.
on
We've been going to reach
several
out to
Come on,
Africa
as a
for
occasions.
over
block,
100
as a
years, bro.
block,
On
What are you
several
talking about?
occasions.
Several occasions.
as
Yo,
a
the
block.
African American Institute, right? The Leon Sullivan Group. We've been going to Africa with, you know how many churches we got, missions and stuff like that all over the continent. You
And
know,
what are the missions in the churches requesting? That's
well,
the
we
deeper
don't.
question.
No,
What is
we
their
went there to
agenda?
help. We went there just to help. We didn't ask for
Exactly.
nothing.
So you're missing my point. So exactly,
Tyler,
what is your, as a
this is
block?
the biggest failure that we ever had was that we went there on good intentions,
Yeah,
trying
and
to be
that's making
different
our
than
mistake.
everybody else. Had we just went
Okay,
full throttle
but you
like
guys are not
everybody
even
else
making
did,
sense, man.
I don't think this would be a conversation.
So you saying that just because a group of African Americans you do not know,
So
not associated
we
with
had
your
hundreds
agenda
of
and
we had like
ideals.
we had like, we had
Hold on.
HBCUs that go
Hold
there.
on. That
We
they
always give.
You're not making sense. You're not making sense. They
We
didn't
always
go
give
for
to
your
Africa. We
intent,
never got
so they
anything in
didn't
return.
go with your list of demands when they sat down with the president.
We never
They just
had
want to
no
want. They
demand.
want
You don't
quote
get.
unquote.
You don't.
So you're not making
Listen to me.
sense. You're not making
Listen to me.
sense.
You don't get it. Hold up. You don't get it.
I don't get
We
it. That's
went
why I'm
there with
asking
an
you.
open. Hold up, Chris. You got to shut the fuck up while I'm talking. Right? Give me 1 minute. I'm gonna drop you off. Right? Let me say this once and fucking for
I'll
all.
leave.
Right?
I'll leave. I'll leave,
We
man.
went.
I'll leave,
Hold up,
man.
hold up. Didn't I say do not interrupt me? Did I say that?
Bro.
I
If you want to
said we
speak,
went.
I'll leave, man. I'll let you just speak.
Yo, look, man. Yo, you're really getting on my last nerve. Like, let me finish what I'm saying, right? Then you can talk all you want. We went to friggin' Africa for over years, almost 100 years, since the 1940s, right? With the friggin' intention of helping Africa develop. We sent the Tuskegee Airmen there, right? To train in Ethiopia. We've given. We never wanted anything in return. We helped bring down apartheid in South Africa. We educated African heads of state in our colleges and whatnot. We always gave to Africa, right? We always gave. So nobody could ever accuse us of that. Oh, we didn't want nothing from Africa. We didn't ask for no land. We have no resources or nothing.
Help them
Now,
prepare for independence and write their constitutions. Go ahead.
yeah, we wrote that constitution, everything. We gave them diplomatic cover in America. How do you think Liberia got this port built, free port built? It was us negotiating with the Roosevelt administration. You know, we always made the case for Africa in American government. You know, so so the bottom line is we never asked for nothing from Africa, never did. You know, and all we do now some of us want to go over there and we're interested in building and whatnot. And what are they gonna do? Give us some fucking leased land, you know, that they could take back and they have to take it back. You know, that ain't no fucking. That's not no trade off. So I would say that's fine, right? But don't come over here, right? And you guys, it seems like they're basically antagonizing the Trump administration. We gotta live here, you know. We're not gonna put our neck on the line for these people that have shown us they have never given a shit about us. 400 years, the mother continent should have made a way for us. You know, if there was anything struck on the continent, was oil, anything, we should have been included on it, but they never did. It's like we don't even exist.
Carla, they have on an individual basis. They have. I can't speak for you, man, but they have for myself.
Explain, Musa.
So you can't you cannot generalize. So they have.
Explain, Musa.
I'm going to explain. I mean, they are welcoming you back. You know, accepting you like to the this you know your forefathers or your foremothers that may have come from. So I think that's a plus. And they are allowing you like to assimilate to the culture and to the society.
So we
So
got to lower our standard of living and all that stuff like that. We got to lose everything that we work for.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that whatever you have learned from the West, you can bring that knowledge to them. And
Well,
they
we're
are
always
willing
bringing
to
something to
accept that.
them. We're always bringing something to them. You ever notice that? We're always bringing something to them.
Always.
Well,
I mean,
can I make my point real quick?
they are giving you your identity back. So what's the
I
negative
don't
about
need
that?
nobody's identity back. I got an identity,
There
man.
you
Yeah,
go.
I don't
Ramon
need
is
your damn identity,
your
man.
pop shit
Kala,
sabe.
There
Kala,
you
what
go.
Rossmore is supposed to acknowledge is that the reason why we don't have the identity is because of their actions. And now we have to pay to get that identity back that we lost because of them.
No,
The
no,
That
identity,
doesn't make sense.
you know,
no.
no, the identity, the
It's not
identity would
getting
be
it
a
back.
state of our own. That would be an identity.
Kala,
We have a state of our own.
hold on.
But Kala, how can you have a state of your own when they already have the land and they are willing to accept you?
That land does not belong to them. Look, hold on, Ross Moisture. Hold on, Ross Moisture. That land, it was created by Europeans. It wasn't created by Africans.
No, that land was not.
I don't recognize those boundaries and borders. I don't recognize that shit. You know. I don't recognize no borders in Africa.
Boundary in Africa.
I don't recognize no border in Africa, right? I don't recognize any border in
Nigeria.
I don't recognize. Look, I don't recognize. I don't recognize no country in Africa as legitimate. We have one.
It's just that it's in the northwest Nigeria. The Hausa people, they still got their land.
Countries in Africa.
The Yoruba, they still got their land. The Igbos, they still got their land. Man, people from Niger Delta, they still got their land. What you talking about?
I mean, a lot of people still got their land moved, so but at the same time, the ancestors are not leading us into developing that land.
Can I make a point, man?
That's why they are welcoming you guys back so that you guys can develop it. Because you guys came from the West.
So, in other words, you sell the people to benefit, and now you want the people to come back to benefit.
No.
What kind of shit is that, Musa?
Let Prince be talking.
Which ethnic group in Africa sold you to slavery? You don't know that.
Musa, they don't got to do all that. They don't got to do all that, man. Relax, man. All right, man. They don't got to do all that. If they want to go back as a group, as a block, they should just do that. So that's my main point. The people that they're naming and quote unquote that helped Africa, yeah, cool. That's beautiful. But I'm saying they did not have any agenda or demand to say, hey, this is what we want on a business tip. This is what we want in terms of land. They're the perfect people to lead the block and initiative in terms of, because they already have established relationships with the government, right? But my thing is they didn't sit down and say, this is exactly what we're looking for. You know what I mean? This is what we want. We want to land over here in Liberia. We want to land over here in Nigeria.
That's not the case, Prince. The problem is
which church? Hold on, which church or Jesse Jackson, whoever was going over there that we all seen throughout the years, ever made a request or demand and say, hey, this is what we want as a collective for African Americans? Even the Nation of Islam, they have land, but it's only for them. So, which group of leaders that I have seen going back and forth over there that had made a collective demand for the whole collective of African Americans? Please tell me. I'm gonna mute my mic right now. I'm gonna mute it right now.
What are you asking?
Which leaders we see for all these years? We see Jesse Jackson.
There's no collective when it comes to Black Americans, right? We all do.
You saying a collective leader?
Yeah, there's no
which leader, any leader, even from a church, from
leaders,
Jesse Jackson to Farrakhan, all these people have been going over there. What collective demand have they made for the collective of African Americans?
These people are put up out of me. You just take them as our leaders. These people don't speak for us. You know.
So who speaks for you then? Who speaks for you? Who the hell does the African nations go and sit down and speak with in regards to you?
Jonathan, do you know anybody that speaks for us?
Are you guys crazy? What the fuck? So if you don't got no leader, who they gonna sit down and speak with you?
Who's our spokesman? Jonathan, who's our spokesman? You know something I don't know. You know.
You're rebuking our leaders. You're bashing the Black Caucus. You're bashing Farrakhan. You're bashing the Black Church.
The Black Caucus is not our leaders, nigga.
So who's your leader? Who's your leader?
We don't have one. Never had
one. So why you mad at Africa if you don't got no leader? Who fought that?
Principally, hold up, Principally.
Wait. Hold on a second. Why Africa not leading in this situation?
That doesn't make sense. So if they were the
no, it actually does make sense because if you're the cause of the people being outside of Africa, you should also be the cause for people returning to Africa. Is that
They're
correct,
welcoming you
Prince?
back, but who they speak to? Who
No,
are they
no, no,
supposed
no,
to
no,
speak to?
no. If you're the cause for the people being outside of Africa, you should be the cause for the people returning to Africa.
Doesn't make
So
sense, bro.
therefore, Prince, you
They just
know how the people left. So therefore, you don't require a visa for the people to return, right? You can do that,
Bro,
right?
you hold on. You need a visa because you don't know who's who. You
No, no,
guys
no,
know
no, no,
who's
no.
who.
Oh, no,
That's
no,
why
no,
you
no,
need a
no.
leader to determine
You
who's
didn't
who.
care about who's who when you were sending the people out of Africa. So why
You're
would you
not making
care about
sense,
who's who
man.
when they
one
return to
And
Africa?
they don't care about
Why?
who's who.
You're
Why at
not.
the same time you
You're
say
not
that,
making
Prince?
sense, bro.
You
You're
you
not
allow
making
the
sense.
Chinese, the European, the Arab, and everything in between to come to Africa. Don't give a
They
damn
don't
about
care about
who's
the
who.
who's who. It's everybody else, you know.
But when it's
No,
your
what
own people, there's a who's who.
that's what happens.
Y'all not making
What?
sense, man. Imagine. So you're telling me that
Wait,
if you
Prince. I
had a
got a
nation,
question. I got a question.
go ahead, go
If
ahead, go ahead.
I throw my children out the house and lead them into the streets to be fucked up, trampled over, and everything, and then at the end of the day, my kids say, I want to return back home. And I say, well, you can come back home, but I'm gonna charge you a fee for that. Does that make sense, Principal? Tell me what kind of parent I am.
The fee doesn't make sense, but I'm trying to say that overall,
Principal, did you know
they need
that
a
black people,
leader to
black
sit down and
Americans have to
negotiate
pay
and
to go
understand.
see slave dungeons and pay more than the local people? What kind of sense does that make, Principal?
So
But
where's
but why would you want to go to an African country just to see slave dungeon? It doesn't make any sense. When I went to
how,
Well,
one in
wait,
bro,
wait, wait,
bro,
Nigeria,
wait, wait.
bro, bro, bro,
I
I'm
bro,
didn't see
sorry.
bro.
no
I'm
slave
sorry.
dungeon.
Wait
That's
a minute. Wait a
condescending,
minute.
man. That's very
Wait a minute.
condescending. Everybody not a slave seller, houser like you, bro. You gotta relax with
A
that.
slave what?
Okay,
No,
okay,
I'm talking
Prince.
about my Musa.
Okay,
Musa he
okay,
come from
Prince.
slaves. No, everybody not you, bro. You gotta relax, man. Some people want to see where it happened, where they ancestors were taken from. Why are
People
they
want to
overcharging? That
understand the
doesn't
whole
make sense.
journey of how the hell they ended up where they at. They want to
Everybody not a
understand
Gidi
exactly what
house.
their ancestors went through. I thought knowledge was very important, Musa. You
Yeah,
say that
I
all
agree
the
with you. I
time.
agree with you there. But there's actually an
Yeah,
African
knowledge is
American.
very important. Knowledge is indeed very important. But you want to go to Africa just so you can go to see slave dungeon? It doesn't make
Hey,
any sense,
Caliber.
man.
Hey, Musa. I went. It was the first time ever I went to the slave museum in Calabar. I actually learned some shit. All this time, I'm thinking white people just raided Africa. Only for a nigga to tell me these are the black generals at the time period that was leading in capturing people. And they were the ones that would bound them and drag these people, lead these people to the white people. Whole different kind
Yeah,
of perspective, moves other than what I was told. Because I
yeah, I
was
will.
told in America that the white people just raided Africa. They went in and stole us.
I mean,
And that ain't the
that happened.
case.
That's called like slave raiders. Like there was a lot of slave
I
raiders, you
thought the
know.
slave raiders were going to be white, and they ended up being black.
I mean, it happens.
What did I mean?
And Jonathan,
Wait, Musa,
guess
Musa.
what
I also
guess
have to
what
deal with
happened
this
to the
Pan
slave
African
raiders?
lie, Musa. Musa,
Hold
this was
on,
a
brother.
great Pan African lie. These tribes were
Guess
at
what
war.
happened to
Okay,
the
so why you
slave
grabbing
raiders?
babies?
Those slave
Why
raiders,
you
like they
putting
were end
babies
up,
in cuffs?
they end up on the slave ship too. I mean, how do you think my ancestor end up in
So
the slave ship?
Africans were so degenerate at that time period, they started kidnapping children too.
Well,
Man,
it was
it
tribal war,
happens,
brother.
bro.
It's not how
So
you. It's
you
tribal
can't
war.
separate. When I was in the streets, I had beef with niggas that had kids. I wasn't targeting their children.
Understood, I
You know
understand,
what?
but you
Listen,
gotta.
Jonathan,
That's what
man.
happened. It
That
happened.
is a
That's what we're trying to
point.
say.
Listen, Jonathan, man. That was in the past, man. People in the past, they were not thinking like that, man. Oh, you got a kid, like
I
you
mean,
know,
I
like
know
you
they
might
Well,
wasn't
want to
thinking
no,
that way
but you know
because
what? I
Jonathan,
think,
in
Jonathan,
I think,
Calabar
no, I still,
they used to have
I,
this idea that if you had twins, it was evil, so they'll kill the twin. And it
yeah,
took a
yeah.
white
This
woman to
one,
go over
well,
there
I
and tell,
still
hey
think,
niggas, y'all need to stop killing these twins. Let the twins live. Okay. And now they
that's
got a
true. That's
statue of
tough.
the bitch.
well,
So
I
this was the
still
mindset in
think,
Africa back then. So don't tell us that it was some old they were at war with each other. Well, they were at war with twins too. They were killing twins for no fucking reason.
No. You're mixing superstition with tribal war. That's not the same exact thing.
Superstition, the mindset is the issue. The
Yeah,
mindset
but that
was
was to
off
that
back
particular
then.
tribe and region, man. Every tribe was not doing that.
And they were trying to settle their own people. It happens. Because every time y'all bring this up, y'all be like, well, these people are all warring with each other. Okay, the
No,
Igbos
you're
were
talking about
selling Igbo.
superstitions. You brought up a superstition particular to a particular group. Then you mix it
The
in with tribal war.
superstitions is a representative of the people. So if the people think this way, right,
Which
we can
people
go
think
ahead
this
and
way?
analyze.
That's the question.
Prince, if I told you, right, every time my wife has twins, I kill one because I think it's evil, would you think I'm crazy?
I'm aware
Or
of
would
that
you just be like,
superstition.
oh, that's just his thoughts?
But
That's
How
but
would
what
you
Jonathan,
respond
that
to
was
that,
back
Prince?
then, bro.
that's back then.
That
That's
was
what I'm saying.
back
That's
back
and that's
then.
particular
Now,
to that
now,
tribe.
yeah, that was back
Nah,
there. Now, imagine this. This is my thoughts. It takes a white woman to come over and tell me, nigga, you're wrong. You need to stop killing twins. And then I stopped because some white woman came over and told me I'm wrong and I need to stop killing twins. How would you view me, Prince? Be honest.
but
I
Jonathan,
understand what you're talking. I'm aware of that. I'm aware
No,
of
that
no,
that.
same
don't give me
concept happened
but.
with
Give me the
me.
response.
Again, I disagree with it. It's to a particular tribe. You know what I mean? There's different tribes. There's certain tribes thought people with different color eyes was evil.
Okay,
You
well
used to
then
kill
I'll
them.
jump to another tribe. And Benin, when the Oba was going to war with the British, he decided to off thousands of his own troops in a great sacrifice. I believe it would help them overcome the British Empire. Now, Prince, I want you to tell me right now, we are going to war against a mighty people, right? I decided to kill 900 of us while we in the battle of that war. How do you view me as the leader, the Oba, whatever you want to call me? How do you view me? In order for us to go to war and win the war, I'm gonna say we're
Jonathan,
gonna sacrifice our
listen,
own
brother.
people,
That was the
and then we're going to go into
mentality
war.
back
How do you
then,
view me?
bro.
Again, I disagree with that. I don't agree with that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying that exists, and I'm trying to tell you that in terms of tribal war, like that's some of the things that was going on at that time. At that time, that's just the context of the time. I'm not gonna act like I agree with it just because it's African. I don't agree with it. You know what I mean? But it was happening, and that's all I gotta say, man. I don't know how to answer that outside of that.
Okay.
But my thing is just in the present day, as a collective, you guys don't have a leader to go down and sit down with these guys and negotiate the terms
Principally,
of what you guys want. Even in America, I'm like, what are your demands here in America? There's no leader to say, hey, we want ABC, we want better housing, and this is what we mean by better
we
housing.
do
This we
not
want
have a
education.
government. We do not have a government. All that was arrested from us, right? We're the only group of people, probably the largest group of people with no freaking government, no sovereignty, no anything. We're prisoners right now of America. That's you don't get it, and that's a problem
But,
with you
but
African. Hold up, principal. It says that's a problem with you immigrants like Moisture right here. They come over here thanking the white man or not, and we know that we're living here under
man, why you
under.
calling
Hold
him
up,
as
hold up,
moisture,
hold up,
man?
hold up. We're coming here, you come here thanking, and we're fucking basically saying we're under 400 years with no social contract. The white man has never made a social contract with Black America. That's why we're going through what we're going through, Principally. The white man does not have no social contract. He does not recognize us. He gave a social contract to the European immigrants that came here. Promised them land, promised them this, promised them be encompassed and included,
Yo,
and decided a chance to become Americans. That was the American
yo,
promise. The American
yo,
dream.
yo,
We
Kala,
our
you have
people
the
never
same
got
problem as
that,
the black
right?
Brazilian.
Hold
Kala,
on. Hold on.
okay.
And also, what we will get is a country, a land of America will be part of America, right? You guys come over here and just take the benefits from America, right? Suck all the good stuff, right? But you're still basically, and your mind is in your own country, right? We can't do that because we don't have a country.
My mind is not Haiti. Shit, man.
Your
I'm
mind is
proud.
Haiti.
I'm proud
Morris,
to be
your
African
mind is in
American.
Haiti. Everything you
My
think
mind is
about is
not
how
Haiti,
Haiti is
bro.
bad.
That's all you
But
do.
I
Is
would
Haiti,
detest the fact. I will say this, Kala. It's not that we don't have leaders. We definitely do. I would go ahead and say that you're a leader. But at the end of the day, how do you get land when you have to work with a whole bunch of people that just don't want to offer or give it?
Bro, they offer land already, man. What's stopping your
We're talking about
Oh
leadership
the
to go
land
and
Lord.
we
sit down with
we
the
come up
ECOWAS bloc?
hours ago. That's not no
You know
land,
what? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tell Sim Police, I got a house for you. I'm giving this to you, bro. I'm offering you this. And then when a nigga come, I'm be like, nigga, you gotta pay. Then you're gonna be like, nigga, I thought you was offering me land. Nah, nigga, I mean, I'm offering you land. I'm giving you land. You just gotta pay.
Yeah, you gotta pay.
Yeah, nigga, I sold you, but nigga, I want you to come back and I'm offering you land. I want you to pay, and I also want you to pay for a visa. I also want to pay for a residency
Not
permit.
that.
I also
We
want you to
offer
pay
you a lease
bribes. I
land.
also want you to do this and do that.
The land that we're giving you that you never own it. You're just a tenant. You know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
And you have
I'm offering you
have
land.
less.
You can't have it, but I'm
Okay,
offering it to
you
you.
have less
You got to
rights.
pay
But if
for
you're
it. You
leasing
can never
America,
own it, but I'm
you can
offering it
actually
to you.
own land. You know, you can actually own land in America, but
For
over
instance,
there,
if someone told you that shit and they were trying to sell you a house in America, you wouldn't buy it. So why the fuck you trying to preach that shit up here?
No, you're specifying again Ghana's policy. What about the other regions? So I'm saying going to the
Ain't none of the regions that offer.
block to block. Like I keep talking about the Black Caucus, not because the Black Caucus is
Black culture is
necessarily
useless,
serving
bro.
the black.
Fucking
Huh?
useless,
What?
bro.
Yeah, but it's not serving you because you guys don't care about it because these
Because
guys are
hold on. You
taking
know
your
what the Black
votes.
Caucus does, Principe? The Black Caucus is a arm of the white democratic machine. That's all it does. If you want to keep your job, how do you think they keep getting elected? Because they
Because of
are
you
downvote
vote for them.
everything the
You vote
Democrat.
for them, bro.
Everything every black Congress they vote what Chuck Schumer says vote, and now AOC, and that's Hakeem Jeffries. Whenever they say vote, well, they don't give it. They never ask the black people about policy. They vote how the leaders of that party tell them to vote. That's it. We don't have no real political representation on the federal level. You know, we don't.
You're not giving your people credit. Look at what's happening in Chicago, man.
Like what?
They're pressuring the Senate as well as the mayor to reflect their agenda and demands. It's one of the first time.
The black Chicagoans are lost out big time. They don't have no representation, man. This guy Brandon Johnson took all their money, raised their taxes, took all the tax money that was to develop the city, and gave it all to illegals. So, tell me what they have.
They're pressuring him. Do you think he's going to win a second term, man?
It's pressure of nothing, but the bottom line, the damage is done.
He won't win. He won't win a second term, but the damage is done. They ain't getting it back.
It doesn't matter if he gets out now. It'll take 20, 30 years for Chicago to recover from this.
That's sad.
It is.
So you telling me the next potential candidate is not going to reflect the needs of the masses of black people?
Well, probably is, but he'll have
Chicago?
nothing to work with.
You said what?
You know
He'll have
what?
nothing to build on.
What do you mean by that?
That means the city is broke. It's really broke. Chicago basically was a city that's one of the richest cities in the world. This guy, Brandon Johnson, destroyed the city with his ignorance and whatnot. I think he's really a Haitian, to tell you the truth. You know, that's what we say.
Why you got to be a Haitian, bro?
Because the way he loves immigrants so much, you know. And most of the Black Caucus, they love immigrants. You know, they love immigrants, you know. Because a lot of Black Caucus are people from the islands and whatnot. So let them keep doing your island thing. You know, you guys keep doing your thing. Y'all can have the
that's bro. The island people are centered in certain areas. How the hell the majority?
No. We let island people run for office and whatnot, right? Because black people are pretty much black people in America are apolitical. We don't really need a political process or anything. But island people, people in the Caribbean, whatnot, they do. Like what you go. Dollar Bill told me today. He said New York City got a Haitian fund. I didn't even know that. He said he got millions of dollars in there. Go directly to Haiti that you could donate from your job, whatever like that. I didn't even know that. The Haitians got that push in New York City, you know? Along
it's
with
like a million Haitians in New York, though.
But Kyla, to even go further down the line, you can just go and be honest about it. The fact of the matter is, if you're black, we don't even look into who you are, where you're from, and none of that shit. Black is black to us. It would just vote for you.
You know, you're black. We just vote for you. We don't know you got all your own agenda with your own people. You know,
there was a Caribbean lady. She was a representative down there in Texas. The lady that died, I can't remember her name at the moment. Ain't a lot of Caribbeans in that area. So why did she get elected?
No. That's that lady. What's her name? Barbara. What's her name? Barbara Lee.
I want to say Jackson something. I can't remember her name now. The whole time I thought she was. Well, technically she's black, right? So she's a sister to a degree, but she wasn't one of us.
I thought she was Black American.
Yeah, she wasn't. That old ass lady wasn't. She was in Congress for a long ass time.
all the time doing the freaking
The whole
Congress.
time being a straight up sellout. But they ain't a lot of Caribbeans down there in Houston. So it didn't make sense for her to be in. It would make sense for a Nigerian to be elected. There's a lot of Nigerians in Houston, but
You
not
know what?
her people.
You know what, though? Solomon made a good point. We're up here worried about black people from other different countries. The Latinos are passing us. Why are we not worried about the Latinos?
They ain't
Barbara
passing shit.
Jordan.
Yes, they are.
Passing. What are they passing in?
Oh, are you kidding me, Jonathan? They are. I mean, their numbers are rising. They have more marriages, things like
Yeah, they
that.
do, but like I said, but they got language barrier and stuff like that. They got a lot of
They got a
problems.
language barriers, and unfortunately, growing up in California, I learned the difference that a lot of Latinos don't like each other. And if you ever seen tribal shit, they're pretty damn tribal. You
You know,
throw a Dominican, a Mexican, a
Her name
Puerto Rican, and another motherfucking and the same damn thing, they'll go at it with each other.
yeah, her name was Barbara Jordan.
They're not one big ass people like we think they are. In a sense, they're kind of stupid, just like, unfortunately, the black people.
Yo, this is
They're
what I was
not
saying.
united. Don't fall
Look,
for that shit.
this is what I was saying to Solomon, right? You know, a couple of decades ago, all black people were on code. Whether you were Africa, Caribbean, we thought that we seen these numbers. Like I didn't know Eric Holder was Caribbean, you know. And then what happened? You know what changed everything when that whole Trayvon Martin thing happened. You know, the people who were angry about that was Black America, and also I noticed how the people of Caribbean background sort of like dismissive. Oh, we got better things to worry about than Trayvon Martin, because Trayvon Martin, but Obama administration should have brought that to a federal court. They should have brought the Attorney General Eric Holder, who was absolutely useless, right? He should have prosecuted that, you know. But but people started seeing a pattern where this guy is not connected to Trayvon Martin. He's from the islands, you know, and also now that from the islands, he spent a lot of time with white people. You know, you're from the islands, and you spent a lot of time in white circles. That's different than the Caribbeans from generations ago who spent their time in black circles, you know. But before it was too late, we're like, look up and we're like, damn, we got majority of people in the Congressional Black Caucus are from the islands. And not only that, nothing wrong with being black, but these are people who don't have any connections to our community. You know, they have no connection to our community. It's basically all they're doing, as long as they get their little pet project for their home country and their people in this country and whatnot, they do whatever the Democrat Party say. And that's black policy today. 45 million people, bro, have no political voice, no political
But
power.
Eric Holder was not a candidate of any source. Like he
No,
was
what I'm saying
appointed.
is he was the attorney general, right?
He
He
was
was friends
appointed though.
with the Clintons, right? He was friends with the Clintons, right? And basically he did nothing about trade. And also there was a lot of stuff about the former Bush administration that he could have investigated. He did absolutely nothing. I said, I said, man, we got a black president and a black attorney general. I said, man, we're gonna have justice in this country. What a fucking joke. Then it dawned on me, one was a half Kenyan, half white. One was a freaking goddamn from the island. That's why nothing happened. If Barack Obama and Eric Holder were two African American men, heterosexual men, this country would have been. Shit would have went down.
Again, so why is that not the agenda of of FBA to have a majority AA black caucus? Why is that? Why are
Well,
they
the
attacking
bottom
foreign
line is,
blacks?
Well,
if you,
I hate to say it, Prince, I kind of think they probably did make that an agenda at this point because they
Yeah, but
blast everything that's not FBA at this point. They celebrated when a Jamaican woman lost the election. They celebrated when another, I guess he was a
the
Somalian dude,
Haitian got
Minnesota lost
arrested,
the election. They're
and that
celebrating the losses
congresswoman
of
was
black
arrested
immigrants
for
left and right.
they went ecstatic when that Wisdom Sears in Virginia lost. They went ecstatic with that shit. So it's turning now, unfortunately.
so
It'll get
who
to
they
that
lost
point,
to?
so
Who
you
they
got to worry
lost
about
to?
that part anymore.
So
I,
who
I
they
will
lost to?
say
Who?
this:
Wisdom Sears,
I think the white people in government they were intelligent enough to really filter who the hell they allowed into the country going forward, because back in the days there was the black immigrants for the most part that would actually fight alongside Black America rather than turn against the people. So they wanted to make sure there was no more Kwame Tories, there was no more Farrakhan's, there was no more.
Garbage, like that, you know?
So they did
What
a
what
good
what what,
filter.
what are you talking
They
about
make
though?
sure you came over here, you were a self-hating motherfucker at this point.
That's
That just
illogical,
wanted to
bro.
get by.
They want you to be a DJ academic.
Yeah,
Clown
that's what you are now.
Bruh, first of all, do you think DJ Academic is like ultra
That dude's a
celebrated
fucking
as a
sellout,
standard in
man.
his own
He's a fucking
community?
clown. That dude's a fucking. First of all, he's not even really black, right? He goes that we Jamaicans. Dude, you come from a poor island that never built anything. You know, Black America. Nobody can hold a candle to Black America when it comes to achievement. That's the
You're trying to
truth.
make it a versus thing, man. But
No, it's not
you
a. He started. That's what the thing. Person, we get tired of. You guys throw rocks and hide your hands. He brung it up how Caribbeans are educated, we hard work with it, and Jonathan broke it down last night. The whole idea of the educated, hardworking immigrant is a fucking lie. It is.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
It is a
It's
fucking
the
lie.
greatest lie
It's
ever
not
told.
a lie,
Well,
man.
you know why it's a lie, Principal B?
Why
Because
is that?
you come down to where America, what makes America work. You come down to
Yeah.
Virginia in the shipyards, right? You go to Detroit, the auto industry. Who's doing the auto industry work? You go to Pittsburgh, Gary, Cleveland, and see the steel yards and whatnot, iron workers. Who's there? What black people there? Black American men. And now that they work
Absolutely.
40 years and get a pension and a gold watch, right? Immigrants don't do that. They work a couple of years, they go back to wherever they came from, or they make enough money to buy a house back where they came from. We give 40 years to the post office, you know? We give 40
You missed. I don't know his point, but where I do get it, what he's saying is that education is the focal point, and that's the cool. You even said it yourself
No,
a couple
actually,
shows back.
not the education. No, that's bullshit. You know what's the thing? It's hard work. You can have the
No, but
education.
I'm trying to say,
Hold on. It's all about hard work. Black people in America, Black Americans do hard work. I'm not just talking about a work ethic. I'm talking about hard work, committed to hard work. You know, I mean, you know what it takes to get up every day, 5 o'clock in the morning, to go down to the shipyard, do hard, backbreaking work for 35, 40 years, or not, you know, and then still look up and see the world just looks, gives you no thanks. There's no way out. You're not going to go to some island when after a couple of years. This is what you're going to die in. That's your reality. Only group of people that could do that is Black America. You know, even white people, like one guy, my client told me, he said, white guys can't do this. They just buy enough to get their motor. He was like laughing. He goes, the white guy just comes out here. Because he's been there for 35 years, right? In the shipyard, right? He has no auto business, right? But he worked for 30 years in the shipyard, right? He says white guys will come there, buy enough to get their motorcycle or down payment on a house or buy a trailer or home, whatever they try to do, and they bounce. He goes, it's everybody, all the guys that started with back in the days, all black men. They all retired. Whatever, they put 30, 40 years into the shipyard and they got a good retirement package and whatnot, you know? But you don't see nobody else doing what Black American men do, you know? The bus companies, the transit, you know, the civil service in this country. That's what built Black America. Not no damn, you know, whatever the hell you think education think you meant. Education is beautiful, but that's not what put the food on the table in Black America. We've always been a hardworking people, and that's the one thing they couldn't take from us. Because we do shit the Mexicans will never do. You know, Mexicans work a little bit, right? One person, they'll live 10 to a house. One person work here, one not, and they work just enough so they get a business off the ground with a little taco stand, whatever the hell it is, or contracting business with that damn business. Black people forsook all that, you know, to work at these jobs for the like truck driving and everything like that, you know. You go remember Yellow Freight last year, Jonathan, when they basically went out of business. Remember all those black men? I gave 30 years to this motherfucker. Remember that? Yellow Freight. I worked for Yellow Freight one time. Yellow Freight's a trucking company, you know.
Yeah, I heard the connection.
My uncle worked for Yellow Freight.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, we're sick and tired of people saying how it's black. It's some people who got America's back, who's building America, are Black American men. Without us, this country would collapse. You can take that to the bank. You know?
but hold on. That's a very strong statement, but absolutely, you guys do indeed add a lot of value to America,
I'm sorry
man.
to say, but it's the absolute truth, man. You know?
No, but you
I'm
said
looking at what we
I
do.
was agreeing with you. I was agreeing with you till you said that. You know, because everybody contributes, and I do
No,
believe you
no, no. I'm
guys
talking
played
about
a amazing.
disproportionately contributes is Black American men. If you take away Black American women from the shipyard, I don't know how many Asians you got, like Newport News Shipbuilding, right? Go at Newport News Shipbuilding, right? In the daytime, right? We'll see where all the workers line up for like a mile down the street to get in that shipyard, right? Right? Most of them are Black men. And also, I remember I had this Chinese guy that does insurance, right? He said, "Man, I hate to get there going in the morning when now I do insurance." He got insurance one night. He said, "Man, I used to hate." He was an engineer, but he hated going to that place. It was like going into fucking hell, going down the ship. You're going down underneath the water, and you're working on ships. You're building ships. You know, you're underneath the harbor. You know, and you're building ships. He says a grueling work, but that's the highest paying jobs, working jobs in the area. The shipbuilding, Newport News Shipbuilding. You know, so many Black men have worked there and built whole neighborhoods and communities off the income in that area. Shipyard is a main employer. Newport News Shipbuilding is a main employer. That's where all the money comes from. The billions of dollars flowing through the Black community from the jobs at the shipyard. Even females work down. Black women work down there. You know. So I hate when people try to portray us as fucking lazy. It's a lie, and we're here to fucking stop all this lying and slander about our people. You know. That Africans like to come here and do, you know, that come here and talk lies about white people. Like which one? You got Black Cleveland and white Cleveland. Black Cleveland does all the hard work, whatever like that on their side of the thing. But white people have this thing where they always think negatively of Black people, you know? Even though when they looked at it, said Black people do way more work than white people, you know? You know, we're working, making less of them, working harder than they are, but they have this idea that we're lazy, you know? And what do white guys do when we go on a job, they ain't doing shit, you know? The Black labor got to cover for them, you know? We got to come in and clean up for them, you know? But we don't get no credit because I know a white guy. Let me give you an example. I hired a white guy to work in my agency, you know? I ain't gonna call him a white guy, but, you know, his mother's like Spanish, but he's white, right? I did everything. We spent thousands of dollars on this guy to train him as an agent, get him certified and everything like that. I put a whole year in this guy, right? And this guy, open enrollment, just got completed. He didn't do one freaking enrollment or application, right? But the way it looks at it, right? People, if I was in the office and you didn't know any better, right? And he was sitting there with me and my brother, you would think that he was a boss because him and I are the same age. You automatically assume that he's the one who knows what he's doing, and I'm probably just somebody he's training. I basically put a lot of money in this guy, right? Smart guy, but he was just lazy. Didn't want to do it, you know. And always coming, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this when I never did anything, you know. Got all his training certifications, spent all his money on certifications, did all his money from but he like this. But so the bottom line is, I am sick and tired of people always projecting failure and negativity on Black America. I'm sick of that, you know, because now you're talking about me. You know, I'm Black American, and I'm not lazy. I'm very successful in life, you know, very. So Black people, all this negativity, how do you explain me? How do you explain Jonathan? That's why people don't expect us to defend our people, you know? You don't have to be FBA or ADOS hateful to stand up for your people. You know, stand up. I represent Black America. Musa, I don't give, with all due respect, I don't give a fuck about being renamed or some tribe. Where was that tribe when I needed it? Black America was there for me when I needed it. That's who made me. So I'm not going to distance myself from my own people. I'm not going to do it. What say you, Jonathan?
Hell no, that's why I battle these niggas all the time. I ain't got no hate for Africans, zero. But I'm not gonna let y'all or any African come up here and be disrespectful and claim bullshit that they're not. We're
Yeah,
just not gonna allow it
tell us,
anymore.
oh, we don't know ourselves. You got to change your identity. That's stupid, you know. Where was his identity when we needed him?
Don't
When we on
don't
that
tell me you're
plantation?
special because you know the name of your tribe, you can speak your language, but at the end of the day, you still ain't shit. That doesn't make sense to me.
Right. What you call also? Where was these tribes at? When we were sitting over here on the auction block being sold, and nobody come to rescue us and do nothing with it. Imagine that in one time in history, a shipload of Africans made it to these shores and did battle with the white man, take us out of here. Imagine if one incident like that happened.
Zero happened. But you know they
Yeah,
try to have these lies but there were some tribes they went looking for people. Nigga, no the fuck they didn't.
no, they didn't. No.
We always got to get lies told just so we can supposed to be
And
feeling
we
better or
take
some
that we
shit like
tell
that.
ourselves that lies because we, like I
We
said,
do. Why do you think
they,
we always be like
like I
the
said,
white
I
people
call
raided
myself
Africa? No, the fuck they did not.
I say I'm calling the hate mom. I'm teaching black people how to hate, you know, and that's the only way we're gonna get shit done, right? If people know that if you keep fucking around, we're gonna hate you, right? It'll change, you know. But we've been so loving and forgiving all these years and whatnot. We just let people walk all over us, whatnot, you know. Oh no, this disrespect is gonna stop, you know. I ain't putting up with it. Tell that we call that South Africa about lazy. So lazy slave. They call that in South Africa. HIV Republic by foreigners and has contributed to the new Black South African mind. Yeah, well, the bias, what whole things. Hustle's Bar said XPO bought out Yellow Freight. That's good. I wonder those people, those brothers keep their jobs, man. I guess they did, you know, I hope so, you know. But yeah, but it is what it is. I see black men working hard in this country, you know.
Yeah, my uncle, yeah, I don't know if I think he retired from Yellow Freight. Now he's retired and like he gets some good money, but that was a good company to work for.
Yeah, work. I worked for them just one time before I lived in New York. And the loading thing is hard work. You work about a good 5 hour block, you know, 2 5 hour blocks when I 10 hours a day. When I 5 hours, it's like, you know, the stuff you got to do real quick and loading those trucks, you know, get them in, loaded out, whatnot. You made a lot of money. People, nobody worked there like forever. It's just like you want to make some money, right? Like two paychecks, right? Will be like back then. That was like back in the early 90s. 2 paychecks and it's almost like $2,000. That's a lot of money back then, you know, because you're doing hard backbreaking work. And the truck drivers there made a lot of money too. You know, Yellow Freight was a good company to work for, you know, good company to work for. A lot of black men retired off Yellow Freight, you know. That's in reality. Have you ever seen a Mexican work at a company and retired? Has ever seen that?
Nah.
You don't see that, right?
Mexicans usually bounce around. They don't actually stick to really one
That's what
particular
I'm saying.
thing.
So why people
There are
act like
some like I've
yeah, the
like the ones that work
Americanized
for the
ones, the very
government.
Americanized ones, you know, the
Yeah,
Americanized ones.
that's been here for a while. That work
Yeah,
for
it's
the
been here, that's
government,
born here, been here,
post,
whatnot. They're the ones, you know.
etc. Yeah.
But those migrants and people migrants, they don't work all the time. They just work, you know, here and there.
They're
It's
not
like
standing. They're standing out in front of Home Depot all the time.
yeah, so
They
Or they
they
don't
get
sell
look
flowers.
out,
In
this.
you know.
California, they sell chopped up watermelon and mangoes on the corner. Or they sell flowers in the streets, blocking traffic like
Yeah,
it's in Africa or some stupid shit.
yeah. They
Or they
turn the
sell
country,
little
the city to a
tacos
third
outside
world.
their house.
Yeah, they turn the place into a third world thing, you know, with their vending trucks and shit. You know, it is what it is. But I say people can do what they want. But I hate like when John says that, oh, the immigrants got so much business, he don't see the whole picture. You know?
Kala, I have a question for
Yeah, go ahead.
Jonathan. So since you're in Africa, what is like what is a daily routine or life like in Africa? Like what do you guys like what is the
He's trying to
average
stay out of that heat.
like do they have like a very
I'm
social
sorry, I didn't hear you.
what is like a daily routine? Like how do like people in Africa live their lives? Like what do they do daily?
For the most part, everybody works. I mean, except for some young niggas, they usually beg or harass people for money. Other than that, for the most part, seeing everybody work, hell, even the little kids work. It'd be
So
sad as hell seeing kids work and they're not even at school. They walk around with some bullshit on their head, trying to sell some little sachet bottles, some little sachet baggies of water and shit. They're 8 years old, looking like they should be in fucking school, but they're not.
but like is
Or
it
the other day, I was walking in Calabar. This was some sad shit. I was walking around like 5 something in the morning. He was like 30 little kids, all boys, dirty as fuck, sleeping on the ground. on the sidewalk and shit. My mom like, what the fuck y'all parents at? It's horrible.
No, but like, is it like Monday through Friday they go to work, and then Saturday, Sunday they have like the day?
Monday to Friday, that shit don't exist. Hell
That's
no, you go to
what I'm
work
trying to
every day.
figure out. Like, what is it over there?
No, they go to work every day. Hell no.
They don't
Ain't no
get
Monday
weekends
through
off.
Friday in Africa. Ain't no Monday through Friday over here. You go to work every day.
That's horrible. Why? They don't get breaks?
Breaks?
No,
What?
the whole thing is
So
they don't.
don't they get tired?
What the hell are you talking about?
They
Yeah,
don't
These
I
get
niggas
guess you
don't even
think they
get
got a
paid the
union.
legal wage.
Oh, I
They
think
don't get
you
paid the
probably think they
legal
got
wage.
vacation
There's no
time.
set hours. I know people that
Yeah,
work
look, there's
14,
no
15,
vacation
16, 17,
pay.
18 hours, 24 hours
Hold on,
for a
there's
punk
Yeah,
no
ass
sick pay
$20 a
leave.
month.
Jonathan, when I was in Nigeria, when I seen them, they're really hustlers. Like they was working all at night. When me and Dinus, when we were gonna go get some food. And I just seen everyone, they was just still working at night. I mean, it was night. I was like, wow.
Yeah, they still work. But the thing is, so let's put it in perspective. Is it because they're not lazy or because they don't have no choice? You got to survive. You want to eat, right? But if you put them in a different situation, they may not. They may
What
not be that way.
there?
It
Like,
really depends.
what kind of jobs do they have over there? Or is it like real jobs, or like selling potatoes? Like, what kind of jobs?
They
It
sell
depends
pot-
on where you're located. If
Depends
you're
on
in
where
the
you're
city,
located.
yeah, if you're in the city, you're doing different stuff. If you're like in the rural areas or like in a village, you're doing it just depends.
Hmm. But they have actual like businesses that you can apply for. Like, you can apply for a job there, or how do
No,
you get
I
a job
mean,
there?
technically, yeah, they have business that you can apply for a job. The
Yeah.
question is,
but
are
it
you going to
depends
get
on you
paid the
getting it.
salary that you're supposed to get? That's a
Yeah,
whole different
let me give you an
conversation.
example. Can you, if you got a professional job over here, Honey Flower, can you live on $500 a month?
No,
Who getting paid $500 a
I
month, Kyla?
I will be
No,
having
I'm
to
just
live
saying
in my car.
hypothetically. We know
I was
it's
about to
much
say,
more
nigga,
than
I
that,
know
but I'm saying
there's
I'm just being
doctors that ain't
hypothetical.
making that kind of money. That's
The
rich.
doctors
Calm
don't even
down.
make $500 a month over there. You know.
No, I would not survive. I would have to live in my car.
Oh, you could have a place to live. That's the whole thing. In Africa, you could play because, like I said, you know, a lot of times in Nigeria, you don't have mortgages, car
No,
payments, and stuff like
in the
that. You
United
know.
States, $500 a month. I cannot survive. I would have to
Yeah,
live
but
in
you
my
know, only because you got bills here. You know.
Hmm.
And a lot of times,
Yeah.
Africa, only
They're
bill in
getting to
Africa
that
because they got
point
shit
though,
like this.
Kyla, in which they're starting to have mortgages or you can pay for things on a monthly basis. But when they
Yeah.
do it,
Yeah.
the interest rates are crazy as fuck.
And they want the
And
money. They want it paid off in like 2 years or some shit like that.
Hmm.
They want to
6 months. But go
I
ahead.
saw a mortgage in Ghana, right? I saw a mortgage in Ghana, right? It was 25% interest, right? And you had to pay
Oh my
the
god.
mortgage only for 5 years. You know?
Wow.
That's kind of
Yeah.
better than what we have
But
though.
in Nigeria, if you do that,
No,
even
it's
if you
not. No,
pay
it's not.
you know how they
Yeah.
do
If you
it.
got an interest,
Even if
if you
you
got a
pay off
30-year
their,
mortgage,
even if
35-year
you pay off
mortgage
your
at
loan
8%. You
before
know,
the
how's
time
that better?
period's up, they're still gonna charge you the same interest rate. It doesn't matter. Your interest is locked
So
in.
when do they get paid? Do they get like paid every 2 weeks like us, or how do they
They
get?
get paid once a month.
They get paid once a month.
Everybody gets paid by the month.
Hmm.
Your salary.
And it's weird
Call
And
it
then
because
salary.
sometimes they pay rent yearly.
Yeah,
yearly,
that's what it is. You pay the
Yearly.
rent
Yeah.
they
yearly
annualize.
or monthly, depending on your situation, you can also pay
What
monthly.
I do, hold on.
But
The
say,
house
for
I got in
example, if you
Liberia,
work at a hotel
I
or if
pay
you're
like
a
for a year.
cashier and all the money doesn't come up or some shit like that, they deduct that from your pay.
A rough life in Africa, man. You know, so
That's horrible.
Yeah.
Man.
yeah, but you
If
think
something
about it.
gets
West
broke, they
Africa
deduct it from
is a
your pay.
territory. Hold up. West Africa is a territory like Europe and America, right? And it has people, right? How come West Africa isn't wealthy and developed like the United States, North America, and Europe? It's the mindset of the people in the region. That's why. You know, that's it. What there's no Europe American land on soil is not superior to African soil. It's the mindset and the
Yes,
people that's there, you know?
hmm
Ja Calabar is nice. It's very
It don't
clean.
make any sense.
But the poverty there, it's
But Tyler,
visible.
I'm sorry, my fault, Jonathan. You repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
Now do your thing, Prince.
No, you said something about Calabar is very nice, so you can keep going. I
No, I
heard
said
about it.
it's beautiful. It's nice. That's the only place, Calabar and Aquarium.
Yeah,
It's the only place where I
Calabar
think
is
the
nice.
government is actually competent in designing the roads and streets and actually putting asphalt down like they got common sense. In the rest of the country, they just be throwing concrete and rocks all over the place and be like, "That's a road." Okay, nigga, no, it's not. But all right.
All right, man. So I heard something like Inigu State. Have you been there? How is it there?
I've been there. It's crappy. Don't fall for that shit. They have emo is very nice. Enugu, the actual city, is nice to a degree. But in terms of the best roads that I ever seen, they're in Calabar and they're in Aquidum, E15, all of those areas. It's like they actually planned the shit. Well, let me go and be honest. The white people that settled there at one point, they planned the shit. But they planned this shit so nice. There's space. There is space. The
Calabar,
roads are
he has
never
a
really
Calabar.
crowded.
Well, let
It
me have
makes
Ja answer
sense.
this. Yeah, hold up. Ja, Calabar had tried to build Tanabu. It was a theme park and a movie studio, right? Which could have worked if we got Ryan Coogler there. It was like 12 years ago, right? A studio, right? But it got abandoned. The Nigerian mind. They were gonna have a theme park. They had the monorail there. They had the airlift, the cable thing that takes you across. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. But the bottom line is this: the guy that had a project there, I think he was Black American too, part Black American. He had a thing of making it like a Disney, with theme parks, rides, and everything like that. But guess what, Ja? Most Nigerians were leaving from Nigeria to go to Dubai, 500 a day. Nigeria said they didn't want to have their own Dubai and places to go like that. They would rather spend their money going outside Nigeria. So Nigerians didn't appreciate what Calabar had to offer. Calabar was going to basically be a tourist destination for Nigerians, showcasing that one African country could have a middle class to sustain itself.
Because they always want somebody else's stuff.
Yeah, that's what Nigerians do. They always in somebody else's country. They don't appreciate their own country. They're always someplace else.
Africans are in general. They want somebody else's stuff. They don't want their own. They're weird.
Yeah. So Calabar was
what I did.
I'm gonna be honest. The foreign shit is just better. It's the fault of the people that run the companies because they intentionally sell crappy ass services.
Yeah, but
they can improve the services. They make the profits to improve. They just choose not to. That doesn't make sense.
What I said, Epcom, right? The Epcom is bad. Let's see, Calabar. Let's see, I'm finding this Calabar. Tinapa. Let's have some fun. Let's watch this. I want to see this. Tinapa, Calabar. I was so excited. That's another thing I was let down, Jonathan. I was basically so excited about this shit. Calabar, Tinapa Resort in Calabar. I thought, man, Nigeria's and nothing. It's like Nigeria
is a business and leisure resort located north of Calabar Municipality, Cross River State. It was initiated by Governor Donald Duke as a way to boost business and tourism in Cross River State. It was opened in April 2nd, 2007. The resort has facilities for retail and wholesale activities, as well as leisure and entertainment. guys, you're currently at Tinapa Resort. I'm going to take you guys along with me, so stick around.
It's a cheesy production. You tell it's amateur. We'll find a better one, man. This was like somebody with their cell phone. And that's what Bomani talks about when he says freaking knowing how to do it. Because I used to make videos like this. I used to piss them off. The camera shaking and shit, you know. You gotta get one of those things, collar. Things we hold the camera. He says, man, shit shaking, man. That's bad quality, man. Oh. Let's see. We'll find another one. I want to show you this theme park they were trying to build. Don't waste your money. Before you visit Calabar, this guy, all right, let's see what this guy got to say. Multi-million-dollar, closed facility. This is sad, man. Let's see this. So much potential in Nigeria, man, but they don't have the mind.
Can you hear?
The echo, yes.
The echo, it is designed to be a perfect amphitheater so that you do not need microphone to talk.
So it's deliberate.
It is very deliberate. You don't need microphone to talk. Once you stand where you need to stand, you can address everybody.
Wow.
And you hear it. Come and talk.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Goshes, of course. Yeah, so when I was in Calabar, every single person that I ever met and found out that I was a foreigner, a Ghanaian in particular, they asked the same question. Have you seen Tinapa? I was like, okay. So they kept asking me Tinapa until Ima and I decided to go and see this place. So this is us here at Tinapa. Now, first impression, it is a very beautiful sight to behold. When you show up over here, the roads, the floor that you're looking at or the ground that you're looking at, ash color like that, they are all tarred roads. And I do understand it's one of the greatest infrastructure or amusement park or a place of entertainment that was built by the then governor, Donald Duke, again. So I decided to have a short conversation with Ima about what this place really is here in Nigeria, specifically Cross River State, Calabar.
The idea behind it was to be a creative studio, creative attraction. You know how we have the pavilions, studios, theaters like the Louvre in France. We have the Opera House in Sydney. We have the Hollywood. This was supposed to be somewhere where people would come and display their creativity. This was supposed to be somewhere where people can have studios. You know how creative houses,
Yeah.
when we enter, you will see how that was designed to be a place of creativity. It was designed to be a place of display of culture, this display of whatever we are able to produce. You see that icon there? It looks like a film ticker.
Clapper.
A film clapper. And
That's more like it's supposed to be an embodiment of everything art and entertainment
exactly
for the people of Calabar.
exactly. To the extent that there was a full frame studio here where they were shooting films here, shooting content films right from here, broadcasting to the whole world right from here.
Here.
Right from here. Yes.
This is supposed to be a film
Why
studio.
is there not still used?
A lot of things probably happened, but we just dwell on the hope that one day people people will recognize the importance of spaces like this, of creative spaces, and pay attention to it.
It's very beautiful, and it's not that everything is completely deteriorated, like it's spoiled.
It can be renovated.
It could be
It
renovated
is not
completely.
yet in the stage where we'll say it's a lost cause. No, this everyone here can be renovated. As you go down, you will see more and more things. But it will take some money, yes, but it can be renovated. Here's the entrance to the studio. Here's like the reception. You know, you come here and they receive you. See how it's built. Very beautiful building.
Amazing.
I'm not gonna bore you guys with the whole video, but you get the gist of it, right? They basically they built this a place called Tanubu in Calabar, right? It was supposed to be like Hollywood, you know, and they had film studios, everything, you know, that everything, a state-of-the-art film studios, everything. And
So
it's
why?
they're supposed to be because Nigerians didn't support it. Nigerians had enough people that was that could have sustained it because they said the billions of dollars Nigerians are wasting going to Dubai every day. You know, Nigerians had up to
Oh,
like 500 people going to Dubai every day, right? So they thought they were going to
so
steer
this
some
was
of the
like
people.
their Vegas or something, right? This was like their New York or whatever, and they
This was
completely
supposed to be
abandoned.
like Hollywood, Disney, you know,
That's
a place
just
where
horrible.
Nigerians. But they're like if you don't have a sense of pride in your country and whatever like that, it ain't gonna work.
They have pride when they come here, though. I don't get it.
Or that's that. Yeah, they have pride, but they're not proud.
They
You
have false
know,
pride. It's not real pride.
they're not real pride. You know.
You can't really be proud for going to another country to survive. That doesn't make sense.
I
Seriously.
mean, the fact that they actually built it and it looks relatively nice.
And you know, and when it first built, it was
Wow.
built by the guy Duke. I think he's part African American. You know, and spent a lot of time in America. You know, and
They
basically he
spent
had
a
a
lot of
vision.
money.
He had a vision. It only took you know, you know, the thing only cost a total of $500 million. They had a monorail there and everything. $500 million. That's supposed to, like they said, had it worked, man, they would have been grossing like billions of dollars a year because it was going to
Exactly.
be a
All the
hub of
Africans,
filmmaking and
all
tourism.
the Africans would have
Where they made a
there.
mistake as marketing as a Nigerian product. They should have said this was a foreign project.
Right.
And then after that, everybody would have came.
They would have basically, if they probably would have got a bigger profile in Black America and stuff like that, it could have worked because right around the time that was, because I thought Tanapa was going to be the place where Black Panther would be made, you know? That's what I thought, you know? But this was like years before I say, yo, man, if there's ever going to be a major Black sci-fi movie, that should be it, man. That'd be Revolution. So when Black Panther was made, I could have sworn I thought that it was part of it was going to be shot in Tanapa. And I found out it was shot in Tyler Perry Studios, you know, disappointed, you know? So it is what it is, you know? Only Nigerians can fix Nigeria, you know? Their mind has to change. They got to stop trying to compete with us. If they stop trying to compete with Black America, they get someplace, you know? What's up, Dave?
I actually blame the major tribes for all the problems in Africa.
What do you say?
In Nigeria, the Yoruba is trash. The Igbo is trash. The Hausa is trash. All the smaller tribes, they seem to be able to, you know, make their shit look nicer for some reason. They tend to care more
because they don't have much.
But you know, they're so tribal. The other tribes don't want to support the other tribe because they're supposed to be better.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. When you start saying somebody is better than your tribe, that's automatically creates friction and division. The Bison. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, good evening, panel. Good evening, Jonathan.
Yo, Dave, you know, I did some more research and whatnot. What I found out is not only do cities are allowed to use their sovereign wealth funds, but they also fund, like Dollar Bill was telling me today, that this guy Mangani is trying to cut Israel off from the pension fund loans of New York City. New York City invests a lot of shit around the world. Do you guys remember back
I
in the
didn't know that. I didn't know
yeah,
that.
a lot of people don't know that. Back in the 80s, where they had the divestment movement, all the black cities pulled their investments out of South Africa. South Africa was a reserve currency of the world. And we put our pension funds and whatnot into that because that was a safe bet, into South Africa. We pulled it out, South Africa's economy was so great that everybody put their money in South Africa at a time of high inflation in America. But what I'm saying is Newark could do the same thing eventually, If Monrovia, Liberia figures out a way, like they're going to underrate, they say, okay, let's say if Liberia gets a break and discovers oil, then it's on, because they know the pension fund loans will have backing. All you need is a guarantee, right? Some places the guarantee comes in the form of real estate, like Vietnam. That was real estate, that the loans that came to build Saigon were paid back through real interest on real estate, right? When the communists came there and took over, the United States set money in there, set troops in there to take back that because they will lose their investments. So that works. I think Liberia has relatively a peaceful country, right? I don't think there's any chance of communists or somebody Islamics taking over. So all it really has to do is just find out what it could do to attract investments, or I don't know. I think that Dave, I think they should nationalize all those industries, those concessions. What do you think, Dave?
I think it's a good idea. I think
at this point in time, who the hell?
Not everything should be nationalized.
I think right now the government should nationalize that and use that to back pension fund loans and stuff like that.
Nationalize what industry though?
The iron ore, ArcelorMittal, Firestone, Bridgestone, all these freaking things, Lamco, all these things to be nationalized,
But nobody's bringing that up for discussion.
Oh, because everybody's scared. They're scared. That's why. When Kwame Nkrumah tried to national industry, they took him out, man. He went over to Egypt when that next thing he found out he didn't have a government no more.
Yeah.
Patrice Lumumba talking about nationalized. So what they did to him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. He talked about nationalizing industries, man. But I think we'll be prepared. I think bit by bit, if we do things like exchange, like educational things, Liberia doesn't have not one library, Dave.
They burnt up all the libraries during the war, Kyla.
Yeah, we had libraries back in the days, but they all got looted. Like Monrovia had a city zoo at one time, but in the 1980s, the people broke in and ate all the animals.
Are you serious?
Yeah, man, they broke in, ate everything. Nothing was spared. They had elephants.
They ate the tiger. They ate the lion.
They ate everything.
That's fucked up.
The people ate everything. The monkeys, they ate everything.
I love lions.
Because people were starving. The war.
They
people
ate the monkeys. Of course,
they ate everything. Nothing was
from
spared.
the first
Everything. If Kyla said they broke in the zoo, then they ate all the animals.
I
That's
got a
not
question,
true.
Kyla,
That's
about
not true.
Liberia.
It is
That's
a truth,
not true.
Elvis.
That's not true.
They broke it. The year was, I think it was like 19. It was like in the 90s. They broke it.
What's the year? Tell me the year, Carter.
What?
So what is the year?
I think it was during the war. It was like
During the war, but
when they had a lot.
they didn't break in the zoo to eat the
Oh,
animals.
they broke off. They broke in this zoo.
They broke in the zoo.
What was it called?
No, they broke in the zoo to loot. They didn't break in it to eat the
Yeah,
animals.
but they killed and they.
A lot of animals died from starvation
What's in the zoo to loot?
and got eaten by other
Come on,
animals.
what's in the zoo?
What the hell do you loot from a zoo?
Yeah, what the fuck do you loot from a zoo?
They had equipment in there. They had a
Yeah, right.
a safe
They had
in there.
giraffe meat. The only equipment they had was giraffe meat, man.
Because you just say things without any evidence to back. I know I've been sleeping throughout your show, but that woke me out of my slumber. That's I heard.
Now,
some
what
BS.
was the purpose of shooting at the people over the rice shit?
Well, it's like this.
Was it necessary to shoot at those people?
Well, I would say like this: you got a whole state. If you're not the mob rule, you cannot submit the mob rule. And it happened like that in America. Remember Kent State shooting in Ohio? Happens in any state. You challenge a state. When the state says, Georgia Lions says, get back, disperse. They have the right after that to use deadly force. Every state has the right to use deadly force, no matter what it is. It happened in America. They fired
Over rights protesters, though.
No, it was more than a rights protest. It was an insurrection.
That's a
Okay.
damn lie. You see, Jonathan Carter
When I read it, I actually read an
He's
old
always
ass
trying to
article
excuse
from
it.
the day that it happened. Now it's like, what? You shot these niggas over a rights protest?
Hold on. No, you want to hear the truth? What happened? Want to hear what happened? Right?
Oh, so you didn't tell him the truth just now, huh?
Oh, I no. I'm gonna tell him what happened. The whole truth. What happened? Right? Jonathan, in the 1979, right? It was right around the time of the OAU meeting in Liberia, right? It was the height of the CIA infiltrating Liberia, right? The OAU was in Liberia and whatnot. And then next thing you know, at the same time, Tolbert said, we're going to start using domestic rice in America, right? Because a lot of rice was imported from Corporation Firestone to the people and whatnot. Foreigners basically was selling rice to Liberians, to wholesales and whatnot. There's that importing the rice to. So in other words, all the Americans and everything that had a monopoly on Liberia, because that's a staple, right? Tolbert started growing. Remember, I showed you the video of the Wealth of Liberia. He started growing rice, and the rice was ready for distribution in local markets. The people basically were told that the government, Tolbert, is trying to starve them. When he said he put prices on the foreign rice, right, to stimulate the local growth, so the local rights, help the local rights grow. There's people in the PRC group, circulate around that the Congo people are trying to starve the native people, would not, they say and try to delegitimize the True Whig Party. That's why people are rioting. They came in rioting under false information, And what's good about Liberia right now is that they thought that they were going to be able to do that forever. Because right now Liberians are very smart, right? They tried to do that in Liberia recently. They tried to do it to George Weah, say he's doing this, say he's doing that, and then have a mob. George Weah came out there with them hot trucks, right, and sprayed water on motherfuckers, and then everybody's like, "I wasn't involved with this."
Tyler, you're just an authoritarian, naturally.
Authoritarian.
So hold on. Let me speak.
George Weah authoritarian.
Tyler,
Hot trucks.
Hold on. Your natural instinct is you should go in there and stop the people from, exercising their constitutional rights.
No, that exercising.
Tyler, just hold on, bro. I've been quiet for like 2 hours.
Your constitution not the riot.
Just hold on, Carla. The Constitution gave the people the right, the freedom to assemble and to protest their government, and ask, to
where the Constitution?
Carla, you can't be quiet for a second, bro. I mean, come on. The reality is, it's not a lot. The reality is, these guys wanted to protest, right? And it's not PRC. It's PAL, the People Alliance of Liberia. And and they were the main ones that wanted to do the protest. The president, obviously, his family, along with other elite, had rice farms, and was trying to sell rice to the people.
You're absolutely
lying. Hold on, Carla, please.
You're lying, but go ahead.
Oh man. And they wanted to protest. This was going to be one of the first protests in the country's history. You had a lot of people in the government that wanted to subdue these people and not let them have the protest against the rights.
Oh, well, hold on. Do you understand, Elvis? Right there. Do you understand the people were misled? They were protesting against themselves because they were trying to protect Liberian grown rice by putting tariffs on foreign imported rice. Why would they be rioting to get foreign rice inside of Liberia? Can you explain that?
Who had the
It didn't matter.
What do you mean it didn't matter? If somebody if Donald Trump tell you can't buy any more eggs, and his family got all the eggs in America, who's going to benefit, you or the president?
Continuous liar. The whole idea was they knew Chaucer and all them people were importing rice, but they said this is not sustainable. We have to get people Liberians making money from their own rice. They were willing to take that loss.
Who's the who were the Liberians that was the natives that were making farms and had rice farms?
The rally projects.
Kyle, you know what a rally project is?
A lot of native people.
Those were rice that was sent from the United States.
He was trying to convince them to go up.
Those are rice that was sent from the United States that was a surplus rice.
By the time John,
go research it.
Oh, you saw the video, Wealth of Liberia. By the time the late 70s, Liberia had produced its own rice, and they said they wanted to put that in the market. That's what that was all about, you know. And the people, the U.S. government, whoever else.
It was freedom of choice, Kyler.
The people.
Let me speak, bro. Give me 30 seconds. Let me say this, right? And let's not argue on this. In this country, right? The other day I went to the store. They got like organic eggs. They got white, shell, brown shell, all kinds of different eggs. You can pick the kind of egg that you want. In Liberia, you have what is called the country rice, which some people like. It's grown in the country. It's not as refined. You might find little rocks. People don't pick it too well. They don't have the machine, all of that stuff. You have the short grain rice. You have the long grain rice. Those short grains and long grain rice are usually imported. And the people in the country prefer, some of them, the long grain rice. That was probably the most popular. They call it pusawa. And some people, prefer the short grain rice, which is called parboiled rice. So they had the freedom of choice to pick which rice they wanted to buy. Now you had a business, cartel in the country that realized that this could be a money-making machine if we just limit their rice choice to one choice, which is then held by high members of the government and the president's family.
Well, where would that rice come from?
Once I get to that point, you jump down my throat. You don't want to hear that part of it.
You're not being truthful. You're talking to people who don't know. The rice they was trying to promote was the rice that was grown in Liberia.
Who were growing the rice in Liberia? That's my question.
It was the same people, the Maserati group of companies.
Okay, there you go. There you go. So don't bury the lead.
But the thing is, though, even though it was growing in Liberia, like this, it was still Liberian grown.
You are the government. You're going to tell people what to eat and what not to eat. If people want to eat short rice, let them eat it. If your product is superior, go on in the free market and compete.
National security, yeah. Elvis, let me break something down to you, right? Maybe we got found some common ground, right? I've been teaching all week, right? Part of ethics and being civilized in a civilized world is the idea of respect for the rule of law, right? Now, the rule of law, it comes from two things. It comes from the ability of one body of institution to govern, and the second part is the consent of those being governed, right? Now, in the rule of law, right, there's a social contract, right? The social contract starts like this, right? Those who are being governed has to have 100% faith, right, in the fact that the people governing them, right, are out for their best interest and protection, safety, and inclusiveness, right? And that's not easy to do. That's the challenge of any country, particularly a poor developing country, right? When you have that situation where everything's based on perception, like let me give you an example. In the movie Gangs of New York, right? Remember the guy paid William T. Tammany Hall said the appearance of the law must be upheld, especially when it's being broken. America understands one thing. It's the appearance of the law, right? The perception of justice, right? The process, the due process of law, right? Don't mean you're going to have justice all the time, but you have to go through a judicial process, right? The electoral system is a process. So long as process is being met, right? It gives it legitimacy, right? When you have a country that's developing and the people aren't literate and not educated, right? And you're telling them, right? And they can't research it for themselves, right? And you're telling them that their country's trying to starve them out when that, and you're not looking at all the variables and being truthful and everything. And it goes like that in Liberia to this day. But the bottom line is the people in Liberia, just because they're on social media, just happen to be smarter. You know.
Carla, yeah, it's what it is, right?
But
Hold on, Carla. Let me say this. Jonathan was being smart by saying, you know what? Why did they have to go through all that trouble and just not let those people protest? It wasn't going to be bad, but the government had to try to interfere and use brute force against their own people. Hold on, Carla. And it caused it caused a cascading effect. But here's the thing: the country rice was cheaper. It was the cheaper of the three different rice, right? But what they wanted to do was to block those other two, perhaps more premium rice from coming in, but charge the people the same price that they used to charge for the premium rice for the country.
That wasn't no cause of no riots, bro. Come on, you know. The riots was caused because people actually were led to believe that the so-called Congo people was trying to starve them. You know, it wasn't about the price of the rice.
Price of the rice. You know,
they said they were trying to friggin' starve them.
They were too greedy. That's what happened to people. When you think you have a stranglehold on people, you think you do anything and you get away with it. That was their issue.
They were told that in a month there would be no rice to eat. They would starve. That's what led to the riots. You know.
Now, Carla, with that being the case, the likelihood that the U.S. push for the overthrow of the Liberian government, considering the fact for 5 years straight they were slandering Liberia throughout that whole time period.
Yeah, they were.
The likelihood is that the U.S. pushed for them to be overthrown.
Do their bidding. The United States was trying to bring down the Truman Party because it was basically complicating its geopolitical ambitions in Angola, Congo, Mozambique. Liberia stood against the United States in the 70s on a lot of issues, especially what happened with Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah and Toba were good friends. Same thing with Cecil Dennis. And
Carla, that's the thing. You know, when you're in America and you're part of the United States government, people can rise up and have little parties like the Black Panther parties and other things.
Yeah,
hold on, Carla. Let me speak, bro. I mean, I'm not allowed to speak on your show, Carla.
Let me say this before you speak. I'm gonna let you have it.
Yeah, every time I want to make a point, you want to jump and take the point because you think that's how you want to argue.
America in here is black people are the minority. We have no power overthrowing the government and anything like that. And America got a million ways of dealing with us. What happened? When you talk about a country like Liberia, that was a small country that was fragile and tenuous, you know, it's whole tenuous, right? It was basically based on the fact that the only way Liberia could have worked was if that everybody believed that this was the right thing to do, we'll sort our problems out later and whatnot, you know. When you got some people saying, you know, something, it's time for us to rule, whatever like that, rule, not govern. Because they didn't have
any. Carla, I hear you, right? Let me say this. The U.S. number one most effective and important thing that they give foreign countries, it's not even money. It's intelligence. Intelligence, that's the most important things they give countries. And when you start to deviate and start to not align with the United States, they don't give you intelligence. They don't share intelligence with you. So if somebody is marching and coming to kill your president in his mansion, and the U.S. got that they got that information on their radio that they pick up. Hold on, Paula. Let me just say it. And they got that information that they pick up on the satellite. They don't feel like they have an obligation to call you and tell you, hey, this is what's happening. Hold on, Carla. Let me finish, bro. Just hold on.
Hey, peace and blessings to everyone.
Oh, Dollar Bill, what's up? Oh, no, 70 cents. Carla, let me finish, man. I mean, you're not being fair. You're doing the same thing again. You're filibustering.
Several heads of state that was.
Let me get to my wider point, right? During our war, right, when the United States was backing Charles Taylor at that time to remove Samuel Doe, he had all of the information, so the army had no chance, you know, and they overran the country. When the United States was against Charles Taylor and behind the rebels, the Crown rebels, to come and remove Taylor, all of his guns, importation was being seized. All of his move was being intercepted, and the rebels overran him. So it's information. That's the biggest thing. Yeah, Tubman was a great ally of the United States. They helped him a lot with development. They gave him information. They gave him a lot of things working along with the United States. When Tubman came there, he deviated from that. Started speaking against the United States interests. He was aligning himself with different countries. He had the right to do it. but the United States do not have a right to protect you if you're not with them. That's the difference. So they're not going to tell you, oh, there's a coup being plotted in your country. Even though you say you're not friends with us anymore, you want to align with the Russians and other people. They don't have an obligation to tell you that. But when you guys are friends and you share intel, they will tell you that, and you can question, a lot of coups or a lot of uprising in your country. That's the difference. I'll pass the mic.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, what I was trying to say though is all these nations from Liberia to Nigeria are just arbitrary things that was thrust on the people. I'm a proponent of having 2,500 new African countries.
So what's up, look, that's not going to happen. We're having an intelligent conversation.
No, but I'm serious because
don't give me your. I do not want to hear your coon fantasies and nonsense. What do you got to say about what we're talking about? I said the topic is America's low life culture. That's
the category. That's a lie. America is a standard of morality, right? We don't live up to it all.
America's a low life culture because America brings people.
That's a lie. You can go to rural areas where you don't see no degeneracy.
Look at you, man. Look at you, man. You basically.
I'm not a degenerate.
Yeah, you are a degenerate.
But you're a degenerate because you lie all the time, especially in this country.
All the time, you're a degenerate.
Man, you're a congenital liar.
Hold up. Tell me why is it that America produces Ted Bundy? When we stop, Jeffrey Dahmer.
You're going to extreme cases.
You want me to stop?
Right when the tsunami happened, who gave food to Asia when the tsunami happened? When there's famines, our Red Cross helps people all around the world. When Elvis was suffering from the Civil War, they brought him here. Come on, man. I'm not going to let you lie, man.
Every country in Central and South America has been overthrown, destabilized, right? The United States in 1954 overthrew a democratically elected government in Iran and stalled the Shah.
But you look at these areas that would be stable without America.
You won't answer that.
Like Latinos like socialism and they like communism. So they're always going to have a strong man leader.
America basically bought.
America is a force of good. You know it, Kyla.
America's not a force. America's not.
All right. Well,
I
you know it. I agree with you, Patrick. America is a net positive for the globe. Unless you've been in a position where America came and rescued your country, whether financially or through other means, you don't know.
Never rescued me, so.
Of course, because that's what I'm saying. You're in a bubble. You're already here.
Countries around the world, third world countries, will die without aid, medicine.
In South Africa, for example, right, with all the money that South Africa has relative to Africa, the United States USAID had a program there for giving AIDS medicine to women who were HIV, women and children who were HIV positive, right? That was a lifesaver. When they cut that money, because those AIDS drug is like $700 a pill. They can't afford that on their own. So the United States was keeping people who were HIV and AIDS positive alive in South Africa by providing those medicines.
I know it's your show, but you can't just tell lies on your way like that.
I'm not telling lies. I'm telling like it is.
You're on Al Gore internet just lying.
I don't make up history like you do. I give you specific facts and whatnot. Every time I talk, I give you specific times, dates, stands. Well, you just talk over.
You have people on this show who went through hardship. Honeyflower went through hardship. We gave her a refuge. Elvis went through hardship. We gave him refuge. Musa went through a civil war with the Dominican Republic. We gave him refuge, right?
Beautiful. That's beautiful. So we dump a bunch of people on our thing, and basically, why don't we help them build their countries back?
I keep telling you, there's no African word for maintenance. That's why you so tall Calabar is run down.
America has no intention.
Is maintenance even an American or English word? Isn't that like a French word? Even not a loner word within itself.
That's what.
Man, this guy to speak forever now. Yeah, both right. America helps nations, and it also sometimes sabotages nations by putting sometimes corrupt leaders in that's for their interests, but against the interests of the collective in the sense of forward mobility.
Yeah, America is not an altruistic nation.
You said what?
Yeah, altruistic is one thing. I say it's not an altruistic nation. It's not only there to do good. No nation is only there to do good. No nation is a charity foundation where they're only there to do good. They have foreign interests, they have national interests, and if you align with them, you're their friend. They're going to help you build up certain things and help you with certain, stimulus, to help you with your economy and other things. But if you're not aligned with them, when they take away their help from you, trust me,
Yeah, but
you're like a sheep.
sometimes they're like even in the Tolbert example, Tolbert was probably aligned with them on 60-70% of
Even
the
I'm not
things.
hearing you. You said even in the what?
I said Tolbert, the guy that from your nation, he's probably
Oh,
aligned.
Talbot. Okay.
I mean, he's probably aligned with them on like 65-70% of the things. They would just disagree with them on certain points. They're ready to overthrow you or allow you to fall. So sometimes, like I said, they're positive and they also have negative elements. The same way inside America, they preach both virtue and they also preach vice. So that's what America is. America is one of the greatest countries, but it preaches both the positive and the negative. America helps other nations, but also
But you have
sometimes
to have free
sabotage them.
will. You have to have free will and choose what you're going to choose. But you can't choose wrong and then blame America for it.
You can't choose what? One more time.
You can't choose wrong and then blame America for it. If you have people in your country that collaborates with us to your detriment, why you blame us?
Well, the bottom line is this: America is supporting a repressive regime and whatnot. The people of Saudi Arabia have absolutely no chance at democracy and stuff like that because they're fundamentally supported by the United States, the House of Riyadh. It's fundamentally supported by America. We're not ain't gonna happen.
But that's out of your league, Colin. You don't understand that region.
Okay,
that
so
region was repressive before America was even founded.
Women, basically, America talks about rights. Women in Saudi Arabia have no rights. They can't even drive a car.
Well, they didn't have rights before America was established.
Yeah,
You had the East African slave trade that castrated millions of Africans over there.
Desert, and it was propped up by oil. So these people have a illegitimate hold on the territory. So the bottom line, the United States, we prop up people.
Tyler, the United States actually liberated the Saudis, right?
Yeah,
when they brought when they brought Aramco there and showed them how to actually dig and refine oil that they had no idea, they became billionaires and their families became trillionaires. Without that, those guys didn't know what to do with oil.
They didn't
You
know
think
how
the
to
Arabs
get
never
that
saw
oil
oil in the
around.
desert? They saw oil in the desert, but they didn't know what to do with it.
They didn't know what the fuck to do with it.
What the bottom line is this:
They still don't know what to do with it.
Bottom line is you're gonna stop lying, man.
Don't call me a liar on my show, bro.
Well, you have an uncomfortable relationship with the truth.
I'm not really lying. I'd say America does a lot of fucked up shit around the world, and that's the truth. Yeah, it does good, but all the fucked up shit does what balances the shit out. And that's the truth. I know what America did in the Congo. I'm not stupid. I know what they tried to do in Angola.
Listen, like Don is always a black hand pulling the truth, but you always blame America for it.
No. I know America's behind all this shit.
But stop with this. Stop with the boogeyman, man. It was an African who killed.
The CIA has intelligence all over the damn world.
Man, you think the white man is God, Kala? You always blame him for everything.
The Central Intelligence Agency was created at post World War II for that thing. Said we're going to know information, and information turns to intelligence. You know what intelligence is? That's information that's 100,000% accurate.
But you have a God. You respect the white man to no end, man. You make him seem like some type of God or deity. If something's wrong, it's the West's fault.
But you want us to be sitting there like, oh, the white man's all right. He's stupid and whatnot, but you want us to bow down and praise it. So if he's not great, what do I have to fucking respect him for then? You want me to respect the white man, but now you should.
No, I'm not telling you to respect him. I'm just saying, just don't make up stuff. That's all I'm saying.
I don't give a shit about him. He got the white man got what he wants to do in life. What doesn't include me.
But Kyle, you're being hypocritical because every day you go home and check your Robinhood, you check your 401k. You want the money to go up, so you're part of the system. Stop trying to act like you Neo when you just ancient in the Matrix.
I am not fucking sitting here. I say, okay, the system is that right. If you want to blame credit him for creating the system, that's fine. But I am not going to sit here and basically talk about them as a race, you know, because the white people actually build stuff, right? Think beyond race, you know. So the bottom line is, they happen to be white, you know. The people that you're trying to, what me and worship is, the people walk around, I'm white when now you can have some dumbass white man.
But like the professor said, only 3,000 African Americans left America to go to Liberia. We love the white man. We love the West. Just tell the truth. We could go to the Caribbean. We could go to Africa. We choose not to.
I don't want you in Africa, bro. Look, but look, every time a white man walks in the room, I guess you want me to tip my hat, right?
I mean, you tip your hat to every man, black, white, Asian. Bro.
I guess you want me to fucking shine his shoes, right?
I just want you to be honest, because when you go on your vacation and the dollar is 20-1, you enjoy America.
Yeah, but I'm like,
when you go around the world and you go to Thailand,
I'm not shining nobody's fucking shoes, you know, that ain't happening.
But so 276, man. I hear you repeating dumb ZANU talking points. You do know maintenance is a French-based word. You do know that.
What'd you say?
You do know. Can you hear me? Are you deaf?
I can hear you now.
Your audio is choppy, bro. Maintenance is a French-based word. It's
and those languages was developed way after many African languages. So you want the Africans to kind of retrograde and put words in their vocabulary that didn't even exist, you know, when they started speaking their languages. So when a stupid person like ZANU says something like that, those words are like Latin words in the French, you know, that comes from French, maintenance, right? It's not even an English word. It's you know, it's from French. So you want the Africans to put that in their language.
No. My point is that they're not going to degrade the Englishman for borrowing the word from the French, but they're going to demean and talk down to the African for utilizing the word the same way the English did. So it's a slave mentality.
But Prince, look at South Africa. If
you speak an African language, there are a lot of English words that doesn't have an equivalent in some African languages. So they substitute that English word or that French word in their language. So it's not something new. So when you're talking about maintenance, you know, he's a stupid smart person, right? That's kind of what he is.
So all I'm saying is we're going to evolve into that one day, but right now we are in our infant stage of maturity, right? Maintenance deals with maturity, right?
Why are you talking all this white supremacy talking point shit, you know? Let me tell you something, 1776. In white American society, right? You say you got a pinnacle, right? They represent like 5% of the white population. They're really brilliant. They got it mastered, right? The bottom of that pyramid, like 75-8% of white people are dumbasses, you know?
I could agree with that.
So that bottom line, we don't have no pinnacle in the Brock race that everybody falls. That's why we don't have eight. We seem like we're just like, you could do the same thing in the fucking black race. All it takes is like the few people at the top. It's a pyramid. You know?
But you got to ask, like the one professor says, you have to ask why. Why did 5% of the world? Why did 5% of the world conquer?
We've been in a state of disarray for 500 years. That's why, you know.
No, we was in disarray for the last 500 years.
Hold up. We were raided, destroyed, and killed for the last 500 years. Slave trade. That's why it is right now. You know, it ain't because we're stupid. We have never organized.
Before the slave trade, were we organized?
Before the slave trade, we had huge empires that stretched throughout the.
Come on, stop, man. We got to stop the African fantasies, man. We got to stop that, man.
History.
We got to stop that, because if you had strong nations, like you said,
no. We had
the transatlantic slave trade would never happen.
The transatlantic slave trade, West Africa had huge big cities. Timbuktu had 100,000 people.
So why were we conquered?
Metropolis. We had big city metropolis that people from all over the world.
So why were we conquered?
A more
were not
powerful,
conquered, right?
more wiser group came. That's why. Call
So
it
the,
what it is.
so the bottom line is this: you act like Africans was we had nothing. We had.
Do you know how small Western Europe is, Colin?
Hold up, bro. Your mic is too messed up, bro. You know that Persia was conquered. It was a great empire. You know that Egypt was conquered. It was a very great empire. You know that even Rome eventually got conquered. The greatest of empires.
Is my
Greece
mic
was
still messed
conquered.
up?
Nations come and nations go, man. You know.
Yeah, empires fall.
But
greater.
We have to acknowledge one thing, though. If you ever been to the UK, that is a teeny weeny motherfucking place.
Fucking island.
For
It's a
them to
fucking
have
island.
conquered what they have conquered, I mean, come on,
I
man.
will say like this: the reason why they did that, right? They did the same model as Rome. They built a global infrastructure.
But
Somebody
like,
from Malaysia,
Yeah, they had ships and cannons. Those two things conquered.
They connected. Hold on, their empire simply just connected people through trade and diplomacy under one system. They
conquered the whole of India.
India's
huge. That's what I'm saying. How do you think they did it? They had superior weapons.
Oh my god!
And they had logistical reinforcement.
And also
they did it because there was no unity amongst the people.
India was connected with the rest of the British world when that, so they benefited. You know, and, Gandhi was in India, but he went to South Africa. South Africa was part of the British Empire, so therefore it wasn't just like they conquered. There was a benefit to that. You know?
Western Europe.
If you once you're part of the British Empire, you could travel any place in the British Empire. You know,
the Western Europe,
and you know why the British dominated? Because they had the best navy on the planet for hundreds of years. So there's no other ships or no other countries that can come into their territory because they didn't have the navy fleet to battle them. That's a fact.
They balled up the whole world. Western Europe is small, and they conquered the whole of Africa, the whole India.
The British conquered most of the world, not the Western Europe.
Even in Africa, they utilize allied tribes to do whatever they do. Go read the treaties. Go read the history.
It wasn't like they ran over Africa, bro. It wasn't
pretty smart. They tried to conquer it. They failed, and then they basically buddied up with the certain tribes.
There you go, Princip. You smart for a field hand.
Yeah. It's called indirect rule, like Mike Olawale was always saying, and it's true. They did indirect rule mostly in Nigeria. They didn't go in there and kick ass. Most of the people wasn't even living in those places. They have kings.
When the British were here, it was no mass killings.
They kicked ass one time, and then after that, the people seen that they didn't want to get their ass kicked no more.
It's not true.
Hey, Jonathan, just like in Benin, after they whooped the ass, they didn't kill the Oba. They sent his ass to Calabar, and then they replaced him with somebody else. And then the other person that came in afterwards bowed to whatever the hell they said afterwards.
Jonathan, was Boko Haram
there was no fighting,
like they are today?
No anything.
You said what? Mike? What is his name? 1776. What'd you say?
Was Boko Haram killing savagely when the British was there?
I mean, Boko Haram didn't exist at that time.
You know why? Because the referee was there.
The British stopped slavery in Nigeria.
How did they stop?
Whoever doing Uber Eats, please, I beg.
They heard Uthman Danfodio. He was
1776. He's on it. He's doing his night job. He's on that Uber run. Or DoorDash or whatever.
Get that money, bro.
That's good. But I got some of the narratives that's given to a lot of African Americans is like a defeated narrative, which creates this kind of.
The only person that's beat is 1776. He's a fucking slave.
It's not a defeated narrative, Principe. When you get your ass whooped in the ring, acknowledge you got your ass whooped in the ring. That way you can get out and bounce back and go train and do better. We're not gonna lie to ourselves and be like, yeah, you know, we Black Americans now we were put in a fucked up situation, left and right, and the only hope we ever had, which was a blessing, was Haiti. Haiti was a writer, and that's the only one I could acknowledge at the moment. If there's other more, then tell me about it. But other than that, as far as I know, out of all the black world, only Haitians was the ones that was willing to come for Black American support. And
That's
for that,
true.
we owe y'all.
Every group of blacks resisted. So
Unless you got an
I
African nation, an African tribe that came and tried to do the same thing. Hey, Principe, go and tell me about it.
no, I'm talking about in your own group of people. There's people who resisted. In every group, there's a groups of people who resisted, man. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then
we
you have
know
to put,
that. We know that already.
then you put in context that it was
We know
tribal
that.
war. It wasn't no people, Africans, Southern Africans. Which that's not a, that's a defeatist narrative that the white man gave you.
Ebos sold Ebos, bro. If you
What
want me to
percentage of
disprove
people?
that by going, I will
You
voluntarily go to the damn slave trade for the next show, and they can explain it to you themselves.
they have a
You ain't got to
context.
argue with me about it.
You know that, right? That they don't like the people that were quote
It
unquote
wasn't
enslaved.
all tribal war. It
No,
wasn't
no,
all tribal war. Niggas are selling each other today. It's no tribal war. So what would be
no,
the
but certain
excuse for it
people,
happening today?
certain people you may see as Igbo, and 100 years ago they probably were not seen as Igbo. You know what I mean? The people that were enslaved by the Igbo people, you know what I mean? Those people are not quote unquote Igbo people, even if they lived among them for hundreds of years.
There was little of 3 Igbo kingdoms. 2 was participating in slavery, and one of them rejected and said that this is shit
Don't
is
they
out
have
of
the
pocket.
concept of? Don't they have
So
the concept of?
you had one of them that had a brain. The other 2 were just stupid.
No, but they have the
That's
concept
what
of
documented, Princip, and they sold their own people. That's what documented too.
yeah, they have the concept of
It's not an
Osu.
issue about whether or not they were real Igbos or not. These were actual Igbo people that they sold. And then what happens is when you're Pan African, you try to be, oh, well, they were criminal, and so they need to be punished. These people were criminals. Okay, so why are you
I'm not
selling the babies?
I'm
Why are
saying
you
that
selling children?
they were not viewed. You read the Bible. In the Bible, there's parts of the Bible where God is telling people to slaughter the whole
The hell
group.
with the Bible. We're
That was
talking
that.
about Africa right now.
What I'm saying
I don't
is
want
the
to look at
similar
the Bible.
concept where they might view the whole group as needing to go. No different than how they viewed in your Bible, in the Old Testament. Again, I'm just putting it in a context. I'm not trying to view it from my current state or as something I agree with or not. It's just that's what happens. So
The
if
thing that
there's a
happened
concept
is,
of
Princip, I
Osu,
learned this
Osu is
while.
not a really or Igbo.
In
Like
order to make it look less bad and less evil, we always expand context or context. So as I grew up, we expand context. White people raided Africa. And then we expand context once we find out that Africans participated. Well, they were tricked into selling their own people or selling other Africans. And then we put in more context. Well, they were at war. Or then we bring up the fact that they were kidnapping children, all kinds of shit. Well, what are you kidnapping babies and kids for? Well, it's always, you got to add more context before we just admit it. These niggas were fucked up. Left and right, just outright fucked up.
But
I didn't even find out about the Arab slave trade until later. So now, on one hand, I have to come to knowledge, okay, white people wasn't the only ones that did it. There was motherfuckers doing it before that. So now I can no longer blame white people for all the bullshit that they did. These niggas was doing the shit before that. At some point, we just gonna have to acknowledge that 1776 is right. The backwards, stupid, backstabby, dumb the way of thinking that these people had back then. Whether you want to call them our ancestors or not, it's okay to admit, hey, these ancestors were dumb as fuck. And we're going to have to go ahead and change from the way that these ancestors were and try to improve. That way we can improve together. But the problem is because it's an African thing, even when your ancestor do something dumb and stupid, because you're supposed to respect them, you don't ever want to acknowledge these people were dumb and stupid out of respect. To hell with that respect. Trash that bullshit. The culture is bad. We just come and admit, now this is some dumbass part of the culture that we got to let go. In Black America, we got dumbass parts of our culture that we got to let go. And that's it. It's nothing to sit there and argue about. Acknowledge that we got these failures in our culture of thinking, backwards mentality, dumbass shit that's holding us back. And then after that, We can come together and sit at the table and say, you know what? This culture is fucked up about Black America. This culture is fucked up about Haiti. This culture is fucked up in Africa. And let's look for ways to improve the cultures that we have. The things that are good that help us, we keep. The things that are bad, let's get rid of that shit, and then we can move forward that way. But we're not going to move forward. We just keep lying to ourselves, trying to cover up the past. It's useless.
Who's lying to who? I'm not lying to nobody. I'm saying the reality of what it was. You trying to make it seem
Every time you say the reality what it was, we have more context, and then that shit falls apart. I just explained to you first. The context was white people raided Africa, and they were just taking niggas.
Well, that's what they
And then
told
we
you.
found out no,
So
Africans were selling people, and then we tried to add
How
more
about
context to
Johnson? How
that
about this? How
and
about
say
this?
the Africans were at war with other tribes, and so they weren't selling their own people. And then boom,
Johnson,
a motherfucking African comes in and
hold on,
says, "No,
Johnson,
we were selling our own people."
I got two more to add to that. On one hand, they talk about slavery and everything. It was a white man who ended slavery, right, on the coast, right? And also, had it not been for colonialism, modern Africa would not even exist. That's the truth.
Why wouldn't it exist? Why
Because
wouldn't it
Africans
exist?
having knowledge and capability of building a country from the ground up. Only Liberia existed at the time as a black state. You know?
So why did the white if all these places were colonized by the white man, why didn't the white man build up quote unquote civilization then?
Because he had fought World War II, and he had to use that resource and time and manpower to rebuild Europe.
What?
That's the only reason
All the way
why.
in 1940
That's the only reason why the white man was only there in Africa from the 1905 to like 1945. Only 45 years they were there. You know, they were not there 100. Or South Africa, that's a different case. But for the rest of Africa, right, they made claims to territories, but they didn't occupy them until after like 1900. And then by the time the 1950s roll around, they were pulling out, you know?
They were barely there, dude. A lot of people resisted. So, the narrative is all over.
They didn't have no choice. They didn't have no choice. They had no choice, you know? And also, during the same time as the Europeans were pulling out, whites in South Africa dug in. That's what they made South Africa their base on the continent. A lot of them withdrew from Kenya, other parts of Africa. South Africa in 1947 came up with the apartheid laws.
Most of the black people lived in shanty towns, man, under the white regime. Most people didn't live
They
in
lived in
with the
shanty
whites.
towns because they didn't develop their shanty towns.
No, hold on, but that's your whole narrative. Your narrative is when the white man is there, all this development was there. Less people was educated under the white regime. Less people had access to wealth under the white man regime.
I
Less
want
people
you to
living in
name a
cities or in
place.
the home under the white
I
man
want you
regime.
to name a place in Zimbabwe that developed outside of the white people developing it. There's a reason why Monrovia is the capital. Forget Monrovia. Name another area that the black people developed in Zimbabwe.
So I don't know all the cities in Zimbabwe, but I know
All right, well then let's go to Kenya. Forget Nairobi. Forget
Monrovia is not the capital of Zimbabwe. It's Harare.
You said what, Elvis?
Maputo, Mozambique was built by the Portuguese.
Oh, you said Monrovia, the capital in Zimbabwe. I'm saying it's Harare is the capital in Zimbabwe. Monrovia is in Liberia.
Oh yeah, well then I misspoke.
We talking about South Africa.
Before it was Harare, it was what? What was it? I think it was Rhodesia, and it was what the fuck is that? Huckleberry? Some shit. I can't think of the name.
What you call Livingston?
Salisbury.
Salisbury was what they used to call Harare.
Yeah. All right. So when you look back at it, every time we talk about a mate, just because they changed the name, that don't mean that the white people didn't develop it now. They just mean they changed the name of the damn area.
So do you know any towns that was developed white man?
The only new city, Lagos is Lagos for a reason. Shout out to the Portuguese, giving them credit.
Hold on.
At the end of the day, the only city that can be attributed in some form of way to Africa, Black Africa, is Abuja. Nothing else, nothing more. And even that wasn't created by black people.
No. Go look up the access where the black people in mass used to live under the apartheid system. That's your homework for the night. Because you trying to make it seem like the black folks living in this plush life.
Princip, you do a
Prince,
lot
if you're the
of,
one that just said they were living in shanty towns, not
You
me.
said what?
but you got to understand, Princip, and I don't condemn our African brothers, right? Because they're like Homo erectus. That's where we came from, right?
That's where you came
But
from, brother.
but they don't have the capabilities of building or maintenance. But they will get it through
Bro,
God's
they
grace.
have built more cities in South Africa post
No,
apartheid than
they have,
during
man.
apartheid.
South Africa's
Look it up.
the infrastructure, the plumbing, the
More
sewer
people have
system.
access to wealth and access to electricity under the black regime than under
And
apartheid. Look it up.
listen,
No, they
South
don't.
Africa
They
Look
looks
it
like
they
up. Look it
Kingston,
up. Look it up.
Jamaica.
Why do you think the grid has an issue? More people is on
South
the grid
Africa looks like
than under.
Kingston, Jamaica. It's a bunch of shanties, man. Stop,
Prince of
stop lying.
Prince of according to record, the electricity problem in South Africa is increasing. They starting to have less and less and less
More people is
access to
on the
clean
grid.
water, less and less and less. It's not getting
More
better,
people
Prince.
on the grid. That's why they're having a problem. It went from only 1 million people having access to all the primary resources to now maybe 30 million, 20 million having access to the grid. There's more people on the grid. More people have access to wealth in South Africa due to the
But
black
the
regime.
thing is, if you're running it, that means you can also expand the grid. You don't have to keep the grid the same way. You can expand it,
That's true. That's what they're
right?
doing now. That's what they're doing now. That's what they're doing now. But this fictional narrative that the white man was so kind and he was caring and everybody was doing great as the white
No
man.
one said the white
No,
man was so
yesterday,
kind, Prince. Don't
Colin was
lie.
talking about yesterday when he was talking about false narratives that we believe that are false. That we were better under the what we said better, what we said, Colin?
Hey, Prince, when are you gonna find a black country and move to it? Because you living over here kind of comfortable, and you know this is a white
Yeah,
country.
you
So
know, hold on. Slavery six. Let me tell you why I'm comfortable. Black Americans vote and got more rights in America. Black people in America are more comfortable with rights because of black people fighting black leadership in America. The white man just give us fancy laws. You believe that? I don't believe that. I believe black people fought for more rights in America. Don't you believe that, Jonathan?
100%.
So this guy's trying to paint this fake narrative that the white man is so calm and sweet. He just loves justice so much that no, people fought for these rights. Whether you're in Haiti, whether you're in America, whether you were in Africa, these black niggas fought. The reason why you were educated and you have all access to jobs, chasing white holes and nobody even lit you yet, black niggas fought. So you go carry yourself around like 1776, 70. They didn't view you as a man in 1776. You know that? Your people had to fight. I love America because they allow people to grow, but it was not their sweetheart that just changed the laws. They just fought. I'll pass the mic.
Prince really thought he was cooking, man. What you gonna tell me something I know?
Your mic choppy, bro. Your mic is choppy.
Wait, let me check.
1776 trying to multitask, man. He's doing his deliveries at the same time conversating with us, man.
Nah, I did that.
1776.
Can you hear me?
1776. Can you
Get your
please
money, dog.
stop? Can you please stop talking about Bantu people? Because I am so sick of some of the South Africans saying that you talking about them and talking about we don't have any Bantu DNA and all this stuff. If you look at all the African American DNA results, you see Cameroon and Congo as some of the top results, along with Nigeria. So how do we not have any Central African DNA? I don't get it.
But when I say
Murray, we do have some Bantu DNA. We have some
Exactly,
backwardness
but
in
that's
us,
what I'm
brother.
saying. But these South Africans are saying we don't. I know our people, so I just don't
The
understand why
South
they're
Africans
saying
say
it.
we don't have Bantu DNA.
Yes, there's the look at the two in the comments.
We might
That's why I
not
was in
have,
there talking to them.
but we might not have enough Bantu DNA. That's why we're more progressive. That's all.
Oh my God.
So I wouldn't want to
You know,
claim their
y'all know
DNA
it's true.
anyway.
1 minute West
They
Africa
did it.
said
Their
functionally
DNA
liberated.
allows them to have a all-white town in South Africa. I don't want that kind of DNA.
Bro, you think? Hold on. There's no all white town in Nigeria, bro. Full of what they call them people? Lebanese.
All-white town in Nigeria? No,
There's
absolutely
areas
not.
are full of Lebanese in Nigeria.
All-white town
but they're
in,
not
in
having their white towns
There's areas
exclusively.
that are full of Indians in Nigeria.
is there an all-Indian town in Nigeria?
Predominant, absolutely, yeah. I heard of
You
it.
out of your damn mind.
Princip, you lying, man. Princip, you gotta
Bro,
stop
there's areas
That's a
lying,
that
man.
hell of a
I
lie.
don't know. I don't know about it. What he's saying, I haven't seen it. So if you haven't seen it, you can't say it doesn't exist. But I haven't heard about it.
Oh, it for
Why
sure don't exist.
British called it Nigeria? It means
There's
nigger
a place
area.
called
It's
ZOS, right? There's an area there full of Lebanese, and it's primarily them, like a town primarily them. There's other people there, but
There's no such
mostly
thing as like a
Philadelphia.
town. It's either a town or it ain't.
Yeah, but that exists, bro. There's areas where it's predominantly Indian. You know.
I have yet to see that. I have yet to see that area. Can you name the area?
I said it's in Dallas, man. ZOS.
I was in the
ZOS.
area in Lagos where they have a lot of Chinese people.
No, I'm talking about the Lebanese.
I've been to areas that have a lot of Lebanese people.
I gotta look for it.
But having a lot of some people is not the same thing as having an all white town, is it?
It's a predominant town with those kind of people there.
There's
what
no
you're talking
dominant town in Orania. It's just white.
white people. It's just like a white refuge.
Straight white.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then they
but-
tell
You know
the
that's
black
not the
people.
same, don't you, Princess?
Then they tell the black people they can't even come in there.
Now,
Hey,
shout out to the
Prince, look for some
Nigerian government
allies.
that every time that some Chinese or some other people was like, oh, we don't let Nigerians here, they go knock that shit over. I give them that credit.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Now,
I've seen
can you
that.
imagine if the
It was
South
like that.
African government wasn't such a bitch? They were going to knock down the ring in an instant, but they haven't done it yet. So, out of that's Bantu DNA, they can keep it. Give me the Nigerian DNA that will knock down the damn Chinese building and says, get the fuck out the country now.
But they're claiming that it's a part of the Constitution. They're allowed to start a town as long as it's they're following the constitutional law and reflection of themselves and their tribe, which is the European or Boer or whatever.
And shout out to that Bantu DNA that allows them, that makes them scared enough to not want to amend the Constitution, because you can also amend the Constitution, can't you?
But I don't know. Like I said, I think they're closely monitoring as long as they don't how you call it like annex that
Sounds
area.
good.
They don't have an issue with it. I guess.
Yeah, of course. We don't want you niggas. You don't want your black Africans in our town. Do not come in our town. We are not around in our town. And your black government says it's okay. Just don't go in their town. The Constitution allows them to have their own town. That shit is not allowed in the Constitution. I named the part of the South African Constitution that allows that.
That's what one of those guys were claiming. They was claiming that the Constitution allows
White people lie.
separation
What's new?
of tribal.
Yeah, there are tribal areas where there's only Zulus. And white people are not there. Places where there are only thoughts, Xhosa
Exactly.
people living.
That town is under that claim, so that's
Yeah. So they're trying to preserve their tribal lineage, which is fine. I mean, it's a multiracial country. They're not the majority. They're not taking out the fattest land. They're not on the
So you're
coast.
saying the government recognized that shit as their tribal area?
I mean, that's what they're claiming it as, and if that's where
we gotta cleanse all the Bantu DNA out of us. Fuck that shit.
yeah, that's what they're claiming it as. And your mindset would be, well, let me go there and break it down, but you have to do the same thing for the Zulu, enclaves.
I'm gonna give Nigerians some credit. They went to there's some place in Europe. They went over there claiming that they had rights and rights to some place out there, fucking
You talking
Europe.
about the black guy?
wherever the case may be, you know, in my first mind, I was like, this niggas is crazy, but at the same
What's his
time,
name?
hey, shit, white people do it too. So God bless them. So far, they the only ones to do it.
What's his name? Prince
God
something.
forbid.
Man,
That man to
what?
be in there is dangerous.
Collar left.
Kyler went downstairs to go get a sandwich and drink some wine.
No, I'm
He'll
right
be
here.
back.
I'm right here. Just muted. Listen, y'all. Chocolate covered coons talk.
Man, shit.
Yeah, those people, they're in very remote areas. They're far away from any
You know,
black
I
settlement.
had a couple African
They're not even
friends that
places
when they
where
go
black
visit,
people want to live.
I had a couple African friends. They when they visit Africa, the main thing they look at is their passport because they want a way back to America. You know, because you lose your passport in Africa, man, and you get stuck there, you got the devil to pay.
No, you're good. If you lose your American passport in Africa, you just go to the embassy. They can identify you by fingerprints.
Oh, okay.
And then they just give you one of those emergency travel documents on the way home. Or you could just go and buy another passport.
All right.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
you're
just be
good.
saying, you just nigga, you know, you never left the country, right? Have you ever left the United States?
Yeah, I've been to a couple countries. I've been to Germany. You know, I've been to
For the military?
Mexico.
I think you said you
Nah,
had a daughter who's a child who's stationed out there, or was that you or somebody else?
no, my brother was up there. Been to Frankfurt. I went to, you know, once you get Europe, a train
You
takes
can
you
go to
everywhere.
you can
So,
go to a lot of countries in Europe.
like that's
From
how I
London, you can go
realized
to
Europe was that
Paris.
small. Like I thought Europe was huge, but when you're in Germany, you catch one of those trains. You're in France, you're in Poland. Like, you know, it's like real small, man. I'm like you can fit the whole of Europe probably on the East Coast.
You do a lot of travel to different European cities in like a nice
So,
weekend.
yeah, so when I went there, but Europe really don't have good food. Like that's one thing they don't have. They don't really have a lot of good food outside of like France. Like food is terrible.
Yeah. The thing about it is like they don't use a lot of MSG, a lot of seasoning that we use. They don't use a lot of that shit.
But the McDonald's is actually nice. McDonald's is nice, but everything else is kind of like blah.
Because they're a lot more healthier, man. They don't do a lot of salt, a lot of seasoning, a lot of MSG, all the things that make food, you know, so delicious. They're really skimping on those things, which is good.
Especially
'Cause
Joseph's
it's
in the
healthier
north.
for them.
Why the hell would they have a majority Lebanese town in the north? In
Like
Jos?
Jaws is in the middle
It's
belt.
in Plateau State. It's like Boko Haram area, Fulani. Ain't no the Lebanese ain't that damn stupid to move to
Hey,
those areas.
Jonathan, you cook Mike. You cook Mike. You cooked Mike. You cooked him to the crisp last night. Oh man,
He cooked himself with his lying ass. Talk about a tribe is an ethnic group, nigga. No, it's not, nigga. There's so many divisions within these goddamn tribes, nigga. That nigga just he blatantly lies. Just blatantly lies. And then contradicts it, and then tells the truth after lying just to go back and that nigga's weird. But nah, Prince of Jaws it's not majority Lebanese and none of that shit. Not even close to it.
Carla, what's up? You sleeping, Carla?
He's chilling. He's relaxing.
College chilling, man.
But I'm
Hey
happy
Dave,
he
man.
explained the rice riot shit. I thought when I was looking at a newspaper, like an old ass newspaper article, they was making it sound like, oh, these people were just outside protesting, and they were just wanting the government kind of make it seem like it was a peaceful protest. But these niggas was rioting constantly within there. They should have got lit the fuck up. But they was just doing peaceful protest, and that nigga was out of October would have been out of pocket. And the coup,
It wasn't
he
even
should have
his.
been cooped the hell out.
It wasn't even his idea.
They was rioting the fuck out there.
The thing about it wasn't even his idea. It was the police director Vonnie Dempster and other people in the oligarch who was trying to get him to be like Tubman, who was really brutal and heavy-handed, and he was trying to seem, or perhaps legitimately wanted people to have more rights and to exercise more of their constitutional rights, but other people were like, "Don't do it, don't do it." They're going to try to, they were just trying to, scare, fear monger him into being more oppressive on the people. And then the police went and overreacted and started shooting people, and it just became a big old riot. A
I
lot of
think the
people died.
police, they probably they misinterpreted, or they didn't look at the situation. It wasn't the same as Tubman, because Tober, I guess he already done started doing a whole lot of integration shit and trying to include the people into more shit. But once you
Protests can
do
turn
that,
violent.
you no longer have the numbers that you had before.
Like during the Vietnam
So
War, like on certain universities, shots were fired because protests, it can devolve into war.
That's why it's like you can control protests. If you're a smart government, you can designate it. You can just kind of go by the T of the law, or and then say, well, look, this is your area. You have a constitutional right to protest. We're going to barricade this area. Police are going to be on the outskirts. Go in there and do your protest. And
The
after you're
thing with
done,
protests, 90% of the
we
people can be peaceful, but you always have Asian provocateurs to take that shit they go out of order, and that's where the violence happens. 90% can be peacefully protesting.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's always that. But as a responsible government, you provide security and you control it. You have it in a control area, give them a permit for that specific area, and you control the perimeters of that area so that way nobody can spill over, and nobody can enter once the protest starts. But the government was just so fearful, and once things got out of hand, and then what they did, Jonathan, was that those guys who organized the protests, who didn't commit any violence or any acts of vandalism or looting, they arrested them, and it was told that they were going to be executed for treason, or like Carla would say, sedition. And they were in jail, and they were being flogged, they were being whooped every morning, for the people say, for morning, breakfast, and dinner. They were really being tortured in it. So the guys who was doing the torturing were the same soldier guys who were native guys who, had aligned with them sentimentally. They had the same sentiments that they did, and they felt bad that their heroes, were being held in jail and be beaten every morning for for organizing the protest, the rights protest. So it's like you have these people who look up to these guys, and the president, there's whispers that the president is going to leave the country, and once he leave the country, they're going to kill these guys. So it was like, I mean, it's unfortunate what happened, but a lot of little details that kind of added up to the coup happening. And the United States government, had he been in good graces with them, they would have told him little pinpoints, or there's some talking over here, there's some people in this, this barracks who planning something against you. That's what the United States give a lot of these governments around the world. Once you're cool with them, because
I
we don't
think
have, Africans
the
don't have
U.S.
satellites
the
to
U.S. helped
intercept.
the U.S. assisted in that coup in some kind of way. They
Yeah,
for sure.
and assistance can even be just not even sharing the information with somebody. You can know everything that's going to happen and just not even share it with that government and just
Because
let it
right
happen.
afterwards, they immediately established relationships with Samuel Doe, even though he wasn't no democratically elected leader, none of that shit. The very standard that they hold for everyone else right after a coup, they didn't have that. So they
No, it wasn't.
participated.
It
And
wasn't
during that time
afterwards.
period,
It
if you
wasn't
actually look
afterwards.
up, because I was looking at some CIA documents, they were using rights as a way to actually overthrow governments during that time period. It wasn't Liberia was the only one that had the rights issue. There was other West African
No,
governments that
it's
did.
not even true, Jonathan. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If you look, there's a program. I forgot the name of the program, but it's a big program in Liberia that Tolbert started when he was there, and that program was heavily subsidized by American rice. That's where we get the pusawa from, the long grain. So these farmers who had, had surplus in rice, they would send it to Liberia, and then the Liberian government would use that rice. What is it called? It's like an acronym. I forgot what it's called. But our current president used to be ahead of that program. He was the agriculture, deputy
Man, what's
agriculture
over
minister.
is he ran afoul of the U.S. government. He started, you know, Cowtown with
Yeah,
communists,
he didn't
broke up the
recognize
relationship with
Israel's,
Israel. You know,
yeah,
so he did a lot
right
of
to
political
exist.
moves that was contrary to the
Communism,
U.S.
the communism was the war with communism was raging, the Cold War. He was picking sides and thinking that he's trying to be more aligned with Russia. And America has done so much for Liberia. No bullshit. They built most of our great infrastructure, our airport, our free port. They have the Omega Tower there, which is their African base, to monitor West Africa. And Tubman had let that happen, and that's why they supported him for 27 years. So they had a lot of investment in Liberia, and then you come in there. You have been vice president for 19 years. You saw everything that Tubman was doing,
And then he
and
was
you want to do a drastic,
Soviet.
switch away from the United States and go against all of their foreign policies. You're not
Yeah,
going to be in the good graces.
Yeah, that was the Dumbo.
he was smart, but he wasn't wise. You know. Yeah, man.
Because the
Well, that
United
might
States
be the
got,
name of the game for African countries going forward. Just kiss America's ass, and hopefully you get some little trinkets
and
to
that's what I always
development.
tell people when they say I'm an agent. You got to know how the world works. The world has a power structure, and you got to play within that power structure. If you don't have the military and intelligence to fight against it effectively and come out winning, you got to be smart. You got to show, what African people say, white teeth, black heart. You got to show them a smile, but have different, intention in your heart. Ever go out there and try to be a militant against these Western countries? You can't fight them. You don't have the intelligence. You don't have the weaponry to win any kind of war against them. It is our condition. That's what Africa is. We can never beat these
Why
people on a
why
military
in
battle.
that color video? Why was so many white people up there, man? It was like so many white people. It was like they was like telling them to step aside, and
I
it was
mean,
kind of like
white
both.
people or Lebanese people.
No, like if you look at Collins' video of Liberia,
I didn't
like
see it.
they told him they told him to step aside, and it was like 20 white dudes just in the hotel. Colin had moved to the side, like he was like
Oh,
it was
they told
segregation.
Kyla to step aside
Yeah,
in
yeah,
his
yeah,
own ancestral land that his ancestors built.
yeah. They both guarded him. Colin had to step to the side.
I didn't see that video. Maybe I missed it. Did he play earlier tonight?
Play that video. I want to see the video.
I don't know
You
if Tyler
got
was sleeping on.
oh, it was Club Maserati or something like that. So it was just a bunch of white folks. I thought he was in Switzerland or something. I said, damn.
That's what I'm asking. Is it white? Because the people that own most of those big hotels in Liberia are white people. Most of them Lebanese. So I mean, I'm not sure if you're looking at just their
Now these
skin
were
tone or their
I know, I
ethnicity.
know, I know Lebanese. They got like a little tan to them. These were straight white guys, like Aryans, man, like white American white.
Yeah. There's a lot of Swedish people there too. The Swedes are there. A lot of these Scandinavian countries operating like bro, they help give us budgetary support and logistical
Like
support and other things.
when I saw the video with
Okay.
Kyla, I thought Kyla was like in
Nah, come
Montana.
up and explain this Bantu shit. So you trying to say we the real Bantus and the South Africans are the fake ones?
Who's
No,
saying that?
Ja.
He said
We got
Bantus.
the real Bantu genes.
I mean, most people want to be Bantu. Bantus are just like any other ethnic groups of people. I don't know why everybody wants to be Bantu. What's so special about the Bantus? I'm sure
The
they're
hell
great
with
people.
Bantu. There ain't nothing special about Bantu.
I used to know that the Hebrew
I done
Israelites.
seen I done seen some Bantu streets in my life, and I was very disappointed. I wouldn't claim that either.
The Hebrew Israelites always used to say, the Bantus people have the H Hebrews.
No,
So maybe that's why
no,
everybody's trying to be Bantu.
no, but no. What I was saying, I guess one of the South African guys were in the chat. One of them said that we are not Bantu, we are West African, and I said we're both. I said we African Americans, we have West and Central African DNA, And I said the DNA test prove it. And also, if you look in Hoodoo, if you look at the ring shout, that has Congolese origins. It's like Hoodoo is a mixture of practices from Benin and the Congo.
Oh no 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 no
Also,
no no no.
no, wait, I'm not done, Jonathan, because you've been talking all day. I need to talk, okay? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, my paternal DNA too comes from Gabon. It comes from the Banga and Fang people. And that's my father's lineage DNA. So, how do we not have Bantu
Are they
DNA?
Bantu
Yeah,
and
yes,
Gabon?
the Banga are Bantu speaking
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
Yes.
Banga is a Bantu word. I think it means like "come on" or something like that.
Yes.
Like,
So I'm like, how do we not have, yes, we're West African too, but we have Central African DNA too. So
yeah,
and then also in the first enslaved Africans were from Angola and they went to Virginia. And so
yeah,
were
but
the
not
Igbos
all
too.
Congolese or Angolans are Bantu people. They're Pygmy. There are other groups amongst them. There's
But
Nilotic people there too. They're not
yes,
all
I
Bantu.
understand that, but I'm saying the type a lot of Bakongos came to the north to the Americas. They went to South America, but some of them also came to North America too. And the Bakongos, there's Bantu speaking people.
Marie, I got a question.
Oh no, don't start.
How do you feel having Bantu DNA in you when you look at all those Bantu countries and see what the hell that they have produced?
I'm proud of my West and Central African heritage, okay? Look, West and
Yes.
Central Africa, it may not be perfect, but I'm proud to where my ancestors come from. You know, they had beautiful kingdoms and empires over there too. And
Like what?
so just because they're whatever's going over there now, that doesn't mean that I'm
No,
going to
give an
deny.
example. I want to
Wait a
learn.
minute,
I'm here to
that
learn
doesn't mean
shit.
I'm going to deny my West and Central African roots.
That's the same way I am. Because I'm
Yeah,
proud
because
of my
most
I'm
people,
proud of my Bantu DNA. We ain't built shit
you may not
since
even
Christ.
have any Bantu DNA, bro.
Listen, we haven't
You
built
may
shit
be
since
a
Christ.
pure West
We
African who
we
has no
haven't
relation to the Bantu.
built shit since Christ was on earth. I'm proud of that. It takes a lot not to do shit, and you can't be upset that we ain't maintain shit. That's just a
Bantu
lot.
had great civilization in Great Zimbabwe. They built the West Africans, the Mende. They had the Mali Empire in Timbuktu. They built and
Yeah,
other empires, Songhai, Ghana.
man.
So what
That's
happened?
the books.
So the
That's the books they
development that
gave
they
us.
built in Timbuktu, who destroyed it, and where is it today?
All the Arabs through Islam came and invaded and took it over. But there's still remnants of it. These empires always fall by greater, more powerful people who are militarily more superior to them. But they,
Okay.
the spread of Islam, and other tribes kind of banding together. Well, you still got buildings and like the famous library of Timbuktu was there, with a lot of important books and scrolls and things like that. So I mean, it's not you can't compare it to
Yeah, the
other
Bible
things,
says
but
to
it's great for
compare
that time.
is foolish. So we gotta stop comparing ourselves to Westerners and just be. We lived in huts. We didn't build two stories. We don't know how to build bridges. We like Professor Zano say we don't have the capabilities, and you
You
can't get
know
upset
what?
with somebody if they're not capable of doing something. And that's that.
You're right,
Zano made me
77
love
Texas. Because you're right,
Africa
I
more.
decided today I'm going to go to the village and I'm going to stay at the mud house today. I'm just going to stay in the
Yeah,
mud
I mean,
house
oh,
and
hey, that's our
embrace
ancestors, man.
who I was meant to be.
Listen, one thing about Bantus, we can dance. Fuck it, we can dance like no other.
Stop saying we. What make you think you're a Bantu? You might be a
Our
Yoruba.
ancestors, right? Bantus, we
Who
can
who are
dance
your
according
ancestors? Where did
to
they
it.
come from?
They came all through the West Africa.
Yeah, West
Ghana,
Africans
all
are
that
not
area.
Bantus. That's what we keep trying to tell you.
He
Yeah,
got some Bantu in there. He
it
got
might be,
Bantu
but
in
I'm
there
saying,
because he keeps saying that. And he
right.
don't
If
know.
you
That's the part of the Bantu
Well,
DNA. Just saying shit
sub-Saharan
that you don't
West
know.
Africa.
Nah,
we can
then
dance.
most of your answers didn't come from South Africa.
We can
The
dance.
furthest, the furthest you probably go is Congo and Angola, which is more Central Africa.
Yeah,
But the
well, West
Bantus are
Africa,
predominantly in Southern Africa.
but we gotta give a credit to West Africans. We can dance. Nobody can dance like
Say you're
us.
West African. Don't say you're Bantu. If you're West
Yeah,
African, you're
yeah,
not
West
Bantu.
Africans. We can play music. We can make love all
Oh
night
my God.
long,
Oh
right?
Lord.
Just give us credit for what we can
Look,
do,
West
man.
Africans, you're right. West Africans are the cultural hub of Africa for the most part, sub-Saharan Africa, right? The music, the arts, sports. They're like the African
The
Americans of Africa,
everything, the
man.
beauty, the beautiful woman, because Lord knows all the other women in Africa ugly as fuck.
No, there's a lot of beautiful
So,
women everywhere.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
West
man, don't
Africa is the
lie.
cultural hub of
Just gotta be
Africa.
honest.
Now there's other things like any group, man. You lack certain things and you're gifted with other things, right? We're not gifted with governance. We're not gifted with building, but we're gifted with the most athletic people on the continent. There's no. I don't think. I think maybe Ethiopia maybe once, but when it comes to soccer and other sporting activities, especially the physical sport, and not the one that just has to do with agility. The West Africans always win it. Senegal, Ghana, Nigeria, they're the ones that dominate the sports, the music. West Africa is like the Black
See,
Americas. Yeah.
East Africans don't
Oh,
dominate in nothing. They
oh,
do dominate in, well,
Carla,
they
can
might
you let
dominate in
Steve up?
terrorism every now and then.
No, they're
But
smart. They're smart people. They got a lot of education in East Africa. They tend to be a
Like what?
calmer. No, they're,
but
they're really
East
smart people.
Africans,
The
East
Kenyans are really
Africans,
smart.
they can run. They can run all
That's
day
what I'm
Brother,
saying.
I
They're
walk
great
the
with,
streets of Kenya.
know.
God
Um,
forbid.
Carla, can you let Steve up, please?
I might be sleeping and watching another show like Colin does. He'll leave this show and go and watch another show on the side.
he'll go look at another show, come back angry about what he see that other show.
Yeah,
Or he'll
but
still scroll TikTok, see some shit, get angry, and come back. You see, why the fuck? I'm sick of these Americans.
but Kyle be finding the most ratchet girls. Like he be he make like a big assumption off of some real ratchet girl from like Memphis. I was like, Kyle, man, that's not all women, man. That's just a ratchet, you know.
But yeah, the Bantus
Tyler fell
don't like it, man. They
Tyler
don't
fell
like
asleep because we have
you
less
guys cross
drama
claiming them.
tonight than the other nights. As long as we go and arguing crazy, he'll be woke. But tonight we're not really arguing.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah. So 1776, the Bantus in the chat. They don't like you claiming them, man. They say you're not there. You're not them. They don't
We
claim
don't
them.
want to claim you dusty ass
so,
Bantu nigga.
yeah, man. That's
I don't
so
know
the
what
South Africans are Bantus.
most of the Zulus, the Xhosa, those are all Bantu people. The people from Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, they're mostly all Bantus.
Okay. So
I want to
West
see a
Africans
Bantu
are
city, a
what
beautiful,
what what
gorgeous,
what are
built from
West
the ground up
Africans?
Bantu city.
You said what?
That way, all
1776.
the Bantus in the
What are
world can
West
look at and be
Africans?
proud of.
West Africans are different groups of people, like the Yorubas. There's like 36 million of them. The Igbo, another 36, 38 million. Was my group of people, the Crews, we were like 4 or 5 million.
But I'm saying, where did they descend from? Like, who's the progenitor? You can hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Everyone's
Yeah,
Can you
you
quiet.
hear
get.
me?
I'm hearing you. You getting me too?
I can hear you
Oh,
now.
yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mende people are mostly like the Madinka, the Malinka people. And they're splintered into many different groups. So a lot of different Mende groups are formed in Liberia and Ivory Coast, and Guinea. And then you have the Afro-Asiatic people like the Hausa, the Hula, you know. But West Africa is certainly more diverse than Southern Africa.
Hold on. That's why. See. That's why I joined the show, right? Because I keep hearing about this whole Bantu stuff, Bantu this and Bantu that, and you know, where I keep getting conflicting information. Right? One minute, like where did the Bantu people come from?
Stinky ass East Africa. I
The
think.
Bantus are children of Natu, you know, the people of Natu, right? There's a guy called NTU. That's the ancestor of the Bantu people. So they all trace their root back to Natu. So Bantu just means a descendant of Natu or people, the
And
people of Natu.
where did that person come from?
I mean, you have to go. It's like asking where the God come from, right? These are just. I mean, some of it is probably myth, and others are just folklore. So you have to ask the Bantus.
That's why I keep saying I'm getting conflicting information, right? Because everybody say that Bantu people come from Cameroon. That's what I keep like when I look it up online. That's what it says. It says they
And
come
yeah,
from Cameroon.
yeah,
Yeah,
and see, and that's
they
what I
settled
looked up
there,
too.
and then they expanded down south. So the Bantu expansion is about the Bantus leaving Central Africa and going southern, going down south, and
Right.
then settling
So
there,
is
and
that
then
true
living there
then?
since.
That when the white people got there, the Bantus may not have actually been down there, and so they're not really native down there.
No,
That's false.
they went there way before the white people came to
Yeah,
South
because
Africa.
I believe even the Portuguese say they seen black people before the seeing black people in the southern part of Africa. I mean, I even Portuguese seen them.
Yeah,
Now, I
so
ain't gonna get,
There are Bantu people in Cameroon. They're one of the few Central African countries that have Bantus there.
so
So you have like
Cameroon.
that.
So Cameroon is Central Africa.
Yeah, it's in Central Africa, but it's almost, you can say almost West Africa, but it's just right on the
It's
edge of.
right next to Nigeria.
That's what I'm saying. So Nigeria is West Africa, but
Cameroon really
Cameroon.
ain't Central Africa.
I mean, that's why it's so confusing to me.
For the most part, Central Africa it really ain't shit but that's the only one that's really in the center.
Central
All that else
Africa, and then
out
of course CAR, the Central African Republic, is
Who
there.
you think has the most beautiful one in
Milan
Africa?
said that they come from East Africa originally. Most Africans come from East Africa originally, and that includes West Africans as well.
Yeah, a lot of tribes, some people say came from Upper Egypt. They used to be a part of the ancient Egyptians, but after they got conquered, it came further down east and then came all the way, to the western part of Africa. So even my people say there's a folklore that we came from, Egypt or Upper Sudan, and we settled down in West Africa.
But they would be
But
correct though.
what about the Nigerians that come from Uda, Wida?
Oh, okay.
I hear those Israelites there, those Hebrew Israelites trying to say, "Look at that word, we die." Doesn't it sound like Judah? That shit would be funny.
Judah, we die.
But hold on,
that's what they said, man.
Hold on,
They said they're like an evil. Go ahead.
That's the point I'm trying to make though. Like, I mean, most African descendants today do come from East Africa. I mean, that's why it's so confusing to me about. I mean, I don't know. I just find it strange.
Well, then I'll explain to why the rest of us is backwards. It's that East African DNA.
Oh my gosh, Jonathan!
What do you got against East African, Jonathan? If it's not the West African one day, it's the East African.
No, I'm no longer mad at the West Africans. It's not y'all. It's the original parents. It's the slave trade. They started in East Africa, so it makes sense now, right?
But
come on, y'all.
Man, actually be the Bantus to the coast of Africa.
So, Josh said Khoisans and other bush tribes were there before Bantus. I was on Kaizo's channel. Kaizo said the same thing.
Yeah, the Khoisan are ancient people. They
Yeah.
probably have the least diluted blood of all the African people. They've been there
Let me see
living
what they
amongst
look like.
themselves.
Let me
Yeah,
look that
yeah.
tribe up real
The
quick.
Khoi, the San people and the Twa people, they were like the first
Khoisan.
Africans. Yeah, they were like the first Africans that
Are they
they've
like
been there for a
humans
long.
though?
They've been along for a longer time than anybody else.
Yeah.
Is
The
there a
Khoi
reason
Khoi
why these people
San
look
and
Asian?
Twa.
Yeah, they do look
What did he
Asian, and
say?
They look Asian.
They do look Asian.
but
No,
They use
they're
ninja or
here
yes or
giving
no?
away
no.
that they're not
Asians
Asian,
look like
Jonathan.
them. You mean
Yeah, the
Asians look
Asian look
like
like them.
them?
Some Asian actually trace
Exactly.
their lineage back to some of those people.
And that's
Yeah,
exactly
Okay.
my
because Asians weren't the first. Africans were the first. So the Asians look like
Well, yeah, the
us.
Asians
Well, look like
fine, and the
them, not
Asians look
us.
But
like
the
damn.
Khoi, the Khoi and the Sand people, they don't even know how to count to 5, right?
oh
Like
my
they
god.
still
I
not
mean,
not for
you're looking at everything through the prism of
Hey, don't
English.
insult those people. They don't know how to count at all. Don't do that.
but I'm saying
Don't
that
burden
takes a
them.
They know
lot.
how to count in their language. They communicate. They've survived for thousands and thousands of years, bro. They're not stupid people, man.
But
Come on.
I
But they
look
know how to count.
All you got to do
They
is
have like
eat
an
and
eight.
drink to survive. That's nothing special.
Nah, they
but
That's
communicate.
crazy.
They
but
collaborate with
I
amongst
aren't
can
themselves.
bet. I
the
bet you $1,000 right now, Elvis. If we play a video of them talking, it's gonna be like.
oh my
Yeah, they have
god.
they have the clicking
Stop.
language, which is very complex.
No, but I'm just
Okay, so
saying.
I'm right. Send me $1,000.
Stop talking
We,
about them.
I'm
you
not
know,
talking about them. I respect
but in
them.
the
That's all.
sense of
No, you're
That
being ignorant.
that's
Don't
who
do
we
that to the
are,
Twa
Marie.
and
Marie.
Khoisan people.
Marie.
would you consider Khoi people humans like us?
Yes,
Oh
they're human.
my
What the hell
god.
you mean?
Oh
We
my
consider them
God.
human?
Hold
Really,
on.
Oh
bro?
my God. Help us.
Hold on. Elvis, I
Hey, don't
remember you
talk
said
about our
that.
relatives, bro.
I remember you said that about the pygmy people though, Elvis. I
Yeah,
remember that. You said on that show one time. You said, "What are they? Are they human like us?" I remember when you said that,
yeah.
Elvis.
The pygmy people are really short people. They're different people, man. You
No,
know,
they they
We,
they,
they
they
but
tend
like
that's
to
what I'm
us too.
sharpen
saying.
their
But
cheeks.
I'm pretty
but
certain the Pygmies got a Gary Coleman funny motherfucker in their tribe too. Okay,
oh, okay.
Oh
they
my
got a
God.
Gary Coleman in their
That's the
tribe.
reason.
We got
That's the
Gary
reason
Colemans.
I keep
No,
asking these
all of the
questions, right?
pygmies, not all of them, I guess. Some of them are pretty regular size, but the reason they're called pygmies are because they're so little. They're like really
Right.
short people.
I
Like
want to
with the
go to the
Khoi and the
Pygmy area.
Sand,
I
the
want to see
Khoi
what
and the
they look like
Sand
in
people.
person.
Do they understand like the world, like salvation? Do they
Of course
understand
they
like
don't.
anything, like colors, like I'm just
Nigga,
trying
they
to.
live in trees.
7076. You should go make a trip and see them and learn
I
and
wish
learn
Baruti
something.
could come on the panel. He has a lot of knowledge on this, and he's
1776.
Exactly.
saying that
Before
we
you
should
go
call
see the
ourselves
Pygmies,
Bantu. But
just
Oh
Baruti,
make
the
Lord.
sure
Bantu
that
people don't
you.
consider us West Africans Bantu, and they're the Bantus. So we
And
can't try to usurp them
but I
by
don't listen.
telling them
I
what
mean,
they are and what we are, Baruti.
here's the problem with that, right? I did a about the whole DNA thing. The problem is, aren't most Bantu people E1B1A? Yes or no?
That's what the Hebrew Israelites said. They said that all the Bantus are the real Israelites because they come from the E1B1A haplogroup. I don't know
But
what
that's
my
a,
haplogroup
The
is. If I'm
Bantus
but
are the
talking
most
real
about,
Israelites.
that's what the
like
Israelites, the Hebrew
but
Israelites say.
but
And I done lost
75%.
respect for them in that one statement.
Hold on, Jonathan. But that's the thing, though. 75% of black males in Africa, sub-Saharan African males, have E1B1A as well. No matter if they come from the west, east,
That's what
or
I'm saying. I
south.
don't know. I haven't
Well,
done it. Have you done your
Yeah.
thing to see your haplogroup?
Yes.
Steve, my dad's is easy 6003.
Right.
And then
Right. Which is
my mom's is L3B1A.
You're right.
which easy. It's just a like a breakdown of it because there's different branches of
Nah,
E1B1A.
Steve, you're trying to do the Hebrew Israelite thing. That's what they like to think with all this
I know.
E1B1A. They always use that E1B1A nonsense. They're
I
different
know
people,
Hebrew.
bro.
I know Hebrew Israelites do it, but the reality of it is scientifically 75. That's true. 75% of men in the continent of Africa had the same.
How? Have they test
They
75% of the men there?
they don't. I mean, it's the most common haplogroup in most countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. That's just a fact,
I haven't
though.
done my stuff yet. I haven't done any DNA test.
And there's a great chance, Elvis, that you E1B1. Now, there's different branches of
No, I'm a crew.
E1B1A.
I'm a crew man. I'm not a Bantu, so I might be something else. I don't know.
No, Elvis, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if Kyle pull it up right now, most men in the context of sub-Saharan Africa have E1B1A. That's just a fact. And they got different branches of it.
Like Maurice telling the one thing I've seen a lot of is the L. That L hypergroup. I see a
That's
lot of that in
female
West
lineage.
Africa.
That's female lineages. L
Oh no, they'll
is
go to the L, but I see a lot of the other one. You know, the MB. There's another one that start with MB. I don't know if you know that one. A lot of West African have that. So I mean, I don't care about that nonsense, man. What does it mean if I have an E1B1A or something else? Am I
It
different
just
or less
means
than?
that it just
It don't
means
mean
that
it. Elvis, it
it.
kind of reminds me when Nigerians be talking about blood types and shit.
Oh my
They
God.
talk about blood type
None of
like
that
O
shit ain't got no
negative and O
damn meaning.
positive, that kind of
Just
blood
let it
type, or
go.
just
Yeah,
ancestral
yeah.
blood type.
I'm O positive.
The reason
O
I bring it
negative is
up,
the universal one, right?
O is universal.
O
Period.
is the
Doesn't matter
universal. Okay.
if you have the plus or the negative. Is
So that means you can
oh
give blood to anybody. I don't
yes,
even know what my blood
I
type
can
is.
give blood to anybody.
That's effed up. How do you know what your blood type is?
Me neither.
I think you
You
got
have to
it.
go to the Red Cross.
Yeah.
You have to go to the Red Cross or what's the other one? There's the Red
Go
Cross and
go to the
yeah,
military.
and that's how you can find out your
Blood type.
blood type. Yes.
Okay. I don't even know what it is. I don't know what it.
But yeah,
My blood
it seems
type.
like people be like, that's why a lot of people be getting upset about this whole Bantu thing in the comments. They're like, oh, this is a Bantu hate channel. I was like, what? They be saying the most craziest things about West Africans up here. I was like, I don't think they just hate on Bantu people.
But I feel really connected to one Bantu group and not to the others, like the Congolese, right? You know, Ugala people. You know, I love. If I was in Liberia, I would want to be Congolese. I love the Congolese people. The music, the culture is just so beautiful. But then the South Africans, yeah, I can't connect with them. They just seem so different. Their mindset is so different. You know, so
It might just be
But the South, the South Africans think they're more Bantu than the Congolese. You know, they think they're pure Bantu, and the Congolese are mixed.
The Africans I don't like is the Libyans, man. They selling niggas upside down like bananas. Like these guys are. These
Bro, you gotta always bring up some negative shit, man. Yeah.
It's actually the black people from the West African countries that are selling people in Libya.
Yeah, but they had these niggas upside down. Like, what the fuck is going on, man? You know, like
Hey, them niggas might
Oh my
deserve to be
God,
upside down. I hate to say it. We don't know these niggas. They might deserve to be
yo,
upside
this
down.
is 2026, and you got niggas upside down like grapes or bananas. I'm like, what the fuck, man? It's like,
So in Algeria, they be over there beating on niggas and shit. In Egypt, they be harassing niggas and shit. If the black governments don't decide to bust a move on these people, then
I
at that
was
point you
watching this
shouldn't care either.
documentary of those guys from Cameroon. You know, one guy had a dream of being a soccer player, the other wanted to be a musician. So they saved their money up and they left Cameroon. Then they went through the desert. Then you have these desert pirates. You know, like something off of Star Trek, right? These
Wait,
desert pirates.
Jonathan. Somebody in the comment
all
is
the
saying.
things he could be, he wants to be a soccer player or a musician.
Yeah, it was three guys.
That's
See,
how a lot of.
now with that being the case, can nobody deny our African DNA?
That's what I said, Jonathan. West Africa is the African Americans of Africa, bro. They're either really great musicians or great athletes. That's how they become wealthy.
It was so riveting because the desert pirates stole their money. Then they had to work for this Arab, and they built the whole fucking house for him, right?
Oh, let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you something that's going on and that's been going on.
But they had to go to the port, right?
Hey, 1 second, bro. Yeah, what these guys do, right? They take these young, attractive girls, right, and they tell them they got jobs for them in the Middle East, in places like Oman, Bahrain, you know, and they're taking them there to be house girls, and they're almost enslaved because they'll sell these girls and they go there and they think they got opportunities to make money, and they become like house girls, maids for these Arab guys, and they tend to sleep with them. They treat them like there was the old times during Muhammad's time, where you can have slaves and your slave girl is legal for you sexually. So they will sleep with them, have kids with them, and just abuse them, man. A lot of Liberians went there. They were seeking help. I think a lot of them has been released. So it's real fucked up. These people are so desperate to go to these Arab countries looking for help, and they
But then
become house
the
girls, and they
product is
can't leave for
true.
like 7 years, and they're stuck there doing, maid work and barely getting paid. Their passports are seized. They can't leave the country without their master, letting them leave. I could
I
never
was
go to
on.
no damn Islamic Arab country, bro. Not
I
even
was
to
on.
visit.
Yo, at the end
Yeah,
of the
I'm the
documentary,
same way, bruh. Hold on, 17. Let me say this real quick. Kaiser, we was on Kaiser channel, right? A lot of them up there say that they talk about white people, white supremacists and all this other stuff. But they was like, man, Arabs seem like enemy number one to
Yeah,
Africans.
Arabs hate Africans, bro. They call us raisin heads because we got that nappy hair, so they call us raisin heads.
Yeah,
Even Muhammad called Bilal raisin head. They hate Africans.
yeah, that's enemy
Muhammad
number
said
one,
anybody
man.
that calls him black should be killed on the spot. Even though he went to Ethiopia for refuge when the tribe, the Quraysh and other people was chasing after him, he
Muhammad
ran
was
to
a
Ethiopia.
faggot. Fuck him.
Yeah. The dude used to wear mascara on his face, and that's in the Quran. It's documented. I mean,
yeah,
I don't get Africans, man.
I think that dude, he married like a 6-year-old, 5-year-old, somewhere shit.
Yeah, married Aisha. She was 6,
I,
consummated a marriage when she was 9. That's
disclaimer:
what they
I
say.
don't have
there's
anything
like
against Islam.
I
there's like
do.
a hadith
I got a
where it
whole
said
bunch against Islam.
there,
No
there's
disclaimer.
there's a hadith where these Indian guys fell upon him and bruised him.
How
So
you
it's
look
like
at a 6-year-old and say, my wife? Bitch.
But think about it, Jonathan. His right hand man, Abu Bakr, right? That was his daughter. So he went to his daughter. He went to his best friend and told his best friend he wants to marry his daughter, who was like 3 years old at the time. And his best friend married him to his daughter at 6 years old. And then he and his mother used to feed her cucumbers and something else. I forgot what it was to fatten her up so that the prophet can have sex with her by the time she was 9 years old. And when she
wow.
was 6, he used to put his penis between her legs and play with her at that age. But when she was 9, I guess she was ready for intercourse, and he consummated their marriage at 9 years old.
We need to just drop nukes on all Arab
And the
countries
Muslims
in
think
northern
that's a
Nigeria
regular
too.
thing.
But I will agree though, like Arabs, not all of them, not all of them bad people, but it seems like Arabs are very aggressive, when it
They are
comes to
aggressive by
Africans.
default. They sick.
When it comes to Africans, I will say that. That's why that's why I'm so confused with like some Black Americans that I'm going back to Islam, like my ancestors. I was like, I don't know about
No,
that.
but we got the real Islam. It's not the same Islam.
I'm
What do you
not
mean?
talking about the
Who got the real
NOI.
Islam?
I'm not talking about the NOI. I'm talking about some Black Americans converting to like Islam that's over
Oh
there.
yeah.
Cause
you saw that case with Queso from I think Jacksonville, Florida, and his father who snitched on him, and he got
Yeah,
life
I
in his
brought you
father.
Islam, right?
His daddy is
Hey, that
a
nigga
Muslim.
daddy is a straight up sucker. That nigga ought to be ashamed of himself.
what I snitch on one of my kids or somebody else, they acting
So
breaking the
you'll put
law.
your kids in the
you will,
streets,
Steve.
raise
I
them
know
to
you
be
will.
in the streets, do some street shit with them, and then tell on them.
Oh no. See, but
Steve, you ought to be ashamed of yourself too.
that's snitching though. I'm saying I'm not in the streets. If I see somebody doing any type of street activities, I'm snitching. I'm not going to jail.
Okay, Tom.
I keep my nose clean.
Tom from Boondocks. You know why he's called Tom? Even though he's a misnomer, it's supposed to be Uncle Tom. He's the Uncle Tom in the Boondocks. Who's afraid of going to jail and being anally raped?
Absolutely. Ain't you scared? That's the main reason I stay out of prison. You heard what Hustle Smart was saying the other day.
Hustle Smart told that story of his prison dude, man, where he got his ass took, man. That was a crazy story, man.
Exactly, and that's exactly why most young males don't want to go to prison. So I don't understand. Some of these dudes, man.
Hustle Smart said that nigga got choked out and then his ass was gone. I said, damn.
Exactly. And it'd be so crazy, man, because some of these little like young YNs, they be like Man, they be like 5'8", 120 pounds, and they getting charges like 20 years in prison. I was like, man, hate it for
Again,
them.
the thing about prison, you can't have a gun and put a mask or a shiesty on your face and go shoot
Right,
somebody. You can't do
right.
that.
But
So
I
all
heard
your tough
even
shit that you do, you got to be man with your
I heard
hands
even in
into.
LA that the dudes that drop out gangs first are like the murderers, because they ain't got no guns in prison, and a lot of
Yeah.
them can't fight.
Nah, that's just because niggas don't want to deal with politics in prison. California
Oh,
prisons, they got too
oh,
much
okay,
nonsense.
yeah.
Way too much
I
nonsense. You be
that's
divided. You be divided so damn much.
yeah.
You
They
don't
got
forget
something
who the fuck you roll
called
with. If
what
you
they
from the
call it,
Bay, you don't work with
right?
LA. If you're blood, you don't
Uh-huh.
work with Crip. If you got
Mm-hmm.
Damu, what's that shit? They got
High
Cooley
rules.
415. Then it's Cool Me. Then they got Jamo, which is Black Gorilla Family.
Hold
Then
on,
it
what do
just
y'all
keeps on
call it?
getting divided all throughout
Yeah.
the whole damn state.
What's
The game's got something called cars. Like, so Compton and Watts is together in prison, and then dudes from LA are together, and then it's like it's so weird to me how they keep breaking
You sure
themselves
what
up to
happened
be.
to that stupid nigga? What is his name? The crib who always like to throw a fit.
Oh, you talking about the big dude?
The big dude, man. He always like to throw
5'5", the
fits.
one that like
Crispin
Blue.
5'5"
Five.
crit. Yeah,
No, that's not him.
not
That's
him.
Craig Mack. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the other dude. He's a normal kind of nigga. I forgot his name. He got a funny name. But he blew up his whole hands playing with
I know
fireworks.
who you talking about.
The
Yeah.
dude from that
Flacco.
podcast.
No, that's not him.
I know
No,
who
he
you talking
blew
about. I don't
off
know dude name.
4th of July. He blew his hands off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he the
that
guy used to call. He used to be on that show with Brandon used to go on.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
on.
always putting hands. He was always putting his mittens on somebody.
Yeah,
Four extra.
let me get my fig. Let me get my fig. I keep forgetting his name, man. He's a nigga
Four
from.
extra. Is it 4 extra?
Yeah, 4 extra. That's the
My
nigga.
aunt said 4 extra.
Yeah,
I
4
don't.
But
I
extra.
don't watch that show, man.
I
It's a bunch of
heard
nonsense
that
up there.
somebody had put a root on him because he always was smacking niggas and I think
Somebody
some
put a what
Haitian.
on him? A root?
Yeah, because he was always smacking niggas in the head, and I think somebody.
Yeah, he's a big dude. I think he's from Varney. What is it called? Varney Street, Chris or some shit.
Burner.
Yeah, so
Vernon.
somebody did something to him.
I hate living in LA as a younger man. It's just too much nonsense.
But now just imagine
LA
that
is
shit,
great,
bro.
nigga.
Ain't
No,
none of your
LA.
ops do that shit to you, but now you
California was
permanently disabled or disfigured because your hand, all your fingers
California
blew
was
up.
good
Can't throw
before
no
all the
more.
Mexican.
He
Before all
gonna be like Jimmy
Mexico.
Lannister in a Game of Thrones. He got one hand.
Yeah,
You gotta fight. You gotta get niggas face with one hand now.
that's messed up, man.
You know what 727 says? When I was growing up, I remember seeing the Mexican. It was like rare. It's like, wow, Mexican.
Now they don't took over LA.
Now it's like, God damn, nigga.
Yeah.
Where the
See,
fuck
I
these
was in
motherfuckers come
California.
from?
I was in California like 02. You still have and you had little black pockets, but man, the last time I went, it's like fucking
They
being in
everywhere.
Mexico. I'm like, what? It's everywhere. Just
They
all these
turned
little
it into
food trucks
Mexico. They drive
everywhere.
like it's Mexico.
I was like, damn, man, like, what? It's real disconcerting.
I knew it was different though when I saw them black gangbangers. They're like the Mexican dudes pulled up, like, what y'all doing on the block? And they had to move. They was doing the interview. I said, oh man, they made them move during the interview. I said, that's crazy.
Yeah, the thing with the Mexican, they have a support system, right? Most of them are either tied with the Mexican mafia or the Sinaloa and those big drug cartels from now. The black people can't compete with that shit. You talking about gang that have billions of dollars, have logistics. You can go and kill a couple of them, but they got a lot more people that will come up. They might send hitmen and all that. It's a power thing, man. It's not just that they're tough. They're not tougher than black people, but they have a bigger support system
I
behind
don't
them.
know, man. The Mexicans
Nah, for real. A 5 feet Mexican can beat a
They're
6'5"
not
nigga.
tougher. They're not stronger, and they just have more disposable people.
No. They listen. I'm
And
trying
they
to tell
got
y'all,
more
man.
ruthless people coming down from Mexico.
Do y'all watch boxing? Them dudes are tough now.
Come on, man, nigga. You come on. You black Steve. I don't know how tall you are, but
Steve,
I'm 6
Steve,
foot.
I'm gonna be solid with you. When I was in San Quentin,
Mm-hmm.
Every day we walked out, I looked at all these little Mexicans and I said, "You little bitch," and I'm small, nigga. Nigga, I ain't tall. Nigga, I'm average, nigga. And looking at all these little teeny little niggas, I'm like, these little niggas is what we complaining about.
I'm
But
just
nigga,
saying.
it's hell of them.
I'm just saying
It's
in
hell of
boxing
'em.
sense, they are some tough little dudes, man.
Nah, it
Steve,
ain't
you
tough,
could
nigga.
probably
They
beat them
it's just
niggas in a
hell of 'em.
fight, but they got a
When you
lot of them.
go look at that prison riot when it was in Pelican Bay. Nigga, they were all getting their asses mangled. It's just hell of 'em.
Mexican got them boots.
I mean, I'm saying we gonna beat them off the simple fact that we just bigger than them. A lot of us are bigger than them
And stronger than them niggas.
and stronger than them. So
Yeah, there's just a bunch of them. They overrun the prisons in
And
the
when
West
shit
Coast.
get real, real, they got the Mexican cartels that will come into play, man. Black people ain't got no cartel like
No,
that.
the cartels ain't shit.
Nah, bro. They got hella
Them
guns,
cartels
hella
ain't. They
money.
something in Mexico. They ain't shit in America.
Elvis just watched.
Whatever we think the cartels can do, there's nothing stopping niggas from
yeah, I
doing the
remember that
same
judge
thing.
that got shot in broad daylight.
The who?
The judge that got shot in broad daylight. It
It wasn't broad daylight. It was at a party. You mean the mayor? Are you talking about Mexico or what?
No, it was in America.
American judge got killed by Mexican cartel people.
Yep, it was like years back, like maybe
That's what
more
I'm
than
saying.
5
Those
years
niggas they're dangerous, man. They can send a hit squad out here or pay a nigga from California to go do a hit on somebody.
The
They got
judge
that.
was just jogging down the street. Mexican dude just
I
ran
heard
behind
about
him
that.
and boom.
Yeah.
I was like, dang, in the middle of the day. I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah. And usually when they do that shit, I don't like the fucking Mexicans, but when they do that, it's probably because the judge are probably taking money before and then betray. They don't just go and kill innocent people that got nothing to do with them. It's probably somebody that was connected to them somehow and then probably didn't go through what they're
I think
supposed
he
to
had
do.
something to do with the case. Who that cartel leader? What's the dude name?
Joaquin Guzman, El Chapo.
No, El Chapo. Yeah, I think it had something to do with El Chapo.
Yeah, that's why Trump want to go to Mexico, but he ain't rushing to go to Mexico, even though they bring more drugs into the United States. He's trying to fuck with Venezuela right now.
Yeah.
I want to see that war, man. That's a war I like to see. That the Mexican cartel against the U.S. military, man. That would be
He said you
interesting.
want to see a war, man. You a real crime man. He said he's ready to see a war. That's a real crime man, Jonathan.
This is what hey, do you know that America took over the entire Mexico in 1848? The Marines kicked down Mexico City, right? Like we had mercy on Mexico and paid them like reparations, but we conquered Mexico in like a fucking month. You don't want to stay in war, man.
I'm saying the cartels, dude, they got billions of dollars. They got all these big machine guns and shit.
They ain't got
Listen, man.
I just want to see a couple bombs drops in there.
Hey, I know how to speak Spanish, right?
Elvis is a real crime man, y'all. That's
man, I hate bullies, man. I hate niggas that think they're powerful, and then the real power comes when they shit their pants.
Some Mexican man. It's scared Ringo.
Is it me or is that just is it his mic? It's like cut in and out.
Oh yeah, 1776.
I thought it was my connection the whole time. Might be just his mic.
Oh yeah, 1776, man. You keep, you sound like Bumblebee from Transformers. But nah, man. It's crazy. So what's going on with the whole, I heard, I could be wrong, I heard that whole excuse that Nigeria gave about the plane being sent to Portuguese for maintenance is not even like, I think Portugal denied it. They were like, no, we didn't. So what's going on with that? If any of y'all caught up on that?
I have no clue what you're talking about.
The whole Nigeria and because the military plane that flew into Burkina Faso's airspace. Oh, I guess y'all don't know.
Planes flying the planes at airspace all the time. There's nothing special about that.
You said what, Elvis?
I said we know about it. I know about it, but I just don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't do anything right.
They're doing it there. Just Burkina Faso. Something like when I say these things, the Burkina Bears gets they get angry with me. They need to
Uh-oh.
calm the fuck down. They're not that
Ooh.
tough. They really aren't. They think they got Russia behind it. Russia, you never seen a time when Russia engaged, the West to die for any damn African countries. Russia just gonna
Yeah,
take a
they
bunch of
never
their
will.
money, and they never will. So if America say, you know what, fuck them, we're gonna go take over Burkina Faso. That nigga can't do shit. So if Nigeria is flying through, doing something to try to stabilize the region, and try, I already think he's the tough guy, and he's not more powerful than Nigeria. You
Uh-oh.
know,
He ain't.
yeah. I mean, what do you mean? Oh,
I'm just saying.
Nigeria. I
The
mean, I just don't want
AES
to get
thing
into.
is the most dumbest hype I ever seen in my life. And I wish them well. The fact of the matter is, if they wanted to get rid of that shit within a month, they would do so.
Yo, would you say that to St. James?
Of
That's what I'm
I
course, me
said
and
saying.
St.
I
James
said
have
the
got into
St.
that
James
argument
all the
all the
time.
time, man. He gets angry, but it's just the fact of it. Talking about he was making threats on Dynasty's platform.
St. James got ambitious. He says they're gonna annex northern Ghana.
Yeah, they're gonna get more countries that are gonna join the AES. They think they're gonna be the.
He said Burkina Faso is actually gonna invade northern Ghana and take that over, take the whole country over. That's what he said.
I
The
didn't
thing
hear him say
about
that. That's
them, they're so
crazy.
angry because they want access to the seaport. They want coastal land, and they don't got no coastal land.
So Elvis,
So
you don't like the AES?
Fuck
I
the
mean, the
AES.
Burkina Bears, they're kind of a tricky people in a way because they got involved in our war, and
Oh, okay. So I see
they
what it
sent
is.
mercenaries to join with Charles Taylor, but then
It's
a
not.
lot of them got
You know
killed.
something? It's not even that. The bottom line, what I'm saying is, I like Chahore and whatnot, but you can't really like that he's a dictator and whatnot. And the bottom line is this: if you have a coup, right? That's nothing stopping, and after everything gets settled, is having another one. You can't keep having endless coups and everything like that. At some point in time, right? You ask yourself the question, right? Like it was Molly, right? Who said, you know something? We got this multinational gold mining concession. Mali has more gold than any place in the world, right? But the thing is, though, it did not say, you know something? We're gonna reach around the world to the diaspora, black people, whatever like that, and we're gonna fucking come up with a way, know exactly what these people do. The argument of a lot of African countries is, well, we don't have the know-how and everything like that. What do you think you got college for? What do you think you got universities for? Whatever like that, What do you think you got partnerships for, right? So they let the whole entire gold industry go to multinational companies, right? And the multinational companies' whole thing is, since we put 80% of all the capital and development in there, we took all the risks. We're gonna get 85% of the rewards, something like that. Almost 100% rewards. We'll give you a certain amount just to operate. And African countries only rarely ever get like a concession, like 2 to 4% of whatever in their country, right? And then all of that, the jobs that they generate, usually they import their own workers and expertise, and there's no agreement to train the local people to get some of that money back, the income, So that's what you have. Then out of nowhere, right? After being like that out of nowhere, you decide that something. I just had enough. I listened to the College Genesis and whatnot, and he was right, man. Blah blah blah. He listened to some other Pan Africans in the West. So you go acting on shit you heard from some Pan Africans in the West and whatnot, and you don't understand the reality. The reality is that Sahel region right there, sooner or later, when like right now they're concerned with Ukraine and whatnot, sooner or later, France, the United States, and all the stakeholders that financed that place and backed it and bankrolled it for decades, whatnot, all going to want that thing. And also, they got the IMF, the World Bank ruled against Niger when they seized the uranium. They said, no, you can't just seize uranium. That's a multi-billion-dollar investment.
Yeah,
So
because that's what they leverage any debt that they have. That's what African countries does. They leverage their natural resources for debt as collateral. So now, how do you pay your debt back? And how do you take the collateral back if you haven't paid your debt back? So your natural resources is your collateral.
They thought they were going to take the thing, and one thing they learn is if you take over the mine, right? you got to know how to operate it. You got to have the distribution channels. You got to know who to sell it to. All that stuff like that. You got to know how to procure the stuff and put it in packaging. That's the whole thing. You didn't bother learning all that. You're just gonna take it over. Then you're gonna have to ask them to come back to help you show you.
Yeah, and the thing about it, right, Kyler, Burkina Faso is landlocked. They can't import anything without the acquiescence of their neighboring countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Benin. You know, they can't access. Yeah. So what are they trying to do? If you're a landlocked country and you're not friends with any of your neighboring countries, you can't get shit in from the outside world. You got to produce everything inside your country. And you can't have a navy ship because you don't have a seaport. You're fucked. So I don't know what they really think they're doing.
Do is just call them up and just be like, you know what, shut that shit down, close the borders, and then them niggas are just gonna starve to death.
They're just gonna starve, and they'll try to be aggressive and want to fight their neighbors because they can't get their way diplomatically, so they want to resort to military.
I think it works is even if countries at war, they're still obligated to give the neighboring country access to the port. You can't restrict that. That's like
who said that, Kyler? If you're not part of our regional.
Hold on. Uganda was at war with Kenya, right? In Tanzania, it still had access to the seaports. Uganda.
These guys left the AES. They left the economic zone. When you have those treaties, then you're part of those economic zones. They left the ECOWAS.
Oh, their treaties go beyond the ECOWAS. Something bigger than that. It's something on a different level. Access to ports.
You got to show me a color. I don't know what it is, but if you leave and you disassociate yourself, you don't have access to shit.
No, it's the same thing like what you call if a bunch of their nationals come in and seek refuge. You're obligated to provide refuge for them. That's like the Geneva. Same thing.
No, I get it. I get that. But I'm saying in terms of letting you use the ports.
You can't starve a country out. That's against the Geneva.
If they become my enemy and say, fuck you, I don't want to be associated with you. We got nothing to do with you.
It does not matter.
It's not starving them out. But the thing is, the Geneva bullshit, you only have, there's no one really to enforce it.
Yeah, it matters force, but by a principle, people are like, well, let's not go there, even though we're,
Yeah, I was about to say what principle. No one has principle.
Yeah, so that's the way I see it. It's like
and St. James. I like St. James. He loves his country, but sometimes he's overly ambitious. He is making threats to Nigeria. We know who we are. If you guys don't do it, that was just a warning shot.
You know what we'll do? We will go into Nigeria and we will do this and do that. And I'm like, nigga, you was in America. Shut up. Drink your damn Kool-Aid and relax. You ain't gonna do a damn thing. I've had arguments with him so many times. I'd be like, nigga, Troy needs you. Why are you in America? Go help that nigga.
Okay, go over there.
Go over there and help him. I can imagine having a kind of leader like Troy and meeting in another country supporting the people that he's supposed to be up against. It doesn't make sense.
He and I got into an argument about if he was like, if Liberia went to war with the U.S., what side would you fight on? I'm like, bro, you went voluntarily and took a U.S. citizenship. You have to go stand in front of a white man judge and put your right hand up in your heart and tell him you swear to protect the United States against foreign and domestic, people. And then you think what you're going to go fight for Burkina Faso against the U.S.?
Take an oath very seriously. Like people ask me, Kala, would you basically get Liberians? No, I won't, because I ain't swearing no oath to it.
Being a citizen means you're pledging allegiance to that country, bro. It's not something you should take lightly.
I can enjoy a country and everything, but when you talk about pledging allegiance, I pledge my allegiance. I take that seriously,
Anyone said that Nigeria would not fight in a war against the Troy. I doubt that. They probably would.
Man, that president for Nigeria, he's gonna do whatever France tell him to do.
That's the thing. You guys keep saying that. Look, Nigeria is the big boy in that region.
Macron told that guy to jump, and he's still in the air.
How is Nigeria the big boy and they got overran by Boko Haram?
No, domestic issues are different, Colin. You think if there was a terrorist, you think if there was a terrorist group in Michigan, the United States government is going to take a B1, a B2, and go and drop a bomb on that here?
They gonna fuck them up.
I've seen Boko Haram make a whole division of Nigerians abandoning their whole fucking post.
Yeah, the thing
I
with
seen
Boko Haram
I seen Boko Haram take over a
it's
whole school.
it's interwoven in the society in Nigeria. You got politicians who are undermining the government positions by giving Boko Haram intel.
Well, how do you
You
know?
know,
How do you
and
know those same people can't be Traore and ACS can't?
domestic enemies are harder to fight than foreign enemies because the
No,
people within your
that
countries.
don't even make sense, Elvis.
It does.
You
Listen to
can't
what I'm
subdue your
saying. Listen
own.
to what I'm saying. The government officials, some people even implicate the vice president, which is a Fula man. A lot of people from the north, those northern governors and security chiefs, most of them are, supporting these, terrorist groups based on religious alignment, right? And they give them intel. Anytime they go into a meeting, they're telling them, oh, they're going to attack you here and there. They give them logistics. Even the foreign minister of justice, Malami. There's people are now saying that he supports Boko Haram, and he was the justice minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So these guys are fighting against themselves, and people within the government structures are giving them support. It's not the same way a foreign enemy. You know who they are, and you guys are keeping your intel to yourself, and nobody is there, conniving with the enemy. But in
This is
Nigeria,
what
the
I
government
this is
officials
what
are
I
conniving with
told
the terrorists.
this is what I told Colin. He thought I was joking. Like Africa shouldn't even have a government, man. It's like
Oh,
it's
man, you
just
just say the most extreme shit, man.
That's the
Damn.
most dumbest shit, man. Come on.
no. But you said the government of Nigeria is ran by Fulani men, right?
I never
They-
said that. I never said
no,
that.
I'm talking about I'm talking about Elvis.
The
Elvis said,
vice president is a Fulani. The president is a Yoruba.
yeah, but it's just
Hashim Shatima. He's a Fulani. The vice president.
There's many problems, but the bottom line is this: say what you want about Nigeria, they did produce the world's richest black man. Say what you want. No, that's you can't sneeze at that. Why? How did they produce?
But if he's stealing from the treasury, it's easy to be.
He was never in government to steal.
He's never in government, bro. He's a businessman.
I mean, he is an IBB boy. Aliko Dangote, Mike Adenuga.
He was connected.
Yeah, he's connected with Ibrahim Babangida.
Policies of Abacha. The policies of Abacha steering Nigeria towards their own commodities away from the IMF structural adjustments is a friggin' reason why do you have Aliko Dangote,
Not only that, he did come from the great Dantata, his grandfather.
Great family where that was connected.
Great family with traders.
Educated on commodities trading, whatnot, and procurement and stuff like that. He mastered that. That's how he made his fortune. All right, is that Dollar Bill?
Dollar Bill's coming up.
Nah, that's like Wall Street.
I think that's John, right? Or is that Wall Street Willie? That's Wall Street Willie.
Yeah.
What's up, Willie?
Chilling, listening to the content.
Oh, okay.
Hey, well, this is your first time here, right? I know you be on Diners. This is your first time joining college?
Yeah, my first time over here.
All right, so some late night conversation. What's up, Willie? What you got to say, man? Let's hear you.
I'm listening, though, to everyone say that Nigeria is this powerhouse, but if they're bombing Benin and they have, issues on that front, and then they have the eternal issues between the North and the South with the Fulani and some of the other tribes, how can you trust that as stability, right? Like, even with the people, they have like a generator culture. Like, most people don't even have a full day electricity. So I don't know how y'all guys see this as some powerhouse that can't be destabilized, without the white man, just internally on the continent. Like, I don't see them as that strong.
Powerhouse is relative, right? Relative to the region, they're powerhouse. They have the largest military. They have the most equipped military in that region. So they're a powerhouse in our region, not on a global stage, but in our region, they're a powerhouse. That's why they can scramble, fighter jets and go and bomb Benin and put the situation under control. Most other African countries can do that in that region. So yeah, they're not perfect. They have their own insurgencies within their country, but militarily in West Africa, they're the powerhouse there.
But Elvis, this is what you said. You said they can't suppress insurrection in the North, right? But when the Igbos had an insurrection, they suppressed that, right? So
because the house, listen to what I'm saying. You have to understand Nigeria, right? the Nigerian military structure is heavily northernized, right? A lot of the chief of army staffs, a lot of the security chiefs are usually northerners, Fulani, Muslim, or Hausa Muslim in particular. So they are fighting. Most Southerners have come to the conclusion that they want to Islamicize Nigeria. So even these people who are working within the military structure and security structure, they too are following that same ideology. So they're supporting their Islamic brothers from up north and trying to implement that some way, somehow. So they're almost like a house divided, right? Can't stand if the army chiefs and the police, they're all trying to help the northern people, continue to encroach on the southern land and try to spread Islam through violence and conquest. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna start killing your own military chiefs? If you really target the northerners really hard, those same people within the military would think that you're targeting their people, and they might turn against you and bring a coup. So it's more complex than that. That's why people, they say your family is sometimes your worst enemy because they're really close to you and they know your weaknesses and they can get to you easier than your enemy who's far away from you. And that's the problem. They're fighting amongst themselves in Nigeria. But I think the country needs to be split up. I really think. I think the Yoruba and the Southern people, I think they would thrive a lot
That's
more
what I said,
without the
Elvis, and
North
you said
dominating the politics of that
when
country.
when I said that, Kyla said I was being unrealistic, right? He said anytime I say something is a troll, but y'all say the same thing I say in just different
No, because the
vernacular.
way you say it is different, right? Because you say something is because they're black, and that means they're inferior, and they can't do something purely because they're
Oh, I
black.
never said that. I said that Africa needs to subdivide into 2,500 countries that
That's what I'm saying. Because
correlate.
you always go there scream. We're saying, yeah, we're saying separate the country between North and South. You're talking about having 3,000 countries in Nigeria.
Yeah,
I
that'll
mean,
never
come on.
work,
No, but
man.
I'm saying it has to be consistent with your language and your cultural realities. If you put somebody, it's like all right, we in the States, right? That's like you trying to put Chinese culture on us, have us walking around drinking tea and shit. We're not going to accept that.
1776. I got a better idea, right? Okay, give every tribe a county.
We
Yeah,
already
that's
had
how.
that, Dave. We
Yeah,
had
give
that in
every
Liberia,
tribe
as
a
you know. Every
county.
tribe has a county, pretty much.
Other countries, it might not be like that. Maybe you let them have their sovereignty, or state. Let them have a state. Every tribe have a state, and then they have a federal government. What about that?
The thing with tribe, right? Like in Liberia,
Yeah.
for example,
What
right?
about that? 1776.
Hold on, David. Let me
That'll
say this,
work.
right?
Who says that
Every
you have to have an overarching government? Who said
listen,
that you
listen
need?
to what I'm saying, bro. You have to have an understanding to understand this. Most tribe has other ethnic group, or most ethnic groups have other ethnic groups that they have affinity for, right? So like the cool people in Liberia, they all have affinity for each other because they have a shared culture and a shared language. So you don't have to give every subgroup within the cool speaking people a nation. They can come together and have a nation. So like for example, the Yoruba, right? They're Yorubas, but then you have Igala people who are very closely related to the Yorubas. That's another big ethnic group, but they would probably want to live amongst the Yoruba because they're similar in culture and language. The Igbos, and then you have the Ijaw people. Same thing there. They have affinity with the Igbos because they're similar in language and culture, and they live amongst each other for many, many years. So you don't have to separate and give each ethnic group a country, but the people who are most similar to each other in culture and language can probably live together in their own country. You know, that's the difference. You got to think these things through. You can't just be so extreme.
If you
That's
did
why
it,
I
how many
said.
These
countries would
people
it
I
be in
said
already live
Africa?
language.
together in
I
their
said.
own state.
I said
It's
your
still a trap house.
I said your language and cultural realities form a nation. If we don't speak the same language, we can't be in the same country. I'm just sorry. Like if you speaking galala and this man is speaking ba ba ba, like he doesn't understand. We can be on the same bus and not understand each other. We shouldn't be in the same country. That's what I'm saying. You know.
That's not true though. Like the people in the UK, the United Kingdom is a country. England is not a country. The United
But
Kingdom
you
is the
have
country, and they
Scotland,
have
you have Wales,
yeah,
you
you have
have
Wales. So the people in Wales they speak Welsh, right? and they don't the English don't understand Welsh. You understand? The Scottish, some of them speak Gaelic. The English don't understand Gaelic. So when you just make broad and sweeping statements without really thinking it through, it's kind of funny.
But you
You
can
know,
go to Wales.
the people in
People in
the
Wales
Basque
understand.
region of Catalonia,
People in Wales
they speak
understand
Basque.
English,
They don't
man.
speak Spanish the way you will understand it. You know, or the
But
people in Belgium that speak, the Wallo people in Belgium, they don't speak Dutch or French. They speak Wallo. You know,
Yoruba 1,000% different than Igbo, right? Like
Not
you don't
really.
understand,
not really.
huh?
There's some similarities there, even in the language.
You let
And
Africans
that's why I
lie
don't
to you. They make
understand
it
why the
seem like
Yoruba
all of their
and the
language is
Igbos.
so farly different. It's not.
Yeah, I don't know
Just
why the
like
Yorubas and the
French,
Igbos
English,
don't
and
really have a
Spanish, they got
friendship.
similar words, similar pronunciations. It ain't that deep.
Yeah, and that's why I don't understand
Nothing
the
unique.
because a lot of Yorubas
Well,
are Muslims.
who says that the African man or the Native American man needs an overarching government? Like that government is that's kind of European.
They
Like
need it so they don't
You
get
need it
punked
for
again.
international trade and for international dealing. You do know how the world works today, right?
but
So
but
why so what y'all think about traditional African governments and traditional
yeah,
government?
Yeah,
What
if they
about
can make complex trade deals and build seaports and do international trading, yeah, fine. But can they?
but you don't need to be on that global stage. We're primitive. We're tribal, clannish
Stop
people,
saying
right?
stupid shit, man.
Oh man, come on.
this
Right, right.
nigga?
You
Yo,
always call me stupid, right?
1776, I be telling you, bro. I be
That's
telling
what I
you.
say. All of your argument is we can't do this because we are this.
But we're
It's not the
clannish
case.
people. Like
Come on, chill,
I
bro.
watch Spoon Talk, right? And I see
Uh,
how the different tribes they beef with each other. So they're just waiting for their chance
Wait,
to
wait.
put their president in, right?
1776. Do
Yeah.
you think that if these tribes have their own little things, that there wouldn't be coups or anything like that?
Yeah, they gonna still
But
probably
Because
it
fight
these
would be
you.
niggas
more of
not, they knock
a
off their leaders every other week.
it would be more
Go look that shit
it
up.
will be more it will be it will be more palatable. The coups will be more formal removals.
Bro,
You know what I mean?
they literally just knocked off a king not that long ago, bro. It's not what you think it is.
But like government, this whole concept of government it descended from like the
Yeah,
Romans and the
that's why I
Greeks.
said
Like
traditional government. What about a
Africans
traditional
have to be
government?
ruled by kings. The African man doesn't understand house representative. None of that's bullshit to the African man. He needs a king, a strong man who's gonna whoop your ass into place. Africans need kings. They don't need governments. You
They
know,
got
whoever's a
kings, and they knock them off too.
no, well, the kings are
I
not
think there
sovereign,
was like an
Jonathan.
evil leader. There was like a
They're
that
subject to the
shit wouldn't
federal
make a
government.
difference.
yeah, I
These
just
niggas
don't.
would just be
Oh,
colonized
when I
within a
when I
matter
when
of
I when
about
I
10
see
years, and we would be
Liberia,
right back to where we are now.
when I see Liberia or I see the Nigerian parliament, they just don't even look like the crown fits the head. It does it looks foreign to them. They're like section 128 of the. They don't even know what the fuck they saying. It's like, come on, man, let's
Yeah,
go back to nature.
you know
You
what
know,
get
go.
on my nerves? Yeah,
Okay, I'll make a deal with you. If you want us to go back to nature, you got to come with us, man.
God
In
forbid.
1776,
Okay.
Jonathan.
He's
You
staying
know
right in
what get
America.
you know what get
You
on my
keep my coon in
nerves?
1776 right where he is.
Yo, Jonathan, you know what get on my nerves? When they still be wearing the white wigs in court, the judges and stuff like that. They still be
Yeah,
wearing the white wigs.
when I first seen them wigs,
I
I
don't
was like,
understand
"What's
that,
going
bro.
on?"
You know,
I don't
American judges used to
understand
wear
that.
the wigs too, right? It's a thing that they
Hey,
copied from the
And
hey,
they
British.
stopped
if you tell a
doing it
Nigerian
to
person,
do
y'all
it.
need to get rid of these wigs, they'll be like, get rid of the wigs for what? What?
See
Nigga,
the wigs look normal on white
don't look
people.
right.
they look outrageous on black people.
No, no, no,
So
no. Y'all
what you
just
say?
think.
Black people can't get gray hair on their hair, Steve? Is that
That's
what
how
you're
they
They
saying?
just
told y'all
look
to do things,
outrageous.
nigga.
They look outrageous on
They be
black
looking
people.
stupid as fuck.
They look
These guys are
outrageous.
barristers, man. They're
And they don't think
barristers.
that they look stupid as fuck for
They
some
kind
reason.
of, I
That's
think they
crazy.
cop it. I think they
When I
cop
see a white
it.
person with that type of wig on, I don't really think nothing of it. Like, oh, okay,
A
but a black
chocolate dark
person,
Carved
Yeah.
up face
I
nigga with
hate
a big
saying
ass
that
white
shit,
wig
bro.
on his head.
I hate
It just
seeing
look
that big
crazy.
ass white wig, my nigga. I be hating seeing
But
it.
But now the
but
thing about
see,
Africa, right, in terms of deterrence,
Insane.
a legitimately strong military, right, that can regulate those, that region and put the law down. Like 1776, you say something that's good, but then you go to extremes. We need a referee. We need an African referee with the military
So
backing
so so
that can
so
actually,
so
control what's
so
going
so
on in the
so so
continent.
so should we put our money together and build an AI army and go back and be technocrats?
No, this is what needs to happen. You need to fuck off with all the stupid tribe shit and just become one people, and that's it.
They
that's
And then
don't
you
That's
want
don't
not
to
have
do
gonna
that
that,
happen.
problem
man. They
anymore.
don't want to do
Jonathan.
Listen,
You
that.
gotta you gotta put the
Exactly.
dope
So
down,
therefore, we,
Jonathan.
you
Jonathan,
know what?
Jonathan, I agree with you. All right, let's do that. But then you gotta do it by force. But you do it by
exactly. You're gonna have to
military
do it by
action.
force.
You
I
You're
gotta
gonna
do
have to
it
do
by
it
agree.
by
I
military
force.
agree.
action.
You
I've
can't.
said this on several occasions that
I,
y'all
You gotta
me,
do it by
diaspora
military
niggas from
action.
Elvis need to go back to Liberia and rule with a strong hand and say all these
No,
motherfuckers gonna do this or do that or
listen,
die.
Jonathan
And
had
listen.
this
Mike should do the same
conversation.
thing in Nigeria.
Jonathan had
But
this
What's up,
conversation
Willie?
a
You got
couple
something to
months
say,
ago.
Willie?
Oh, my fault.
um, but what I'm saying, it's not in our DNA to unify.
Oh my
Oh
gosh,
boy,
bro!
here we go.
About this Bantu
Have you,
Stop
have you
saying
Bantu
that.
scientists,
killers,
have you spliced the
bruh.
black man's
This
DNA to know what's
Bantu,
in
yo,
there and
son,
what's
He
not
look,
in
listen.
there?
Elvis. He
You
looked
Like
at
gotta
it under a
really
microscope. It
understand
was
this
They
specimens
Bantu
Yeah,
fighting each other,
terrorism,
man.
they did it in
these are
Rwanda.
yeah,
I,
these
They
are
did
the
I'm
it
a
things
in
that
stoic.
white people
Rwanda.
say about black people
I'm
because
a
they think
stoic.
genetically you're inferior to
But
them. So you
listen,
keep
listen. I'm a
regurgitating
Yo,
that
son,
same
stoic, right?
stupid
you
shit.
gotta really
Hold on, guys.
understand
Hold
this
on, guys.
Wait,
Bantu theory.
let me finish right quick. I'm a
Y'all gotta
stoic.
really
I accept
understand this
I
Bantu
accept
theory.
things for what they are, right?
Please explain this Bantu theory, bro. This
No, I'm
Bantu
not talking about
The
theory.
nigga's
Bantu.
not
I'm
even
talking about
Bantu, and he keeps
Yeah,
calling himself a Bantu.
He
I'm
got
talking
some
about
Bantu
the
talking
blood,
about this
Elvis.
Bantu
listen, I'm
theory,
talking
Point
man.
zero
about
1%.
Probably about
the
10.
West African man, the black man, the original man, right? He
A
does
Negro.
not know how to come together. He's a clan, he's a tribe. He doesn't need government. He doesn't
These
need
are things
military.
that Reverend what's that Corn ass Reverend would say. Reverend
Manning.
Manning, Pastor
Yeah,
Manning.
No,
Pastor
no,
Manning.
that's never.
That's the kind of you regurgitating that nigga talking
Time
point,
out.
man.
You know how in college you got
The nigga
Alfred.
don't know how the war works.
Say,
He
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
know
wait,
how to balance a
right.
checkbook.
When you go to college,
Trying to
you have
feel like Reverend
Alphas,
Manning, man.
you have Sigmas, right? You have different tribes, right? So we are a tribal man, right? We don't need an overarching government. We don't need an
But
overarching
hold on,
military.
But Jonathan's point was that we just gonna go. He go like the diaspora go over there and crack people upside the head and just make them get along. That's what Jonathan talking about.
That's really
No, we're
all
talking
that's
about
left. If that's
military
not the answer,
force.
then
Yeah,
we're screwed.
military
Then we should just
force.
let Africa go. If that's not what y'all want, if y'all don't, I remember on John's platform on Telegram, I said we should just practice Pan African in the West. We're all in America.
Right,
We could
right.
all come together and do a whole bunch of business together, unite, and we could try to run shit and build industry just for us in America. Niggas talk like, no, we have to help Africa. We can't leave Africa. Then go back and take Africa
Jonathan,
over
the
there,
key, the
dummy.
key thing that you keep missing is a military. You can't build economic might without military to secure it or to
You need the
protect it.
money to build that shit up. That
That's the
shit's only
point.
going to come from
supporting it?
America.
You should
It's
focus on
not
the
going to come from
military
Africa.
first and then build your economy second, because the military will protect your economy. You know,
Economy first, military second.
if you can't protect it, somebody's going to take it
You
from you.
got to, in order to have the weapons, you got to have the money to buy the weapons. In order to
Yeah, you
develop
sell
the
your
weapons,
shit,
you
you
got to
sell
have
your
the
natural
money to develop
resources,
the
and you build up
weapons.
your military, and then you
Yeah,
start
the
building up your
Africans are too
economy.
stupid. They're not going to
Is
do
Kala
that.
here?
That's
Is
why we
Kala
need
here?
the
Yeah,
diaspora to
Colin's
go back
watching
to
another show in
Africa
the back.
and take over.
Okay, I about to say Kali got a new sub, man. A guy
Yeah, you got a
named
sub. Shout out to the new
Big Stack.
sub,
Yes,
man.
yeah. Shout out to
Colin, your
him.
show is growing. Oh, what's the
They
dude
tell
name
me what the
here?
I think
likability is. If
Shout
all
out
the
the
to
thing
black
Big.
is
Americans,
Shout out to Big
Big
Stack,
Stack.
man. Thank you for
why
Big
subbing up.
shout
Stack.
out Big Stacky.
but,
Nowadays,
what
if
you got to
let's just say we
understand,
all put our
African
money on
Americans.
Elvis,
Yeah,
we
get
all say, Africans are greedy anyway,
get
so
a
we could just go and
technocratic
buy Elvis the
government.
election. We could
Yeah,
buy
Jonathan,
buy
you say any
Elvis
old
in the
stupid
See,
shit.
office.
this is what
He said
this is
about
the
Elvis the
stupid shit I'm
election.
talking
We
about.
could buy Elvis the
Africans
election.
don't Africans don't need elections. They
Oh
Oh my
need
man.
god, bro.
divine. No.
You never even
Seriously,
been
man.
to Africa. You barely know
Listen,
anything about the
Let her
Africans.
finish. Let's let her finish.
I
Let her
studied,
finish.
man. I studied. They believe in the divine rights of kings, right? It comes through lineage. Whoever rules Africa needs to come through the loins of an African, right? So check this out. Elections are stupid to Africa. Militaries are stupid to Africa. Governments are. It would work with African Americans because we went through the fire, the furnace of slavery, Reconstruction, all that stuff made us come together. Africa never had that furnace, so
My
they
people
don't.
don't
They
believe
can't.
in hereditary rule. They believe in a rulership by strength. The strongest person lead. The
But
strongest
that's the
warrior
thing though,
lead.
1776, unlike the other areas, the Russians said, we're going to kill off the whole damn royal family. In France, we're going to kill off the whole damn royal family. Africans ain't pulling that off.
Because it's not. You got to understand
They're
the
just
DNA.
not going to
I
do
keep
it.
on telling you, y'all don't want to do fucking science. That's the problem with
Nigga, you
y'all
haven't
don't
done
want to do.
besides. You talk about DNA. What you know about
Oh
DNA?
man.
What does
Y'all don't
DNA even stand for?
listen. Y'all don't want to do the science. Y'all want to what? See, y'all aren't Stoics. Stoics accept the world for what it is,
Deoxyribonucleic
right?
acid. You
If
learn that
if
shit in high
Africa
school,
was
bro.
supposed to be strong and modernized and all that, it would have been did that, right? It's not within them. They don't have the capability to do so. So what we're saying is return to what our forefathers had. I think it was like 25 tribes of Africans that created what you see today. Go back to the 25 tribes.
Give
What
us
did
two of
they
those
create that
25
we see
tribes. Since
today?
you're talking things you know nothing about. What are the two? What are two of those 25 tribes?
They all sounded like you had
Oh my
Bebe.
gosh. You
They
be
all
putting
look
shit on his
alike.
ass, man.
You be making it up as you go.
They
You
all
just
talk
be
alike.
talking shit and making shit up as you do. Well, Willie, you hearing this shit, Willie? What you gotta say, man? I don't know if you're sleeping or what.
No, I mean, from listening, it sounds like tribalism is the issue. Because to compete on a global stage, you got to be real. You have to have some type of coalition to
But,
compete
but,
on a global scale.
but why you want to compete on a global stage?
Because they're fucking human beings and they want to be part of the global
Listen,
war. What do you mean? You
And
think they're
more
too primitive
importantly,
to
you
compete on a
have
global
global
scale?
time out.
and more importantly, you have outside global influences that are causing a lot of the problems on the continent. If you're
But,
gonna combat that, you're gonna need some type of a coalition.
but let's keep it real. The global stage is the European stage. The IMF, all these are instruments of Europe, Western Europe, right? So you're going to compete in something that wasn't even built for you, right?
We're
Come on,
talking
man.
about
Yeah,
IMF. Nigga, we're talking about
but
economies and people
But
trading. The
economies,
IMF
can
is
though.
but
not. It's not the only
economies.
thing
We
that.
can.
Let's keep it real. The West runs all that shit. Wall Street, the IMF, all these fucking banks is run by the West. Come on, let's keep it real. The West
So what
runs
about
all this stuff.
China? China got their own currency. They got their own stock market. They built up their economy. You know what they
Come
did?
on,
They
They
come
got
on.
they
You
sold
know,
got they
labor
got
very
saved by
cheap,
the
and they had a lot of labor.
but
That's how they built themselves up.
China was built by
Africa
the
had to
United
figure out
States.
how to build
You know,
themselves up.
China was built
they
by
were
the
built
United
by the
States.
West. Chinese didn't do
Yeah,
shit on
come
that.
on. China was. You had a bunch of orange
China
men like
sold their labor for cheap, right? When
no,
people used
but
to make
was
fun of the
built.
sweatshops and shit like that, they
Richard
sold it for
Nixon in the
cheap.
1970s built China. They built the West. America, all those companies is American companies. Chinese don't know how to make shit. You think the Bantu don't know how to make
Yeah,
shit?
they didn't know how to make it, and then you know what they did? They
They
had
just
knowledge
copy.
transfer. They stole intellectual properties, and
And
now they have the knowledge.
Chinese
El,
are
If
El,
only
stupid,
they
man.
could do
hold
better
on,
at
guys. Hold
stealing
on, guys.
intellectual property.
Who this person in the chat? It says STD USA Kafar. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
It's a dickhead, man.
Wait, what?
STD USA Kafar.
Yeah, Kufar, that's a Muslim person. Kufar is a
Yeah, I know it's a
non-believer.
Muslim person, but like, what is that? STD USA? Like what?
I
I
mean, I
don't.
guess USA is full of sexually transmitted disease because
Oh,
we're
okay.
Christians, we're non-believers. So those of us in the US,
Oh,
we're sexually
Oh,
promiscuous. I
okay.
guess that's what he's trying to
man,
say.
I was watching all
I
these
guess.
documentaries on Pakistan. The Muslims,
Oh,
they love
the,
loving on little boys.
the little
Yeah, I
All
seen
Banzi
that
sexual
too.
boys.
type.
Yeah, them
They
Banzi
do it in
boys.
Saudi
That's where.
Arabia too.
Yeah, the Banzi boys. They be twerking. I said they gay, man.
What that niggas be watching shit where niggas is twerking? What kind of shit is that,
I
bro?
ain't seen that.
How do you get that
It's
shit in
called
I
your
ain't seen
algorithm
that.
to even watch it?
I
it's
didn't
called
see. I ain't see
it's called the Banzi boys. The
that.
You
Banzi
talking
boys.
about
You know,
Afghanistan? You mean the Bachi Bachi boys?
Bati boys or whatever they call them. I
It's
think
called
it's like
Bacha Bachi. What this nigga? You're so uninformed. You just been saying all stupid shit. Yeah, that's the thing in Afghanistan where the little boys are dancing for these Afghan,
yeah,
the Taliban warriors
He
and these
said
but
Muslims.
that's not.
USA
You
This
said
is the
USA
gay
Banshee
though.
boys. It's
Muslim
called Bacha
rule.
Bachi, man. What are you talking about? I thought you was
Man,
talking about some Jamaican shit like the Bati boys.
like
That's what I
He
yeah,
said
thought. It,
the
Baka.
Banshee boys. It's called Bacha Bachi.
that's
I'm
what I.
not watching no little boys twerking, man. I don't know. I'm not
But
watching no little girls
I was.
twerking either, though.
1776, you like a dumb smart nigga, man. You be having half information and running with it, man.
Yeah, you be
The Banshee
exaggerating,
boys.
man.
It's called Bacha Bachi, man.
That's what I do when I go to the gym. I just watch documentaries, get my cardio.
But you don't get the information because all the information on this shit is wrong, man. Yeah, the
Well,
Muslims do it. They
You
do.
claiming Malcolm is like black LGBT? What? Baddie boys are black non-Muslims? Okay.
Hey, any what is this dude saying? Bachi boys are
Uh,
black non-Muslim.
yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Blaming
Blaming
Muslim for
Muslims
acting
for
like
acting
Jews
like you
performs.
this. I don't know.
I
This is
think this is Bang.
incoherent.
I think this is Ahmed because he was on Dinah's platform getting cooked for being a damn Muslim
I'm about to
Fulani.
say, I was like, this is very incoherent. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know what's
probably is
going
our
on.
man.
A man get cooked
Our
on
man,
every
the sensitive
platform,
Sierra
man.
Leone.
He get cooked on every
They were
platform.
talking about the fucking Fulani Harris man and Islamic killing people in Nigeria. Nigga keep trying to talk about what about the Igbos? The Igbo kill people too. What about the Igbo? I'm like, nigga, we ain't talking about the Igbos.
But what about ism? It just seems like it's just something normal. I mean,
The
never
imagine
mind.
Muslims are not gay like FBA. Yeah, that's our man.
Yeah, that's our bad.
Sound like Ahmed.
The
Oh,
thing,
look at our man.
the
Come
thing
on up,
is,
our man.
But what do we
like,
say? What do we say about Muslims? I don't like. What do we say?
what's
Nobody
the thing?
said
They
anything.
gay, they
Oh
stink,
You
no,
know,
they
I
yeah, y'all was
said
saying that
I
was.
said fuck the Muslims, so he must have been mad that I said that shit.
But we were talking about the Muslims in the Middle East
Ahmed
though. What
just
they got?
mad because he can't get
What?
no 7-year-old wife in America. He got to
But
go
what?
back to Sierra Leone for it.
But what do the Muslims in the Middle East got to do with Muslims in Africa?
Nigga, what?
No, I'm saying like, what did they were talking? Y'all were talking about the Muslims in the Middle East, right? The ones
You
that
want
be
me to
doing
Yeah,
all
the
that.
Bachi
business
Bachi
of a
boys,
5-year-old getting married
like
in Africa, nigga?
their prophet was, the black people went and wrote him in the Quran. You know, black man was writing the prophet. The
those
prophet
were
was
Indian.
kicking men down their bellies and shit.
No, that was
No,
dark skinned Indians. Dark skinned Indians.
no, but the problem is, I'm saying like what I'm trying to point I'm trying to make is when you talking about whatever that group was in the Middle East doing that weird stuff, right? I'm saying is what did that have to do with Africans in the Muslim Africans in the continent?
They
Like
practice
you,
the same dumbass shit in Africa.
you calling them dudes in the Middle East gay? What does that have to do with him? That's the point I'm trying to make.
The
There's
bottom line
documented
is,
evidence that they are gay. That's the difference.
So you guys
They
are
dress up
against
the boys.
blacks,
They
huh?
dress up boys, and then they sleep with them. That's what they do in
Mother
Pakistan,
Islam is a. Are
Afghanistan,
y'all sure
Saudi
that's our
Arabia,
man?
and
You
Yemen.
see how Muslims are lied to and only form. He's
no,
talking
because
about
we,
Hagar. Hagar was an Egyptian, right? And
Right.
this is the thing that the stupid Muslims don't know. The Bible said that Hagar took her son Ishmael, took him back
Uh huh.
to Egypt and married him to an Egyptian woman. And this
Right.
fool thing that they think that Ishmael is the father of Islam, and it's not true. He was an
Nope.
Egyptian. His mother took him back to Egypt. Islam started in Arabia.
Are
Ishmael
y'all sure
has
this
no
is our
connection
man?
to Islam.
Are y'all
Talking
sure
about
this
a
is our
black
man?
woman is the mother of Islam. It's not true. Hagar was not Arabian. She didn't go to the Arabian Peninsula. She went back to Egypt.
Are y'all sure this is
see,
our man? I don't know. I don't know.
but the thing is, like we need to have a rap group. Let's take it back to the tribe, right?
Oh, okay.
But tribalism is us. To separate tribalism from us makes us cease to exist, right? Because we're tribal, man, and we can't get away from what we are. Like the Stoics said, you accept things for what they are. To to trade tribalism and the clan and your culture and the way you make jollof and all this stuff, yo, let it be with the tribe, man.
It's taking a piece of the soul.
Yeah, he's taking a piece. Like Dave said, he's taking a piece of the soul, man. You take a piece of the soul. What the fuck the person gonna be without the soul,
Okay,
man?
tell me your tribalism. Tell me tribalism that you've practiced since we're tribal.
All right, you said try no, but don't put African Americans.
No, it's in your DNA. You can't get rid of it. It's a part of you. Tell me the tribalism that you practice every day since you practice tribalism.
To make steel, it has to go through fire, right? So we already went through a fire,
We went through the
right?
fire.
Oh, so you guys are healed. Oh, you guys are healed from your tribalism, right?
And right,
man, you gotta relax, bro.
right, and we speak one language. We pretty much follow kind of like the same religion.
So
Wherever you find a black man
healed you from he killed you from tribalism.
Florida,
Is that what you're saying?
a black man from Florida and Pittsburgh ain't gonna be that much different, right?
I'm asking you a question. Answer me. You're the exception to the rule, right? That you were healed and cured from tribalism.
Because we would have been tribal in the beginning, but all the tribes mixed, which produced us. So now we're all one tribe.
Right.
Exactly.
They was all the white man had his foot on all their neck, so they had no choice but to get along.
We're all amalgamated. We went through the furnace, the fire, right? You know, so it's a whole new man.
1776, we would have been shooting little spit arrows at each other, but since our grandparents mixed,
believe it or not,
what's the issue with the West Coast and the East Coast, the North and the South not liking each other because they're different culturally?
Who said the North and the South don't like each other? I get along with people from the North all the time.
Hold on a second now.
Love be calling you niggas in the country in the South country bumpkins, man.
I love New York.
And some people from down south call people up north Yankees. So
exactly.
I mean,
So you didn't get cured entirely of tribalism and regionalism.
You don't hate each other.
But that's not tribalism because those people that went up north.
Exactly. Everybody up north got family down south.
Yeah, that's cousins. Like, come
right.
on.
Regionalism, sectionalism.
That's grandma house.
See, and then you gotta look. You gotta look at Africa. Y'all don't have an elementary school system where you pledge allegiance to the flag of Nigeria, to the green right and green.
What are you talking about? The kids that go to school in my country every morning pledge allegiance to the flag.
No, but I didn't say Liberia. I said Nigeria. Right?
How do you know that? I don't know what goes on in Nigerian school, but I don't know. Do they do that, Jonathan? Do your kids, pledge allegiance to the Nigerian flag?
You have to pay for school. You don't have a public school system that creates nationalism, right? So
they have public schools in Nigeria and in all places in Africa, but most people prefer to send the kids to private schools.
They don't have public schools. They don't have middle schools. They have
public schools. What are you talking about?
Our schools create nationalism from the time you get there.
Where you come from that they don't have public schools, bro?
Listen, in schools in Nigeria, you don't pledge allegiance to the flag.
How do you
do
know?
none of that